Oh, that's terrific. What is going on? Okay. Your sisters. She went over there. Oh, wow, we just hit the hour point. Okay? Not great. But she went over, Minchas Chodesh of Be'anim, that says, the mitzvah of a sinner, of a Kodesh sinner. So the Kodesh Parivata is going to watch him to not eat. Right? You have to put it on his back. All right, Papa, look at this. All right, Papa, look at this now. Anytime that we talk about, and we have this twice already, but it's slightly different variation, there's always 10 in the number. What's the room number and the safe combination? Counting the ones in the mission. You know that. Pushing the screen on the mess of that's when you're keeping young. The marshmallow on your left. Because if somebody press all, then you can mix up number 4 and number 5. No, the colors green. The collars, you have between collars, with 4 collars and 6 repeating. Or 2 repeating and 8 collars. You can mix the 2. So when we are now to the 11 number, it's its own carbon. There's one carbon is collar, one carbon is repeating, and another third one is collars and repeating. The next one you cannot do with this, and it says it's only then on the list. Now I love the boy side have a wonderful to his face. Yeah, to his face. Wow. I should be fired from that job. Make this work. Spreading growth beyond this one. Don't do it. If you care about your job and you're a comedian, then fucked up. So instead of a disposable job, otherwise you'll keep it. Yeah. You don't want to keep your job. You don't want a safety net. You can't. What does Tupac's brother do? I think it's just Tupac's brother. How'd you work? I think there's the carnivals and shit. There was like a white guy. Okay, but it's Tupac's brother. 2 tickets? 2 tickets. Fuck, I don't want to take a picture. He still makes less than a shit. Good morning, Rob. Boys.
Go fuck yourself, you douchebag, motherfucker.
Live from Miami Beach at Knicks. What do you guys call it if you feel that?
The West Side, motherfucker. West Side.
This is in the room where NBY is showing every single night. Salmon makes a whole match over here with sports. We only have 4 people, 5 people watching the show. It's
2 chains, 1 chain, off the chain.
The whole match over there, every single night. Behind me is a screen. You're going to be looking to see the screen. It's a phenomenal Samsung, top of the line. One of these screens that's like a frame. It has a picture in the back, right out the top. But as soon as we start showing stuff, and we'll be doing in a second. So today, I want to start with this. We're showing Sheer. And in the middle of Sheer, there's Siren. The editor, Ariel, he knew the siren sort of, and he's saying this is a siren, so people don't get scared when they write, when their cousins are watching it. Just to show you how long it takes to go out and what happened. There's 2 keys here, I like this guy. He's looking for stuff and the first name didn't keep it. There was a power in the Mamad also. Okay. This is Revival Shushan took his guys from Yula to the new and improved, brand new Matzo Bakery, the Bar Park Matzo Bakery by Shlomi.
I delivered newspapers. I was a mailman before.
Alright, there does. Yeah, make it luckier. But what I share that learning trying to make those appetizing during this period. This period is especially in specific ways. Specifically now, as you're reading the passage of Shul Ba'id, alongside the subject of offense, and not long after finishing Torah law. I don't know if you guys, but I know during Torah this week, every part of things are like, not every part, so many super wild, but it's just that I realized not only the state of the chef means, different things, this meaning more that, it was unbelievable. So now on, take a look, because it's going to continue. You learned a lot of Vayikra. So you really feel as the mission has mentioned, like how you're speaking so many words and super thing on a whole meaning, these are how behind them come to mind. But you try to many goals of words outside that you haven't reading to. Another one in Hebrew, this is the first time that I understand Vayikra. You asked that you shouldn't get any estate in the Nissan, so that's why I'm stopping right here. Express on radio. This is Yoke Markel. I met him last night for the first time in person. Said a lot about him. We go through a very bad period of life. It took a while, but I kind of shook your hand and thank you, Hashem. It's what I'm free. I was wondering when I got free, what I would take with me, and it's been the doc. With Hashem's help, I get off at 5 a.m. very energetic. See my dining, you go to anything at 5:30. Decided to turn on the dock. You see me ready. Thank you from me and my family. Hope to see you soon in Israel. Sometimes people need a wake-up call. You know, and this is when you call, you decide to use the doc and really help them out.
He walked up to me and said, hey girl, you got a quarter? I was like, no, I'm sorry.
Watching it, this is today, live, it's in Haifa. But more people than you.
And he was like,
Learn, it's Haifa. So Benny, the guy,
imagine what I could do with your box.
in charge of it, strong now. He's started to go from place to place to make sure the 34 satellite locations are up and running. You can even see in the background is a board, an MDY board, where they mark off every day somebody else has to mark it off. And then, to a nice amount of people are behind heart.
I'll give him a bath, teach him how to read, and we'll get married, have babies. And whenever people ask her about him, she'll go, oh, he's a rescue.
Oh yeah, the guy there is going to use the time.
That's a good one. Thank you.
Reaching another vantage point. There he is. This guy. He told me he goes to the mikveh every day, and he has them like monthly mikveh.
Things where it's like that is great beats and a fun misdirect. Curious as to how much
I received a lot of emails about other people. I was like, fired up about
so
it.
yeah, this week I went to a bar show and before this year the guy walked up to me and asked me if I wanted to sign up. He was like, okay, sing
very, very illustrious a nasty email from one guy from England. Wow.
The fun misdirect that I didn't see coming was you thinking
He's not only he's blaming because I said that we told some of the guys in the round that I put this up together.
It was like he's confident, like
Zionist, terrible people, which is worse than even cover.
he's like a man's man, yeah.
It's a, but anyway, the heck of Palestine might be more, I said this shit, I don't know if I said your shit or his shit. I'm already confused. I think I said it today. I said again, that in my opinion, followed Stam is less of a problem than public Russia, whereas most people, a lot of people, I'm not going to really, you can't even find people that do follow Stam. It's not a thing anymore. But you could find people that you follow. I'm just going to read a couple of these. The Palestine might be more problematic than the top seven of politics. We're looking for Cyrus and Chavez, things everything we do, without us to do stuff. Please, how you hope to us about Rusty Rubenstein. I want to reiterate, I think the other not getting my point. They're not trying. Yes, I'm trying to bring out a point here, but the main point is that I want people to know that other is a possible method. That's it. You realize that you're causing your parents, you're trying to like this, you're trying to like that. Know these things. Just know it. Know what you decide to do, that's your thing. I mentioned in my life that the doctor is really sitting close to Baruch Hashem. You've been on a mission for his awareness that eating can be polluted. He encouraged me to share the following story and hope that helps more awareness. So here's the goal. After we realized that the Italian point cereal from the state on my trips back, completely unaware that they really needed to check it. I get home, my wife has just been learning about publish. We check, and of course, every box was published. Our cleaning it had a very successful week. The real shock came from when my wife went to the local supermarket to try to buy her favorite American cereal. She figured from store first to be fine, she checked and was going to store the color. The found us in several stores, apparently telling me that we got this whole reason. So she ran full research mode, turns out everything that comes out of the store legally.
She's really smart, she's really confident, very interesting to talk to her.
However, no matter what after I would put on, that's why it says, be sure, however, no. And when you look, she's not good on your creative, and that's so, not good on your but then, she's creative and important. The ones who try to somehow find a way out of the show without ever needing to have a note. Now, the leader stick with a note on it. She even went to speak to the manager, like, absolutely no idea what she's talking about. That's what I'm talking about. That guy, that guy. If there's something called public, don't you do it then? That's what you got. It's your problem. But no, that is an idea called public. She went on to speak to the manager. So why would you wear purchasing food and putting the cook fire that is your remind the local action? And you can't bring food back to the show, so you check the awesome. Joyce, the youngster who was in his restaurant, was told there might be a head of eating their store. I didn't get the full on this, but I assume this was spending the past that depends on where it was grown. So basically, what the thing is that bringing weeds that was grown in the cook fire started to show to be a bigger problem. The soil leaders and flavish the Zenith store and Avenue S and down on Portia Corner. They only have the upper products for this flavish and really top up is left and has so leaving
Hey, that's true, you know. I mean, that's what relationships have a lot of.
Tremendous thank you on what was done with MDY. It changes every city up, even the complicated ones. Easy, it's literally a gift to this generation. I want to say that we have this, remember that video that I commented, I said everybody in the video commented in the restaurant, the guy was eating the egg out of the chicken. He says, but if you look closely at the end, there's one thing I gave to today. There's a woman in the background. You want to be aware of that. Really good. Okay, I forgot to send you something down again. But it's just bothering people. I don't know. Family brand. This is stifle. Remember, I'm very sorry that this is the way my first email has to come. You are wrong with capital letters. Wrong.
Common pattern, the mother whore thing. Yeah. Was your mother a whore?
You're wrong. From the top, from the top, you know you have a massive mistake in the public. If you think that the box is just a single sheet up, there's nothing I can say. Sorry. I relate right here from the doctor.
What's like the most nurturing thing you've ever had a girl that you've been hooking up with, like before you in a motherly way?
He's going with that. That's level. It's fine.
I mean, just make
I'm not aware of many more things. Okay.
when you
I
say
think
give
to
it
the
to
love,
you,
okay. One size. This is for women. Tell your wife about this. A prepaid message decided that here's tomorrow. Enjoy life versus the 1,000 word chocolate. Relax, don't worry, you see yourself. Put up. What else do you have? Time to parents is not playing with school volume 2. So, who is one who is basically trouble with the doctor from the parents? And here we go. Official edition. I want to read official edition. Because everybody running these down with parents. Dial White después de ver los movimientos de Morgan por el unbelievable celebration of multiple prophets. That I am Howard. Iona, I walk in the gift of Iona, in honor of my father, is so walking people. He was called and finally minister to God. He's 70 something, so it's been a dedicated power for years. Maybe it's sour that you see right from the dedicated memory of Bobby Murray with small oracle and kindness to the very drop off. He's happy we happy solution. How many people told you so you and you are?
And I said, I didn't know that this was a profession.
No medallion, please. Just like a child secondary. When I was looking over the guys, the Boston Family Foundation was introduced to around like 84,000 the next year. And I'm the same one which goes up. And I'm going to go to the Lord and just come to live by this. You saw a massive organization want to go to the country with a value of the one by speech type. So we go to the and maybe I was on the government. So when they were like, oh, how many years am I going to tell you? And all the things come from the wife and come from the heart. Hey, tell me the full thing of the Olympic country. The full thing of the money. But for me, another, the American call, they for the local back, for the Russians, the only way was like something like that. The Indian Steven, talking on the neighbor, was lively and from the travel. The Ricci family, the Ricci family, this is what our new cousin is speaking loud. We're going to have an idea. Then you can't know that the power is a thing. Don't be able to hear it from the sorry. Anyway, and when you here we go. We're all being on that iron on the fingers of 49 to the back. The new story was saying, I said that the birds were after the birds. That's not the environment. I know that the 5 rings, the Kaneki Saminin, are all not communicated to read before they start. You're not on a cut anyway.
I did get fired for saying that.
He said we learned from the left hand left. Without racist just like power. All these power so quick to the 5 grains, you're not allowed to learn from racism. No. You're not committed to any of the 5 grains before my family was running on my phone here. And then before you cut off. When did you put a cut off? On what part of the day? Cutting your arm. Right after Murphy Office, right after Scott. There is so you can we're going to not all, because the model considers it sunrise. At night, but sometimes they say, you know why? Because sometimes you're not able to cut it at the work fine, it comes close to sunrise, it comes last week, before the sunrise. You read something on the other table, you guys said it, oh, you didn't over here. Especially in the Gemara, he said, you check this out. Wow. Wow. See what I'm saying? The truth is, right? Think about it. Not reading from there. See, he's got a knife.
just lost 50
This makes you like that's all my friends are about saying. No. It's not sunrise. 2 hours later, what do you do going there? Okay. Now, I swear the other option may have been like this may have passed out. When you're on this is two times the it's also before the owner, and it's not you before case. Now, it works. It's just when I'm saying about the owner, I knew the way or the owner. If you say the time, if you're right here, then
We're gonna go to the buffet one more
when
time.
you
You guys ready for this shit?
another 45 minutes. What's the combo? 5 o'clock in the morning.
Normally,
It's for the top. 45 in the morning. Or it's 45 in the afternoon. Tell them, oh, my favorite treat on here. It's walking down.
What was that one guy's name? Ichabod. Holy
Yes,
shit.
walking
That's
down.
what you do.
It's not 45 in the afternoon. It's when you
Imran Khan.
what you do by noon. Not by how about that. Not 12 o'clock in the afternoon, but 5 o'clock in the morning. Oh, so the only one time of the day that you unlock the supply fee. The boat at 5 o'clock in the morning. So, like I said, we're eating the food, so why is it something? Why is it 2 statements? It should be 1 statement. What? That's it. I serve the public. You know how to
Let's try it again.
the look chart, you know how to read it. You say, at 5 o'clock in the morning, I think. 2 hours ago at the same time. It's not that we have 2 hours and different times. That's why there's 2 statements. One is our loss of eating, and that's as both of you. And one is
Put your hands together for Joe Mazzarini.
so the mother might say this, this however only said this was great because he had because in the morning I think or in the afternoon by the owner regarding someone else to be well the question is in the future play the owner here we saw a lot of that this it takes you then when you bring the middle car allows it to either when it takes you. Think about it. It's a group of people who let you do the whole year now. So it's life.
Your company only has 5 employees. You cannot call yourself
The
CEO.
cutoff line is when you bring on a couple
I
days.
think I'd like to say.
When did you have to do?
I want to thank Andrew for giving a good name to all us drivers. I was going to go to a story about that, but I'm never going to hit it.
Think about this.
15 seconds and a half left.
Wait a minute, it's cooking too sorry, man. It's 5 o'clock in the
I
morning.
apologize to all the colleagues that actually wanted to come here.
Here's Joe Mazzarini.
Honor is a
Joe,
love
have you
of
ever
the
done stand-up comedy before?
This is my
the love that says the rich from you says that.
So I just want to
The
say
finish
raise
is
my
rich,
first
so you
jokes
can
is
do
Eric.
it, you just wait for it.
The first thing
Well,
that you
no,
said
what
was,
are
I
you
have a
talking
few
about?
things that I want to
So
say
a
here.
great
And then you
example
only
is
said a couple
we're
things.
out in Cuba, but everybody says,
That's not a few.
that's
That's a
how you
couple.
say good. What do
You
you
would have
mean?
to say there's a couple
No,
things
it's
I
not
want to
a
say here
country.
tonight and another thing I'm not going to have time
But
for in there.
Cuba says well. And today was basically how you said, if you tell you what I mean, it's not going to so the returning of good generation, the returning of the treason, you have to be careful. You know what I'm saying?
You know what, Joe?
Way to the garden.
So I'm going to send you off, or we're going to get somebody else up here. Get out of here,
He
Joe.
said, when things like Tyrone,
Yeah, Jeremiah.
I don't want to sit down on your reason, or like, you know, like this I don't know,
What does he think a joke
in the Middle
is?
East, they'll sit like, you know, the Arabs in a certain way. Don't sit like that before. If I go to I feel you should claim it as system now, because you refer to a yoke, you kind of really what's the question? You're not even able to not about the how do you know that the owner, when you bring the part of the owner, the different owner, is a lot of food in those things earlier. All it did was a little bit of food. Let me show you a picture here.
Yeah,
That's
that
what
definitely
I was
doesn't
talking
work.
about.
Yeah, it's double.
If this guy is all the way on the left, just
Here
take it out.
we go. Chris McCoy, everybody.
And then a little bit of food. At that point, this is first, and the owner took that grade, even though it only came out of the ground 2 months later, whatever.
touch kids, even though I kind of
Like
like
I
I
say,
actually worked with kids diagnosed with autism for like
no,
7 years, and
it says
I used to drink a lot of water, and I'd forget to pull up my zipper, so when I'd get up and I'd be like, hey, your kid's ready,
something that's
and she'd cry, and the kid gets
completely
screaming, like, what'd you do to my kid?
that's
Like,
not allowed in the
no,
crowd
I
because the
didn't
loud one.
do that.
That means that there's things that are not
The worst would be when the kid be kicking and screaming, and
Now
I'd notice that my zipper was down. I'd zip it up, and someone would walk by, and they'd be like, are we okay in here? I'm like, yeah, no, but like, I didn't fuck your kid. Really? Like, the rooms had like microphones and cameras, so like, you can check. Like,
from the left.
there was no blood in my dick at all while your kid was.
From the left. So I was in another state that's before the left, and that was really the one that.
That's it. There you go.
The one that.
Chris McCoy. This is a guy who definitely fucks kids. I mean, let's face it, there's that. It's really the only thing that's even on your mind. Is that a pager? Do you have a pager? Did you fly up? I think so.
Maybe talking about the one. What is this called?
You sort of remind me of like a weirder.
Green, the hardware from love. And also the one right next to it. I didn't jump over to the head.
I'm like
Maybe
an
the one that
AV
brought
guy
up
who teaches autistic kids.
Alright. And each time we bring
Chris,
another
what
person,
did
we're
before?
going down one more step, one more.
It's just like everybody now. The world is turning into one Uber
tiny
robot.
seed that has a little bit of food.
How come nobody uses
It says
Lyft?
we're talking about how that you start using the sickle, lava positive lava console.
I had a buddy actually had
At that
his
point,
Lyft.
the lava
He had a Lyft mustache. Actually, my buddy's one of my
I can go
neighbors,
from
and
Paris
he had a
all the way
Lyft
to the sea,
mustache in
maybe
his car,
nearly
and
the
he was
third on the
stolen.
right.
We
It's a car, it's a console that stands up. The lava cover is something that's
I ran
less
into him today. He's like, dude, where you been?
Lava
Blah, blah,
cover.
you know, whatever.
This could be
Blah, 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 blah.
so something not
He's
as
like, I haven't
sharp.
seen you forever.
I got
He's like,
means
someone broke
that
into
you
my
could
car. I'm like, oh,
bend it
dude,
over.
I'm so
So
sorry to
I
hear
can
that. What
roughly
they take
bend it
is
over.
like my
So
Lyft
we had this
mustache.
shit
Like,
by Hank Douglas
that
that
matter. I
it's
can
first
start a
time
new
when
life.
it's fused
And
and
they go
it's
slow
everything,
down.
but if you did turn
It's a
it
sign you
over
should get your
and
shit
cut the
together.
truth,
All right.
and it's not
Chris, you're
there
just
also.
straight up Uber though. Uber
When you
X.
take a piece of, you know,
Yeah.
that
It's gonna fucking Prius. What'd you do before Uber? What if I like you to bookstore, Barnes and Noble,
as
something
the
like that?
grade, like you can't even bend it over
Something with
at that
books.
point. Which is much later on than a little bit of root. That's all I like this round shot.
You can even go further back. You're almost like Benjamin
Say,
Franklin-esque a little bit. You know what I mean?
From the
You
honey,
picture you flying a
or
kite
a
in the
couple
rain.
of others, you hockey have a guy who is granted, look, he's all the way,
That Reagan led to
the
rip with
first
late
person,
innings here.
which is seeds without any.
So
Why do you say
tell us
seeds
more
like
about
that?
you. You look sort of like you look like you
Oh,
can
really?
both read and play electric guitar. Yeah, I play drums.
What's the name?
Whoa.
That's
That's a white guy trying to take a job from a Mexican.
slave or something like that. But sound is a fucker. What is the secret? There's a guy who's fighting like and walking back from the boy to the church and walking home. And one of them says, let me ask you a question. Do you think it's going to be a house question? You know what I'm saying?
There it is.
Like the same thing there, what do you
Are you ready for a
like
big
to
sandwich off, Brian?
make?
We have been down to have a big fun segment spontaneously on the show. Live audience was a tonight show. Are you ready for the first ever Little Tiny Big Sandwich off?
You have, some easy civil secret. Or some people like some kind of secret. Yeah, it's a secret. But no. Unfortunately, I never got it. I wasn't doing it. I was not telling you anything, you know? So, I don't know if it's going to be a house or not. I gave him a whole thing about, so it's just focused on all the listening to this whole thing. There's only 300, actually, 600 listeners for anything that is real, 300 fell out of it. England made it into the duty field. And very few of them will think that. And we saw the mistake that happened. 175 people were injured from USA. 115 in one in Iraq, and the rest another one. 60 so this missile has the capability of destroying many
take over? Do something crazy? What do you want to do?
life. And all the shot, that's perfect. And the first round gave Papa the vacation and to keep him down, the ears, his face, all the each one of them is related to that. Now it's time, this is so a lot of people that you have to call, you have to take care of women, men, children, you have to take their own board. Where is that? I can think of at least 4 cases where today okay, anyway, let's focus on that. Don't focus on household. Look at your mother. Oh, so you're a youth with a phone. That's all this is. You should be asking me this question. This is a round. Oh, does anybody have to go to my ears? Mark, what's the story with my ears? Do you have people online? Like a number of people? Mm-hmm. I think the kid did pretty good considering it was okay, 7 people. 19 people. So I'm going to see like I thought the night, but no, it's not the right thing to do. Okay, so it says on the way, my son is sick. So, yes, there's a possibility that the food are moving. But we're not referring to the Cassandra, but to move in the field. That's the first name in the field.
Anything else, Chris? How do you feel about this vineyard? Asking the two.
So I look, but it's not shot hot, it's not on down, it's not shoulders. It must be the seed that has roots. And you think it's simple. You know, you're fine. We did. I'm sure that. Look it up. You can see my next time. We're trying to put the seed in the ground. They want how long will it take it to? Oh, I think we're doing a chocolate seed. Check this out.
Alright.
So do you feel like if it was your own drum set, you would have done better? Or do you feel like if you knew what the fuck he was going to do, all that's crazy was taking his clothes off, that was kind of a dirty trick?
Oh, no.
Would you
No,
take your clothes off?
it stops over
Do
there.
you want a rebuttal in your underwear?
Would you have just put your hog out and started slamming on the cymbals?
I'll
show you what's up.
Red hot chili. Oh, shit.
here's our, look at that screen, what positive thing.
You want to make it, bro. This is like a
Exactly. No problem, because this seat's done. For the truth. And this is animal problem. We need the animals eat. Chocolate. Okay.
I know that sock is coming loose when you start slamming them feet up and down. There's never been a cock sock in the world that's very durable.
We said on the show now, but it's called
Barely hanging on.
I know you guys are tired of me saying it,
He's one of the few men left that doesn't
counting
manscape.
is worth,
He's a fucking real man, lady.
but it just goes to show how important color is. And nothing is, you gotta punch it down.
Mexican that doesn't take care of his bush.
Yeah, you're not permitted to punch and grab.
And you would have said
That's
that
what I
scene
feel
now.
like. However, even if
Don't
something
be
is
scared, man.
this would be a problem.
There's only one way you're gonna win. You take
You're
your shirt off, you put it on top of there, you
shit
get
about
full
nothing.
naked, no sock, and then you
That's
suck
irritating.
his dick. Suck his dick.
Not just from rain and water, and it has to be in the valley. If it's on top of the hill,
Chris,
so
it's the only
I
way you
want
can
to
really
point
save
out
yourself.
Well, listen, man,
look
you
at
know,
this
it's
video.
a lost
It's all
learning
good.
experience, but for
You'll
sure,
see
you'll place the
we're in
drums
the
in.
valley. Even this first picture, we're in the valley. See all the mountains around?
I gotta accept that there's some shit
And
that
then
crazy.
this is off
It's
the
just
valley.
the drums, man.
So anything activity, it's like you can beat the fuck out of drums. Chris, is there anything else that you want to tell us that you're good at and you're really just mediocre at it? You play left-handed, so the second sounds
See the bigger problem. You're irrigating the fields. So,
I didn't know I was going to play drums, but I can
see
make
ground trees. This is one of the do this. The farmer will come to a field like that. He's not proper cultivator. It's an inferior product. Or because of the great monetary loss we allow to I don't like the relax, take it easy. Don't go. When you allow these to refill, it doesn't mean that you start piling it up. This actually, when I watched the video on the screen, it gave me a little bit of a headache, maybe even on the small screen. It's a little bit downward. That's how it is.
But it wasn't their drums. It's 5 stories.
Here's a brother. Taking the wheat and making thumbers out of it.
5 stories.
Or what is it called? I don't know what it's called. Yeah, but what is it? Okay, hey, if you're taking, pile it off, whatever. That's hey. Says tomorrow. Pompeo. There you go, there. But, oh, mom's like Dave. What? Your mom's like Dave.
You should know because you did it with him, right?
The speed at which you spit that out is
Oh, that's
beautiful.
where Turk Kick the Bucket came from.
I'm saying replay. The field in the replay, they also live in the valley. Hurts in your upper today, cut down.
Honest drums and
He's like dominant. He's dominant behind you.
I would say that
You get
getting
the
up by a
allowance, so
guy
come
who
around
just
the
has his dick covered in a tube sock. That's
figure
like
out
it
the
is.
plumbing.
Just
But,
checking here earlier.
pile up,
That's a suit jacket
they
with a tube sock.
And it's like directly, like he's
Yeah,
like
they-
projecting it
no,
towards
that
you,
they
the whole
did.
thing.
And when he first came out, he was actually holding it on while he was walking.
The
And
law
he hasn't
used
touched
to
it
be
quite a while, which leads me to believe that
the
he
luck
got
that
into
you
a
need
really good
every
erection.
different protest against proper work, no problem. Everything on your work. What does it say in the original over there? Let's see how the official edition tells it. The law you use for when we put out
Aggressive about it. It's weird, right? It's weird. Very rarely does this happen to you.
Put the sacrifice in my
When
day.
you don't know if you're having it, you're on stage, there's a dude naked behind you, beat the fuck out of the drums. It's all about you.
What?
You're doing a squat, showing us how you go down. Look at this piercing gaze behind you. He hasn't taken his eyes off it. He's gonna fucking check. He's like one of those mountain lions looking in your house window.
That is just like you, that animal food. You can cut it and feed it to your animal. Or if you go,
Look at him, man. He has to stop staring at you, dude.
the most I use a very important word for this. Because it wasn't a good word later to show that Rita wasn't arguing on my
off the streets.
He's explaining. He was
By
Rita.
beating them in
The
drum
outside,
battles.
the board is outside, comes to explain. And the word will say, since it's possible to do that in his own opinion, because he was explaining that. The way to say that you're not a weak, this animal food, they want to not so much from isolating. As long as you started the process before the grain grew a third of the total. Right when you start the apple, it's very good. Even if it's not animal food, you got to remember that. Even if it's more than good, you're allowed to eat. Okay. Now we have a few exceptions more exceptions. Because you're in the field, you're also allowed to eat the grains, fish, with small plants, small trees. Dry, keep long, grammatically long, but you're going to have a seed or flying, you got to get it.
Sorry on Twitter, J. Notes trolling that took place during this show has all four of us on it.
No, they have
His car just got wrecked. So go buy some prints. You can buy the official Kill Tony poster, which is on the ground, live on the stage.
also they
That's it. We did it. Thank you so much, live audience. Awesome crowd. Thank you.
Level it up together.
We love you. Good night. Thank you.
Today, the way somebody, you know what we're talking about. This is for mitzvahs. For mitzvah, you're allowed to reap the new crop, even though there's no minchas omer yet. So, for more people to learn Torah, you can do that. But you have some minchas, aber minichon tzibas. There's to take it and make a bundle out of it, like the one on the left. That you're not permitted. It's too much work. But just put it in a bundle without tying it. That's okay. It's fine. Mitzvah sahiba lava min akama. You should take it from something that's attached to the ground, like matzah, but the evet as an effect. So to find that yogi min amar, you can take it from the reef crowd. Mitzvah sahiba min Allah. The mitzvah is to use moist barley, mostly over yogurt. And if you couldn't find it, then after the fact, use also the dry one. Does anybody remember that we learned in the Gemara that you're supposed to have moist produce? Does anybody remember? So I'll remind you this thing. Once you see this, you'll remember. The word caramel is a nutricon to rach umo. It's supposed to be soft, rach umo.
What's up, you slutty hoes? It's the West Side Pimp here.
Oh,
No one really knows for sure. I live but this is the Mazor we live by. Berkata denial, Hinamel alone. I share good shot with Mitch Vanu. Al Sephira HaOmer. Blessed are you, Hashem, our God, King of the universe, who has sanctified us with his commandments and commanded us concerning the counting of the Omer. Today is 36 days of the Omer, which is 5 weeks and 1 day. May the merciful one restore unto us the services of the Beit HaMikdash speedily in our days. Amen. Selah. Selah! Really? I don't fucking know. Who gives a shit?
all right.
Really?
Really?
Really? No. Really? Yeah. No one gives a fuck. Why? Just live your fucking life, dog. Why? If you like doing shit, I guess. I consider it playing life on hard mode. Alright, here we go. Did you get it?
Private people, the farmers, they can read.
Fuck. Dude, we got it. 36 the big day. Really? Oh, so sick.
How's that possible?
Alright, how many days of this bitch? 132? How? Really? Fuck yeah, dog. I'm on it. Really? Like that fucking company? Yeah. On it. Go fuck yourself. Alright, are you done? When is the world start? 3760? Really? 1, birth of the world. Creation of the world, birth of Adam and Eve. Really? No one knows. 3761, creation of the world, birth of Adam and Eve. 3761, creation of the world, birth of Adam. 3761, creation of the world, birth of Adam and Eve. 3631, 137, son of Adam was born. 3526, 235, Enosh, son of Seth, was born. 3436, 325, Kenan, son of Enosh, was born. 3366, 395, Mahalo, son of Kenan, was born. 3301, 460 yards, son of Mahalo, was born. Are you done? Dog, this bitch is 20th of the year 5786. Thursday, May 7th. Happy birthday to my friend Daniel Vincent Bradley. Really? Oh, sure. Really? Not cool enough. Will be, baby.
They
Really? Yeah, first day of first grade.
cut
Didn't
all
bring
the
his lunch
farming
or something,
in their fields.
which
Why?
is
Because they live in the
surprising
valley
because
and
his shit was
it
usually
was
taken care of.
it
And
was irrigated
I
by
gave him good on pudding.
the
Really? Yeah, and I didn't want to, and nobody else wanted to do anything out of it. But then when I did, he had a fucking better lunch than everybody else. I was the first person. Really? Yeah, we became best friends. Really? No. Really? Yeah.
The suburb test tomorrow.
And
The
I've
suburb
got
did
very shout out to him.
Wait a minute. Have a
We
crowd.
talked about
Review
running
themselves.
university,
That
and
Chacham allowed them to read it.
there was always a worry
Even though the mission says that
we
Chacham
might
allowed
not
it, it's not so logic.
graduate
Because it says she should learn also on Shiri.
or
There are
even get
6
in.
things that
And
people from Yericho did. Shloisha Barotzah Chachamim, Shloisha Shloi
I'll
Barotzah
bring in my love.
There are 3 things that the people in Yericho did that Chacham were okay with, and 3 not. The English Barotzah Chachamim.
Really?
These are the things that Chachamim were
Really?
okay with. Markivim the Cholim Cholayos. So first of all,
Really?
what does it mean? Meaning, you have a palm tree. Here in Florida, we have a lot of palm trees. It turns out that there are palm trees. The palm trees need to be fed certain
Wait, is
things.
that in
They
your
have
story?
certain requirements.
No,
So if
dog.
they don't die, you can either give them some like liquid or whatever, and that's okay.
Are you sure?
Even on the 14th day of Nisan. What's the 14th day of Nisan on both sides? That's Erev Pesach Mamish. We're coming up a week away. That and all. So they'll take parts of the palm tree and put it like from another palm tree. What's the word in English that I'm looking for? Arkava? No, to take 2 trees and put them together. Grafting. That's what you said. Sorry, yeah, grafting. Thank you. Grafting. You take, but this is not also. Why is it not also? Because you're taking from a palm tree to a palm tree. You're just giving it strength. You're taking one palm tree and putting another palm tree. That's a problem on Erev Pesach.
Anything else?
So it's interesting.
Cool.
One thing comes out of this year. Think about this. A halacha that not everybody knows. Erev Pesach is different than Erev Shabbos. Erev Shabbos, let's say you can take a haircut before Chatzos. You can take a haircut after Chatzos. You could do it in the Lacha after Chatzos. Erev Pesach is problematic. Erev Pesach has a Lacha like Chalamayim, and you're not
Wait, I think it was vanilla pudding, but we said it was tapioca. Why?
on Erev
That was
Pesach.
just
You
like
cannot take a haircut. If you get to take a haircut on Erev Pesach, you're not permitted to take one.
tapioca, the shit from South America.
It's a problem.
Bitch in that fucking mouth.
Now, listen to this. Chatzini
This asshole.
has the privilege and the honor to give us the hair for Chatzini.
This athleticism.
And these are, I don't know how many people you can see in the video probably. Maybe 70, 80, who knows how many people that they know shots cold. One of them, I'll point out the video, is Rabbi Nachman Mendel Fenster. He learns an hour per hour. He's the top of the top. He's unbelievable. I call him the Belzer, you don't know. So one of the questions that I asked, and you see there in the video, I asked him, so what tree produces fruit, but only the male version of the tree and not the female? Which is the opposite of the female produces, so it's female. What tree? So that was such tree.
Oh yeah, there's like a global pandemic that's going on. Really? Maybe more people go online and then see my shit, bitch.
And then I say, okay, who knows? This is the tight system, and it's incessant. I say, what does he say? And he thinks he says, holds the lesson, and look in that, he gives a little shot. He says, so, look, we'll see it here. I'll tell you what he says.
And hopefully embolden you to dive into the texts, which are
like a zoclo,
It's a jello.
He's got one of the jeans.
It's a jello.
Jewish mysticism and series on Kabbalah interesting, I
Right.
hope you check out my other
And
content
it's a
on
places.
topics
It's
such as
totally
criticism
places.
and
Word
perhaps
for
consider
word.
supporting the production
And
of free academic
when he finishes,
scholarly
he
topics
sticks in a little
in
shtick that
occultism,
says,
hermetic philosophy.
so
By
in places,
joining
let me
my
just show you
Patreon
places.
or perhaps
It's
a donation.
places says super interesting stuff in it. He says, I don't really want to go into it. You can read it yourself, I guess. He said, I'll read the words, I'm not even going to explain. Those who understand, understand. He says, Shahid, the color of the Kavas is having a
Excitement. We're really going to
There's
get
a
into some
Kava tree and a
technical
Zapa
stuff
tree,
around Hepatitis B. We're going to
and
talk
one
about
wants the
how
other.
what was
And then he says
some
all the way
level
at the
of
end,
very
he
fringe
says,
movement
and
became
it's highlighted
a
here,
dominant movement in the Jewish
not
world
Tomer
in
Zu
the
Yeshua
middle of the
Kava,
16th, 17th
Av
century.
Yisrael Yeshua
And
Kava.
eventually,
The palm tree has Kaiva.
the death of his
The
prophet,
one's the other palm.
Gaza would spell the end
So
of
to
the
Yisrael
entire
Kaiva, so as a Kaiva to do what's in a Hebrew Shemaya.
dying is
And he says, and the guy finishes off, after he quotes this verbatim, he says, and also Shas even love Kaiva. We love Shas. Yeah, this is what he quoted. All of the poems should be read from the Samba. I think I quoted the first one. So that's why you have to do grafting. You have to take these trees and put them together so that they don't die out.
Especially in Turkey.
Oh. So again, to review. You're not supposed to do the walk on Arab Pesach. Arab Pesach is different than Arab Shabbos. You know how to get a haircut. You know, after Pesach you can't do Malacha. It's like, treat it like Talmud. It's like a Talmud, you're not supposed to do Malacha, so do Arab Pesach. Something special. However, to wrap the deck of your permit. Okay, next. Recover from the Shema. Recover from the Shema means you're supposed to pause between Parshas and Shema. So one of the chapters between Shema. My Yisrael Shema Kino Shema Chai. Pause. No, they would say the one shot.
The most classic example of the evidence for this is the
and they would read. This is our Sugya. They would put the field before the Chacham would read.
the letters that come over
These
and
are
over again from
the
major
ones
medical
that
figures all over the Jewish world.
They would make piles of food before the and they would allow to use the branches. Let's say you had a boxing tree. Fancy boxing mirrors. Carrot, but this is a boxing. We don't have that. We don't have that. Boxer tree. That a carrot tree, a carrot tree. And they only give you the actual tree, but without the magma. So this centerpiece, what is this centerpiece called? This the trunk, the whole thing, the whole trunk is a thing you want to grade. Without you fail, you completely lost. The whole trunk goes back. And then all of a sudden, it's like growing, you know, like when you have a trunk, you think that's it, you're done, your garden chops everything, and you just get it from the MDY. All of a sudden, another branch comes out and goes wild. So the branches are not considered, basically, they're not considered part of the condition. My forefather used this trunk and not the branches. So they said you're allowed to use it, how will not have it. The parts and processes begin the same because the same. This boy said, this is incredible. They would open up their fields and allow the poor people to eat the fruit that fell off on chops. So you think they're doing a great thing, or how we're not happy. Who part of our name is over to the Hakam? And that's from my name, and take the toy, Shabbat, and why is Hakam doing that? Why is Hakam not happy? Because maybe you're
more charismatic than anything else.
climb the tree, and that's a big problem. Let me show you.
He doesn't have a very strong.
Don't open up.
He certainly knows the Zohar very well. He knows that. He's been studying the Zohar since he was a teenager.
They allow the Danim to come in and
one of the developments in the Cordoveran system,
take fruit that fell on top.
the world of Spot, the world of Lorianic Kabbalah, there's actually very little evidence that the Shabtai Tzvi had a grasp of those developments. He doesn't seem to understand or appreciate or
Isn't like that sure?
the very complex world of Lorianic
Well,
Kabbalah.
that's the anything. I mean,
So we have this difference in education level when it comes to Kabbalah and Shabtai Tzvi and Nathan of Gaza. Now, Nathan of Gaza, which is really important to know about Gaza, Nathan of Gaza
So, Chacham in the lives. That's the name. Ultimately, what are we trying to show? Review the whole that Chacham did not commit the zero from the basic Shacham, like the mission says. He argues on that. Oh, then you know, I'm not saying people are going to say, it's true that I'm allowed to do these few things that we just mentioned. That is okay, but why only in Eureka? Anyway, hello. All 6 things did not allow. We did not let you read the produce before the answer in Eureka. Just what? What's 3 and 3 is not that they didn't allow any of them, but 3 they protested and 3 they didn't protest. What are the 3 that they protested? So they didn't protest. Martin the Kohen. A line, the Kohen is not, the Kohen is which is actually 4. These 4 they didn't protest. They should be other than one of the 3 that that's the king of the Jewish election. Oh, so Sigma, who parts of the person is going to say the opposite. We didn't see such a or the noise that chaos.
He has this intense personal relationship with God.
Nothing else. What's the reason paleo?
So for him, Shabbatai, it has nothing to do with some very
one of the gifts that we give to the poor. And that is when you
it has to do with the fact that God
have a whole
Shabbatai
field.
are
You
close.
did a beautiful
He
AI
and
video
God
for it.
have a relationship. And that relationship
You're supposed to
is
leave the
one
corner of every field, the one corner you leave for the poor. You don't reap it, you let them take care of it.
Now, that to me might sound really
Now,
Christian. That might sound really, really Christian to you.
there's
And
no
in fact,
payoff
one of the things that
on
Shabbatai talks about all the time is Christianity. He
on
talks about
grain,
Jesus.
yes, not
He says one of the things I'm going to do in this whole messianic business is redeem Jesus.
now, I love there is the only thing is something that lasts a long time, but since vegetables they rot, there's no pay.
The Jewish world very
So the truth is, now I want to go back for a second over here because what happened was over here on Ramadan, they gave the Hanim, they let them come in on Shabbos and take their fruit. You think it's
the idea of incorporating Christian
a
elements,
great thing.
incorporating
Now,
secular
you can
elements,
have a good heart. You say, listen, this penis of prayer, what does Hashem want? The things He wants from me, they should give to the other.
makes them really angry. Of course, he does these
I'm
transgressive
doing a
things.
great thing, I'm giving the poor people. Well, what's wrong with that? The answer is no. Sometimes,
And I think that's
I'm
something
doing
that's
that.
for you in the scholarship.
What's that a lot for? Yeah, you feel that you should give to the poor person. It's hungry something. But Allah is on Shabbos, we don't give him from the food that's all of a Shabbos. Something similar over here. Don't be such a big tzaddik and give him the corner of the field when it comes to sexual, because the Allah is your gift. And what could be wrong with that? What could go wrong? The go wrong is that when you give payoff to a poor person, they don't take kumsamaisis over. Payoff is no kumsamaisis. But over here, since it's not payoff, why? Because it's nothing. So you're going to give it to the poor person. It's not going to take kumsamaisis. And that's a problem.
More recent scholarship by who leads other kinds of
Believe
folks.
me, as the father said, no good.
Jacob, that we really know that that's not true. Because we have pleasure. So
Let me
Jacob
just show you
is
this
explaining why he thinks he's the Messiah. And he gives very different reasons for why he thinks he's the Messiah, as opposed to why God's thinking.
Trying to explain what
We're
payoff
getting a much more
is in
complicated
AI.
vision of who Shabbatai was, its theology, its idea that it's Messiahhood. We're getting those ideas in this.
Make the right turn is added there. Why? Because that's the corner that you give the poor
So
people.
let's get into Nathan of God's theory, right? Let's get into Nathan of
It's called
God's theory.
payoff.
That's really ties back to the Kabbalah thing. So what does Nathan of God's think? Why does Nathan of God's think that Shabbatai says? So it has everything to do with Kabbalah.
Now they taught us what payoff they got. Guys,
So
you have to do a
just to
little short.
rewind a little bit, right? We're going over the Oriental theory that God was originally an infinite fullness, and that fullness filled the entire everything. And that in order to create creation, God had to contract God's self, and that act of contraction is called Tzimtzum. Well, when God contracted God's self into the Tzimtzum, that left behind a void, what we call the Tehillim in Hebrew.
In every generation, that one guy that was
evacuated, according to the
So it says in the Gemara,
behind traces of the divine. There are sort of
you
fragments
see,
of
the
God
water, you
left
don't argue.
behind. I always imagine, you ever poured out oil
The
from
leaders of the
from
being
a,
that you're not supposed to eat.
there's
if you have a field in a valley. The Gemara not true. Why? Kamei Shisha Shivahavu Oive. I forgot this
fragmented all over inside
Oh
of
no,
the Tahira of the core.
thank you. Oh
Some
no,
of
yeah.
those aspects of the traces within
If you look over here,
contain elements
it's 7 on the list.
divine judgment.
And what do we say? There's only 6 things that have no meaning.
When divine
What's
judgment
that?
isn't checked by other
So what's the
forces,
thing?
that
Number
is
3.
evil. It's unbridled
That
judgment.
you go. When you said this list, some things that are not good,
Unbridled judgment that
you really said
remain
6
inside of
and the Mela, he wasn't talking about country. He wasn't talking about they did allow you. That's why he used to say, country is a strong travel. You permit it if you're reaping the fields. Because number 3 is not in his list. If there's 7 things on the list that are not permitted, number 3 is not on it. At the end of the day, you only have 6 things. And everybody's in agreement. The 1, 0, you're left. You can read the country is not
This chaotic nightmare where all the evil has sunk to the
What are we doing with time?
All right, so
Oh,
when
okay.
God shoots God's light into that void,
That would be right over
at
here.
the very tip of
As
that
our global
spear,
exclusive cross-border payments and settlements that come to membership today because everything that happened was first
tip of
love.
God's, so the tip of that
Mark,
spear, the light,
where are we with the
launches
time?
all the way in
Is that going
to
right?
the
Okay,
void,
let's
to
talk.
the Teheru, and the tip of that. This is where they
Go to the shopping mall with me.
not learning any
Oh, some of me time too, you gotta think of.
the tip of
Okay.
that void
Go to the shopping mall with me. None. None off.
Of the void of the
So if you have a field, you have to leave one corner
and the tip
of
of that
payoff
is the soul of the
for
the
support. By the way, they say, they ask this question that you don't discuss. How come payoff on the field is one corner, but payoff on your head is 2? Now, this is the reason. The reason says, so maybe you could say, because the shlusim that you have in the head create a hefsek between one and the other.
good left at the bottom of
It's
that
stuff like that.
chaotic nightmarish abyss of evil.
Check
The
this
soul
out.
of the Messiah is
What if you have a field and it has something like this in between? You have a Nafal, you have some sort of river, you have whatever it is, or you have a puddle, a giant puddle. It's going to create a hefsek between the 2 sides of a mega wall. You have to leave a corner here and a corner here. It's not just saying you have to leave double amount. You just have to leave in 2
put
places.
there, and there the soul
Yeah,
of the
look at
Messiah
that. Now, let's do this with the
all
Hayakid.
this evil.
If you have a
And it's
private
only through this
or this is 16 ounce wide, it's for
where the soul
the
of the
rabbi,
Messiah has to
or for the individual, for the narrow,
redeem
it's only
itself,
4
has
ounces
to
wide.
climb out of this
And as
horrifying
the Shula Rabbi
abyss
Shula
of
Yachid, that's a
evil.
whole root of common,
And
it's a
the
challenge
process
because
of
when we read
redeeming
it's
itself,
even
eventually
in the
it pulls
summer
itself
or in the
all the
winter
way up,
when it rains,
right?
the
Because these
Vavor,
perfect
Vanir, or you have
the dragon
Bur, it says over
of the
there.
text of this
Bur, Bur. What does it say about you guys? Bur, oh, yeah, because that
That's the
says,
Messiah's soul.
they Bur, to basically realize it's a fallow field. Vanir means that it was plowed through the Zerach. Oh, here's Zerach. Actually, we have near.
Top of the event horizon, right? And just
The cloud in the middle, so it divides the field. And Zerach, something else is planted there.
Power, it's still corrupted deeply.
The Kaitzer of the Shachas and Mapsi, this is super important show. So, you know,
and so it's still
when
some
you
battle of good and evil. It's still deeply
reap
polarized.
the field,
Really good. It's
I don't like the word reap, but it's called the tractory. What do you call it? The word?
Shards.
Harvest.
And as it
Oh,
climbs
that's
out,
better.
eventually
When you harvest your field for the animal,
black hole, but it crosses through.
Shachas, for animal,
It still
that
influences
creates
evil.
a division in the field.
Climbs out
Why?
of the world.
Because you're not
It has to
doing
find the body.
doing
And when it
cereal.
finds the body, the soul
That's not a harvest. When you harvest for an animal, it's not a harvest.
It found the body according to some gossip.
So that non-harvesting is actually a hefsek. It would be harvesting. It would be zero. It wouldn't. Here, oh, here. That's why we need this video right here.
Manic behavior, manic depression.
If you're cutting the field for your animal food, so you just need to separate between the 2 sides. The Homer ain't mafsik, everything hard. And you know, you have to, the only way it makes division as it is
And it's
cloud,
that.
not if you punish
It's
where you're at.
exactly
Or
Shabbatai's
or
manic,
remember,
depressive,
she's a Mars. Now, this is what we're trying to say.
manic,
Who did
depressive
the mayor say it for?
religiosity.
Remember, Shimon in our Mishnah says, "Don't be so Yaakov should be He's permitted to harden the field, even if the wheat grew more than a third. I'll look us over called the Shabbos like zero. He obviously holds that if you speak for animal stuff, it's not considered zero, even if it's more than a third. Just around Shmaita, he's around Rubba, and he has some rub. Well, it says that it's more than others if the grasshoppers eat right through your field. I mean, like one of these hefseks, they just ate up a whole row of food, just more than one, or the ants came throughout the ruach. So this, I would use that. One of the new guys,
We have two completely different theories about what's going on here. We have Nathan's theory. Nathan's theory is that Shabbatai is plunging himself into a world of evil. That is to say, Gentile religion. Nathan of Gaza has nothing good to say about the Gentile. He's plunging himself into the world of evil in order to basically undermine it. That is to say, he's destroying it from the inside. Nathan of Gaza's theology, always the idea that Shabbatai is plunging himself into this to destroy it. He's going to, like a double agent, he's sneaking into the world of he's not really apostatizing, he's pretending to apostatize. He plunges himself into the world of undermine and destroy the kingdom. What we now know from Shabbatai's letter, like we have another view, Shabbatai's view. Shabbatai also thought he was the Messiah. Shabbatai's view was that he was actually plunging himself into this in order to redeem Islam. He thought of himself as redeemer. He wasn't going to Islam to destroy it. He thought there was positive things that Islam could have positive things in Christianity. And the idea was that ultimately, by plunging himself into this,
it's like this is like a Pixar film over there, huh?
What's the big fuss? It still counts as one field for a.
What was happening is one thing, and what Shabbatai was happening is something completely different.
The one says that if
So
the
notice
grasshopper or the wind broke the field, how come why then Chorish Mopsy with Chorish Mopsy? Everybody agrees that it's not considered a division of the field. What's the big deal? Everybody agrees it's not a division. How come why they're not? Who can this be? They made it. Yeah, I'm sure this is slavish. Okay, so now, if the our mission is told us that we don't have a field, and that's why it's not considered a conceivable. Right?
Now, what's key about
And
this
it's not a
is that we have
zero,
three important interlocking
it's a
things
hefsek.
that make this.
It's counterintuitive a little bit.
Is
When it's not a zero, like a harvest that humans do, then if it's something else, then it's a break in the field.
Same thing that the Jesus movement did with Jesus.
So
The
you didn't bring up
Shabbati movement
the
does
slavery,
with
which is great. Raisa, and how to explain the Raisa with the grasshoppers. So the Kharash, like Kharash
We have
was,
this
because
quasi-messianic
it
justification
says over there that the grasshoppers are not enough for right? We changed it. Oh, that already brought up a shit. It already brought it up. So
is that
that's how
they're
it's
going to be the ones that largely stick. Now,
explained
it's the
the
case that
contradiction.
some Shabbatians did have some letter for Shabbatai, but
It's not a break, it's a
largely
broad.
what's going to stick is going to be the Lurianic,
Ellie, this is not because she was finished, but if I was showing that they're ready for a third, then how are you going to make a difference? How are you going to differentiate between the Bryce and the Mission? The both for a third. Have some house with zero, the other over the relation with zero. What's a greater break in the field? When a human being does it, it's not considered a break when the human does it. Awfully also, certainly by the grasshoppers. Ella, the mayor, the chief of Rila Mara, so must be the mayor goes to review the narrative. The Omar must have not this class like AV Schlitt. The Buddha says that it says in Masa, I fully remember what in Masa was kind of couple now when
so this is part of a much bigger
when it
apocalyptic
didn't
world.
bring a third,
And
I was
Shabbatai's
I changed this also, but once it brought a third, then
and to get a sense of that, I
no
want to read a
longer
letter of Nathan of Gaza here. So
the
show
harvest
a
before
letter from Nathan of Gaza.
So the more the way the game of the Shabbos Lady he was talking about animal food. Lord of the Shabbos Lady, he wasn't talking about for you or something. He came because if he was, how do we close to tonight? If somebody's free tonight, you have a problem and say you're allowed to harvest ground. Yeah, but you did says before the breeze of food, you're allowed to even harvest for human being. And then you have the Jew says even after food, you're allowed to harvest for human being. The problem is that you did the mission never said he's a Shita. He said he was that. He was just coming to explain the first Shita. So in other words, the mission was two Shitas. The Chamer and Shimon really wasn't its own opinion.
You must not wonder why, by what special merit our generation has come to deserve it. In addition, there are these dreadful
Let's try to finish this. It's just 6 more lines and we're done with this.
has suffered on behalf of the Jewish nation.
I know that we went a little overboard here, but
Power to do with this nation
maybe we'll
whatever
speed
he
it up.
to justify or Shalom condemned. He may justify the
He
most
also,
Hello,
he also Rabbi Omar, remember we tried maybe going with Judo. No, he goes with even Rabbi. He said it according to his Rebbe or the people. So what? After all, that means like having zero.
The Jewish
Even
people cannot attain to
for a
learn
person, it's not considered, when it doesn't have a third, it's not considered a harvest. It's not. I never saw the shield like plus and knocking. First, we should have had a picture of this. One row he harvests, then he left another row. The next row he harvests, then he left another row. In other words, he made it all spattered. Like a type. I never saw the shield from plus and knocking, and he left a bunch of moist, what? Wet stalks, moist stalks. Oh, wet? Moist. Got much better word. Rabbi Kiva even chaos because I forgot. Rabbi says each row has its own corner of the afternoon. Now, how long is that? I don't know. It's open to the wall. Alright, it's only because he left it. Why? Yes, I understand. Yes, there was the roast to sleep. I was not allowed to say it. This is like specific consumption to put aside.
Right, that was an idea to be found also in Shia
And storage law.
that he was occulted and at some point very, very soon
More
he
aware
would
of
reveal
it.
himself
Amy,
again.
also Robin on Hyber, it doesn't make sense because now it comes out that Rameir is not only like a Kiva. Why? Because Rabbi says that the Kiva said even in a situation where he left the road and he spotted his field, even for you, even for storage.
Combination that's already happened in Shabbatai's life.
So maybe it doesn't go, and then so
ideas have begun to
how do we say that when Rameir himself told that if it didn't bring a third, it is considered a zero. In other words, Rameir cannot fit into the you never know. He fits and he doesn't fit. Someone going to say the fuck. Rameir does hold life. Rabbi Kiva. One thing we are going to know, we also Rabbi Kiva, that if it's for sheer consumption, before a third, that it's not considered a harvest. And if it's not considered a harvest, you're always like, it's considered a great deal. We'll follow on the father after the brought a third, and that he does in fact argue on his level. Kiva, you're on one side, have a wonderful
begins to fall apart. And the first person to really pick up the reins of this movement would be Abraham Cardozo, himself a very strong believer in Shabbatai. He would travel all around the Eastern Mediterranean basin, but also Europe. He would be proclaiming the gospel, so to speak, of Shabbatai's feet, and he was murdered in 1706. So he was a huge promulgator of Shabbatian doctrine until he was killed. Now, the other side of this is that once Shabbatai died, the women in the movement really take up the reins. And again, it's surprising, think about Jesus. The moment that Jesus died, who were the only people there at the grave? It was the women, right? We have the Marys, right? We have the women there. The men all scattered. And so the women in a big way hold the reins of the movement very early on. And in fact, there's really great studies about Shabbatian women prophets and how the Shabbatian women prophets really both made the movement work, but also held the movement after Shabbatai died. Now, remember that Shabbatai remarried after his first wife died, and his second wife, Aisha,
in Florida, everybody say,
her younger brother,
it's a few minutes away. 10 minutes away from Miami Beach.
So
Almost an hour to get here. I apologize. That's already got a ways before. It's not the first time I've been here. I mean, different places that you go there. It's just, you know. Alright, so it's great to be here. For me, it's a middle of the night.
And what ends up happening in
Still,
this whole
I'm
process
only here for 2
is
days.
that there is some pressure being
Guys,
put on
you gotta chill.
quasi-Shabakian
You guys, I'll tell you the rules.
Muslims that are
There's no
there living
talking
in
to
places
me
like
like
Salonika
that.
and in
I
other
lose
places
it.
around the Shabakian movement.
Say that. One call, my fault.
That part of what happened with
Also, the
Shabakians
fact
was
that, you know, we, hopefully a lot of people will see it afterwards. We're up to,
and so some of the
in the
people around
English,
him
probably
stayed around him for about
close to
300 families.
40,000
So
people.
these were Jewish
35 to
believers
40.
in
So the
Shabbat
noises
who
and
never
this and
converted
that,
to
you
Islam.
know,
And
it hits
eventually,
it.
with Aisha's pressure, probably she getting pressure
No.
from the Ottoman Empire.
But I'm very sensitive to sound.
Right, we get a
Some
mass
people use
conversion of
rappers
African
or
families
the
who converted
shoes.
to Islam
I
in
forget where I am.
1683, some years
Respect
after
for having me.
Shabbat died.
It's good for the Ross. Last time he spoke, he doesn't want to speak again. I don't know why. We're going to get experience.
That core is going to
And Reb Kinzel is here.
Shabbakian movement.
Speak,
In over around a century,
speak up Kinzel, the famous status guy from Quran.
and over to the time what ended up happening is
Y'all,
in that time
we
period,
go
the
back.
generation
I don't know how many
after
years ago, but
Shabbat's
he,
death, the new faith of the
Kinzel
Shabbat
took me into a
movement takes
Kandiansky. It
effect.
was one of the only times I got to see Kandiansky like a one-on-one.
Like this.
How many?
There is a
What?
Torah that is composed of 18
No.
laws. There are 18 laws
No,
that
listen,
make up the
listen,
core of the Shabbat movement.
Yeah.
They do
Listen,
not have
homem,
relationship with Jews,
pagati barat sa.
and they have outward relationship with Muslims, but they don't marry with Muslims, and they don't bury their dead with Muslims.
Okay.
So they don't
I see it's the
associate
same
with
ones
the
as his
Muslim
son.
with the
You
Jewish
guys don't know
crowd.
what I just said.
That's
What?
obviously they've been actually they're not Muslims.
Ah, you got
They're
the
not
Vaskido.
Jews anymore. They're Muslims now. What's
This is
important
400
is they
years ago.
still
Wow.
follow an
Time flies.
underground form of Judaism made up of 18 laws.
All right. They didn't listen. They didn't hear. They didn't hear. Guys in the
And
air.
they only bury with their own
They
rights.
translated. Straight up.
And what ends up
You got no
happening is this
translation.
converted
No inside jokes.
Muslim Jewish
Yeah, but
Shabbakian people
I'll pick some questions
they
during share.
don't actually observe
The
Islam.
trailer is the Saskin family. That's how you pronounce it. Saskin. Saskin family. So I'm gonna ask Doyle, try to emphasize it. We're supposed to share how often? Once a week? How often? Every day? It's supposed to be every day. Hebrew or English? English. We're gonna do Hebrew on Sunday. Yeah, it's okay. It's working out.
If those
Everything's a
things
new.
get you physically endangered, they can endanger you. So what they're living is basically a dual. They're living
About them. So the good news is because of we're late, we're getting 0 emails today.
they're living
I'm
as
just gonna show you this.
and they're still not quite Muslims, and they're still certainly not Jews. There's something
we are
else. And this
Translating
something
Google
else is what
translation.
eventually
Some
evolved
people
into
feel, wow, a bunch of people
religion.
have it.
Now,
Right,
inside of the movement, as you might imagine, there are
so
further
every dot
fractures.
has
The
a
two
QR
major
code,
fractures,
and we have a lot of colored pictures in there. Google especially gonna have a ton of pictures,
the
visitors,
first major fracture
on the dots
is
here.
that there's going to be
Color.
another incarnation
maps in the back, different ideas and eights. How does do that feel? We had enough for law, etc., etc. Baruch Hashem, volume 1, we're all sold out.
And he's declared to be
Declared
one
to
of
be
the really
We have
important
one
ones declared to be
paragraph. I'm just going to read off the last
two
document that was sold.
reincarnation of Shabbat.
Charles Tawil,
So this is going to break the movement into two
Blumenthal,
different
Isaac
groups.
Cement, Jimmy
The
Zulai,
smaller
Harry
movement,
Friedman,
which is
Victor
the
Amar,
Yahudi movement, the
D.
is
Shai,
actually very
Chaim
close to
Weissman,
Sunni
Aaron Porter,
Orthodox Islam.
Sruli
And the
Furman,
Karakashi movement.
Shlomo Levinger.
And the Karakashi
Seven
movement is
German.
going to be much more syncretistic with
One
Judaism.
parent
It's
in
going to
volume 1 is
maintain some
still
relationships with
available.
Judaism,
I can say
but it's going to
$5,000
be
or
much
something.
more heavily
And
Sufi.
the Incepta. Incepta, we're still looking for response for
Important to know about
Incepta.
the Karakashi
The actual
movement
shots,
is
you
they're
know,
going to
official
have
shots.
missionaries.
And Incepta, we
And
had
those missionaries
Ronnie
are
on
going to
TV
be
channels.
sent
They did
to
the
Eastern Europe.
last few
Again,
subjects.
where it's
We're looking for
developing,
some
it's developing
sponsor.
primarily in Salonika, it's developing in
Site,
Montenegro.
first site. Here
They're
we
going
go.
to move their way into
Oh, I see.
Central Europe and eventually
New
going to reach
sponsors.
the
Receptor
whole
Money
Central
Ryan,
Europe,
Lee Family's parent,
Mongolia
Hadar
region.
Weiss, Coach Shayoba Shmuel,
And
Yuval
as you
Ball,
probably know,
Bachman.
the
There's
Mongolia region
this
will be
unbelievable translation of multiple drugs. 8 rounds for
in
her.
all this.
No.
At the minute. Third and final
If
split.
Robbie Kinzo can say it, then I'll start saying it. Ellie Eisenstein. This must never been a fully Harris.
Checks the whole
Now,
reincarnation theory.
Iron is by Dan Rubinoff. The needle higher peril by sacrificial play by Robert Smoke and Are You Late?
That there have been no
And that
reincarnations of Shabbatai
Sama Test is by Kelly Eisenstein.
and this
David Solomon, dedicated memory of Bobby Murray,
the idea
Messiah,
that Shabbatai
Rip
is
Small,
the only
Oro,
form of the Messiah,
Ben, Fancy Dory, Carla Brock.
which is actually
It
pretty
was something sponsored by Joe Dallas, Nate Trust, my college Jackie Dallas, and others, and some of the Jackson's college foundation. The Nishmas are having learned from college of Chester Eloy, anonymous for some emotion, but we saw anonymous for Shlema, and we saw the Assessor, we saw Malky. Both those good about these own accessories, so proud of you, I can more like dying. Celebrate your family, Cavi Island, Kenny, and Otter Rebellion, change my meaning of life. Plenty of money, Marcus Benny, and all those who tell KMDY, and Pony Tom Sparrow. Among these sponsors are you signed with Fortune of the Murray Book for Miriam Anonymous, the Murray with Hope and Sorrow. And rock about sorrow, lessons in all areas of life. Centers.com, helping you through Diamonds and Seaboard, helping you anywhere we're one age, time Shalom, the Salo, Kovici family, the Nishmas, our dear cousin, the Simcha Lau, the Shoma having Aliyah. Daily sponsors, anonymous, memory my grandfather, Zertag, Usher, Richard, Ben, Gene, Time Retag, celebration of our 50th wedding anniversary in Moscow. By Dan Rubinoff, the memory of my share of Shmuel and Aryi Blade, Alex Klein, 6 yard side. He also sponsored the job. Sponsored that I don't think it was the same. Hold on and go back for a second.
Shabbatians living in the Ottoman Empire. They were practicing Jews of a very strange type. What they lived on the outside as Muslims, but on the inside they lived secretly as a kind of Jew. And
Trowering, the memory of the outside of my father, Emmanuel Trowering, Yitzchak Ben, Avram Yosef, Moshe Dago, the memory of Avram Sol, Ben, Salman, Mike Ashkenazi. So on the line right now, in my computer, we do the share every day for the next 25 days. It's going to be on the computer share every day. We just want the grandfather with Lover and Shlomo, all that Shlomo is yours today. By Marcus Ashkenazi, remember my dear cousin, the Aaron Gunman, all that Shlomo, Aaron, Ben, Kibbutz Chaim, Koygan, Yitzchak, Hoffman, on his yard site today. Wow. Cousin and grandfather. The art of the month, which they may on the Canadian Mission Bracha, which they may want to have an Esther, and of course, Ayelet, Anil, Ben, Ayelet, Esther. All right, here we go. We're both side. We're holding on that top of present day. Like, I'm not sure if I'm going to choose him.
the Young Turks, as you probably know, are the folks that led the
Yeah,
modernization
had it.
of Turkey. They revitalized the
But I'm
Turkish
not sure
language.
about it.
In many ways, they formed the core
Boy,
of the
we
process
shouldn't be past.
in which Turkey
She boilers,
was
she idea,
modernized in
Shlish,
many ways.
put them in
These
her
Domet,
back car.
we now know who Domet formed a
Yeah,
pretty
we-
core, pretty significant element
Rule
of the
a
Young
third.
Turk movement,
I think we
which
speaking
means they
sound as
played
a
a
third
pivotal role
is
in
considered
the
that's it.
development of
It's already
Turkey
a
as
fruit, it's already
nation.
a produce.
The tide of that would all turn.
It's a product.
In fact,
She probably should be just trading law.
the first
So once again, we're talking about spirit. So I remember we're talking about the Mitzvah Imer. It's Mamish and Yonah the Young coming
foreign
on.
minister. This is a big deal. That's a high-ranking member of
Second
Turkey
day of Pesach,
was
we
Domet.
bring a carbon Imer.
Now, the problem with this
That
is
allows
as the
us
20th century wore
to
on, Turkey and, of course, Israel came
the
into
whole crowd.
loggerheads
If
about all
anybody
kinds of
here
things.
goes through
And what ended up
people and
happening
show
was
about
that there was a huge
Call us the
anti-Semitic
Russian,
backlash
you,
in
and
Turkey.
how many people do you
And
speak?
that anti-Semitic backlash caught the Domet.
And did they have any idea what you're talking about?
And the idea they were secret Jews.
They knew a little bit.
Because they were, conspiracy theories and stuff that fled from
Okay,
Turkey.
Mark.
And so many
Did
of
they
them
know there was a
basically
possible call for it?
completely abandoned.
Okay, Mark, bring the book.
And
Great,
many of them
great line.
just completely
Well, yeah,
ceased
what about
being, Domet and became completely secular. They
Right.
became completely secular. The question now these days, by the way, is are there
Yeah, so
any
did you speak to
Domet
anybody about it?
at all?
And told them
We don't know. We don't know.
they didn't know what it was,
I think I
right?
mentioned this last time.
What about you?
Lecture on the Shabbat. I have
Oh, those others against the whole policy. No, the rule says you should doesn't apply. What's law? Look at it up again.
Just a secular person might
It's not a question of all. Okay, Vivaldi. So what's the green here that in Footslar they didn't have?
The problem with this, of course, is we don't know because part of what they're going to do is they're telling you they bring this idea of which means they don't make it
I don't know if I can read this.
So are there Shabbatians left in Turkey?
We call up the enemy.
Maybe, probably not. They're probably
My point is just to let people know that there's a possible player that talks about college, whether or not people just need to know that there's a source. That's it. That was my whole thing. I wasn't going to push the raw over the top or the shikhanah, who passes that you have to keep it because in Footslar or anybody else. But just idea that it's possible. So a lot of people I spoke today didn't know that it was possible. Okay. So now Humboldt.
Now,
So now we're talking about a situation where
the sect that holds that both
produce one thing,
to get some idea where we are, we're on 720.
and then this is before the
That sect,
and he uprooted
the
it.
Karkashi were much
And
more
then he replants and Shasla La'akara Oimer.
that sect that since the first post-Shabbatai
Replants it with the roots and everything. He uproots some wheat, puts it back in the ground.
this in Eastern Europe.
After the Oimer. So when the Oimer came, what happened when we took the carbon Oimer?
Generation.
It allows it comes up. And now we replant it in the ground and more grows.
Listen,
So what happens? One wants to know,
is the Messiah.
how do we view this? We view it as the original stalk,
Well,
and
the
that
first thing
is the
is that
regulation.
use of Shabbatai is
But then the new growth, and that's called the new stuff.
Central Europe.
That you have
And
to
so
wait for another
unlike
year.
the Ottoman Empire, where things
What do
used
you
to
do?
go very fast, by the time these got to Central Europe,
Now, also, Ikar as Lino, the Shari Oimer, told by the stalk. The stalk already had the Oimer and its Yasha, and therefore all the new stuff is public, whatever it's all.
Jews in Central Europe in the late
No
17th
more
century.
about 7 says,
There was
what you go by the new stuff, by the other Oimer, and we must wait until next year.
This is a very,
Let me see if I have anything for this. I have
very
something.
superstitious,
First of all,
very,
this is like from
line
Friday.
whatever.
So I can show you guys. That's a third.
Very,
That
very interested in supernatural, very taken with those kinds of ideas. Secondly, knowledge of Kabbalah at that time was very, very piecemeal in that area. Now,
So,
knowledge of Kabbalah in other areas was much
So
higher.
the question is, do we go by the stalk, the original wheat that already is multiplied, or since you replanted it in the ground, and new stuff grew out of that original wheat, we go by the new crop, by whatever it is, the new grain that came out. And then when Balser says, they know that the other we do have something, but I don't want to ruin it for now.
Further,
It's for the
Orthodox
next one.
Judaism in this region was much
There's just like, oh, don't worry about it.
oriented at the level of
You can
practice
bring
and
a
belief.
raya from this
What
place.
really mattered for these people in this
Neither
generation
Simcha Christina
is it matters much more
So
what you
let's
do
talk a second about our
at some
Kabbalah,
level
just
than what
real
you
quick.
believe. And so belief was a bit more weird. You could have a much more broad range of
from
belief
another
and
tree,
still practice Judaism. You
he
could
grafted
have
into
werewolves,
a different tree. So it's two trees
and
coming
it was
together.
okay as long as you practice Judaism in a
That's what the
proper way.
Gemara basically is talking.
And further,
Remember?
these communities were very precarious.
One
We're talking
tree
about a place where Aaron Chapman
is Arla.
life experience.
It's a young tree, it only, let's say, 2.5 years old. And it comes with
And
fruit.
this entire area is subject to constant
That's a graft.
with the local population.
But nowadays, you take a tree that has fruit that's also sweet, also bad enough, it's Arla.
Instability
And
and fear
you attach it to a
messianic,
tree that's multitude fruit.
in
Above
environments like
parents
that,
and on the
where there's
branch,
a kind of precarious existence are much more
we always have been Messiah. Also,
much more,
even if you get
it's much more
200 times the amount, if you grew 200 times, let's say start out with a little tiny dot, and it grew into a giant pomegranate, 200 times the size. Awesome. Now, so what do you see? You see that we go by the original. So you have that stalk, and the original stalk became mutter. So we're going to allow you to eat the rest of the fruit, even though you replanted it and more fruit grew on it. Why? Because I see from our law. But by our law, we say it's also that we go by the original. So we're going to go by the original. Say mutter. They're two different things. One is a kumra, one is a kula. Good, those are the same thing. Another riot. Take an onion, shaslan, you did something called berem, flag berem. It's where you plant. Well, the worst thing is to plant wheat, but even other, can I say that even if you plant an onion together with the grapes, it's also you planted it in the vineyard. The never had there's no more vineyard. You also even if the onion continues to grow even 200 times the size, it's still awesome. So you go by the original. Gemara, not a right. That's exactly what the question. Do I say I'm 100% certain that I go by the original, which is the Kula? See, by Chadash, I want to say it's a Kula. I want to say you could eat it. But by Arla, I say you cannot eat it. But it's the same idea. On the one hand, if I go by the original, go by the original, so you cannot grow bread, so I cannot eat the fruit. And if I go by Chadash, it's Yasha. This, it's a stalk that was from before Pesach, and it already saw the carbon on it. So it's multi from that stalk. So now whatever grows out of that stalk is mutter. It's the same idea. I'm going by the original. No more something was absolute. Perhaps I have a something. Look around me. I'm going to tell you by our level. Don't eat it. But I'm also going to tell you don't eat it. I have to be not in it. I have a bunch of interesting questions today. Why you rabbi? This idea, if you apply this to Meiser, what's that law? Take it up. I know now. Keep going. You look around and said, okay, I have probably 100 pounds worth of wheat. I'm going to give 1 pound. I'm going to give a little bit to the coin. I'm going to give 10% to the lady. I'm going to give 10 pounds to the lady. Now, I'm dealing about Shmir Shadinu. After you took Meiser, you went ahead and you took all that wheat and you planted it. And it grew more. If we're going to go on the side of what we just learned, then we don't go by the original. We go by the new stuff. We can say it by Yisurim. So now you would have to give Meiser from all the new stuff. But the question is, what about the original? The 10 pounds you set aside for the lady. You put those 10 pounds, instead of giving the lady, you put it in the ground. Question is, do we view the 10 pounds they put in the ground like new stuff that grew? And now you have to take Meiser from whatever you're going to give to the lady, take Meiser from that as well. Is that the new crop? Or you say no. I said every time you plant, how do you get wheat? You plant kernel. So it's different. You plant the kernel and you take Meiser from everything, including the kernel that you put in the ground. So here also, you took the 10 pounds that you're supposed to give away, you put it in the ground, you take Meiser from it. It's like a regular seed. No, she's already when it seeds, you put them in the ground. So of course you're going to take Meiser from those seeds because they decompose. It's supposed to decompose. So if you come up the question really is, by something like you put these stalks and you put them in the ground, they're not meant to decompose. Nice. What's all of that? Do I view it as something new and I take Meiser from it? Or it belongs to the lady and I don't take Meiser from it? Gemara teaches them, Literal Fatsa. Now, I want to make some
really controversial statements that will make
I had a
people
question
very
actually. Maybe they'll help me out.
amenable to
It's
discuss
good
it
thing
if
to
I'm maybe a
cry.
little upset.
But let's say private dominance.
The data is now showing, the
Some
evidence
listen
is
for
now
fear.
showing that early
Let's say
onset
somebody gives you a smack in the face and you start
there is
crying.
a relationship
And
there.
then you start doubting. Is that considered crying?
But there are so
There's a story, I think it was, I forgot who it was, one of the women. His father smacked him in the face. She started down in Mincha. His father said, why are you down in Mincha? He says, I'm crying, so I want to cry during Mincha. I wasn't sure if it's a stira from, not a stira, a riot from this. What if you start crying? Because, you know, sometimes when you make the onions, you start crying. Yeah, I'm crying, so I might as well die. I don't know if it works like that.
They would deny it.
No one doesn't like it, okay? Don't try it. Don't make it a literal pasta. You have a certain amount of onions. Shetiknoi uzroi. You already took the meiser from the trumas, the meiser. You misakin it, you fixed it, and then you planted it. You take the onion. That's how I think how they plant onion. No, they pick the onion, put it in, and so you took meiser from it, everything, and you took it and you put it in the ground. The sound of the people. So you see that even though you planted it, you have to take meiser from the original. The original is considered as if it's brand new. So whatever you pull out of the ground, you take meiser from it. 1 pound of meat that you just took it out of the ground was already there before. You already took meiser from it. No, once you put it in the ground, you start all over again. There's tomorrow, also, that's how you plant. That's how you plant onions. So once you plant onions, you put it in the ground, that's it, it's done. But who takes full stalks and puts them in the ground? All they were thinking about me will not buy you. Others, ain't enough of now. I want to bring a planter, still my truck. Someone's planter, actually, but I forgot to bring it in. It's okay, because we have a little bit. Here's a planter, yeah? Let's see what it is. Now, the halacha is if there's no hole on the bottom, so it's not part of the ground. If it has a hole in it, then it's part of the ground.
Rebbe is treated almost as a kind of regal figure, as a kind of king, and there is a quasi-messianic metaphor for the Rebbe's.
If it has a hole in the bottom, then whatever grows in the planter, is it in the ground, it's kind of proves it might be their rice. If not, then it might be like growing on the moon, growing in America. It's not hiding the same way. And there's different halachas that actually we're going to touch some of the halachas. What about lying putting two species of fruit together? What if they're in a planter? Is that what it's called? Flower pot, some sort of. Okay.
Now, I think that in general is the dog
so overlay the Kalina Bamila Bayo, I'm teaching you not to miles. So the goes on to explain. If it doesn't have a hole in the bottom, so then the heel would be only rubber. So says, well, no. I had a great question. You must also have been maybe like in this video. The guy, he first planted, so it was it didn't really have a connection with the girl. Then he went ahead and he drilled a hole in the bottom. From that moment on, you're going to consider it as if it took root. That has trouble. It's rooted. And then they know what? Now the question is, do I go from that point on and everything in the pot, mice, etc., or not?
He joined up with the Karakashi sect.
The pot was the only planted once. There wasn't one and then another one. It was one seeding, but you made a hole in the bottom. The Buddha to come to practice a kind of pretty serious. Right now, yeah, you're right. Now, just right now, it took root, so to speak, because I made the hole in the bottom of the pot. At that moment, it took root in the actual ground. But also, she's real. But the other case, you're talking about two complete, it grew, you chopped it down, and then you plant it again. It's the second pot, it's different. Why are the holes? Why are the Shemir Chabakri? You know, Miruach means this. I'm going to show you. I showed it a few times already, but why not? There's an older version of Miruach. Miruach means to smooth out the pile of grain. And once you smooth it out, that's the Gemara Malacha. That's at that point you're tired of improving nice. Listen to this story. He takes this stuff that you see on the screen, and instead of eating it, he puts it in the ground. He plants it. He goes ahead and says, oh, everything I just planted is considered truma. Keeping the miracle, at this point, when he just smeared the top, he smooths out the top. At that point, it became chayiv and truma samaisus. So therefore, it's chayiv and truma samaisus in the ground, and it says that it's truma. It just became kaddish. It just became truma underground. It's a big problem. What I was going to say, how in the world we don't have a case where something's in the ground can become truma? You just created a case where something's in the ground it can be truma. We know that it's not possible. Once he did the miruach, he smoothed out the top. It became something that's pebble, which is chayiv and truma samaisus. Kikar Hashem, once you say that it's truma, kachra, you get truma. But Dilma, no. Perhaps once you plant it, at that moment, the pebble expires, it pops out, it goes away, and it's not chayiv and truma anymore. If you are right, that it's truma and it's in the ground, it came a tzimur truma from a truma de karka. Now I have a situation where produce in the ground is chayiv and truma. It's not like a tzimur truma from truma de karka. We have a brisa that says there's no such thing. I say brisa because it says it's a brisa. It's impossible. So Mela has to be that it's paka. Even though it's pebble, but when you put pebble in the ground, it becomes seeds. It loses the name for it. It's not right in Jerusalem. Huh? Which one? Which one? Yeah. No, truma, because truma, how does our Lord? Arla, it itself inherently is growing, and it is something that's awesome. Truma inherently is something that's detached from the ground, and you set it aside for a time. The price says it just doesn't make any sense. It's something that's in the ground is true. If it was attached to the ground, you're not saying to me if the wood is attached to the ground, that make it true? No. So once I think so, that something's in the ground and it's true. Here, I have a case. It's a river. But apparently it doesn't work. It shouldn't be true. Which is why it doesn't agree with it. Hold on, you want to say that you might be right. It's not like it's true. It says it's a price. It says no such thing as true attached to the ground. There's certain things that even though they're attached to the ground, like flying, they're attached to the ground, but they're also that's what this is. But true is a gift that you give the kohen after you go through the whole process, and after you finish the malacha, you smooth it out. So obviously it's not attached to the ground. So how do you have a situation where something's attached to the ground and it's considered true? This Bryce is talking about a person who eats truma that's attached to the ground. You're not chayiv misa, you don't have to give a chayim. This is also something you could ask people in shul. What does chayim mean? What does chayim mean? Chayim means a fifth. How much is a fifth? Fifth is how much? 25%. Very good. Those who do this here,
Frank
great.
declares that he's actually the
And nowadays
reincarnation
it's
of
called
Allah,
25%.
Shabbatites
How many Gemara is called
his
20%?
new religion. And what ends up happening after that?
Because if you grab it out of the ground, you ate truma. Sorry, the colors, if you take something off the ground, how do you eat it? The only two ways to eat something that's in the ground. You cut it and you eat it. The other way is, if you cut it and you ate it, then it's not attached to the ground. You're not excited. The other way to do it is bend down, get it on all four, and eat it right off the ground. What are you laughing? The also, if you get down on all four and you eat it, or you can also go over to the tree and eat an apple that's attached to the tree. Well, that doesn't go on. By the way, let's say you eat an apple right off the tree on Shabbos. Are you over on? No. Are you over on picking an apple on Shabbos? Also, that goes. No, you're over. What? No, you still over. Why not? Is it what? Is it great? How do you
Oh, baby.
Something that how do you get seeds for grain? They're kernels, no? I'm not a farmer, neither are you. I see you don't know much.
Basically, the modern period and that movement, of course, is chassidism. And so
That's
in many
the problem.
ways, the disdain
These are all problems. But what happens to it after you did it? Okay. So now, either way, it doesn't work. If he detached it, so it's not attached. We tried to come up with a situation that's attached to the ground,
really controversial statements.
and it's not true. If he detached it, so it's not attached to the ground. It's not how it is. And if he bent down like a behemoth and ate it, but that's another. So then he's doing something that people don't do, and therefore it's still true.
But there are
Well, my son of the city, because of the Ilfa had some sort of notebook, and he wrote in there, we know that a kosher bird, I don't know if you want to see this again, I'll show you real quickly for things that you never saw.
I don't want to say an outgrowth of Shabbatism. I don't think that's true. But the idea that there's a complete state is no longer
That's nothing in there.
So, why do I think that? Well, it's for instance,
This is the beginning of AI.
The idea that they're sort of intermediary kind of quasi messiah as a sort of a intermediary between them and God.
When it's a kosher bird, you become a kosher bird, you don't become common.
Sometimes sort of engaging in transgression for the sake of heaven.
Now you begin from because winter is broke. Right? So there's a special halacha when it comes to a kosher bird. Nidlas live apart. Now, it becomes even more. Now, I'm going to show you what the new AI looks like. This is the original. Maybe 9 months ago.
I'm just saying, at this point, I do think
It was 1.0. Now, this is already 4.6.
That there's some overlap.
So,
Both of them are
the eggs that are inside this chicken.
There's an antinomian
What's that one?
Chassidism, obviously, we can find that.
Imagine it as the egg that's outside of the body, which doesn't sleep. And there's some eggs that are inside the body. The ones that are inside the chicken, so similar to the chicken, if you eat the chicken, then you become Tameh, your clothing becomes Tameh.
Jewish law-wise, very
But
conservative, but there's still an antinomian streak, and there's even legal innovations in Hasidism that are not found in the stock movement. For instance, the wearing of tefillin during Chumrah, that is deeply
over here, this is the only way to eat the eggs.
not be found in Orthodox style.
To get the egg, the inside egg,
Especially Protestant.
is to eat it directly from the chicken.
Hasidism is very
So he opened up the chicken, he puts his face into the chicken and eats the egg. Isn't that bundled egg that's a palada? Isn't that a little strange? He's a strange guy. He's socially off. So socially off. Why? Why is it any different than the guy that puts down the whole floor and eats the grass straight out? The tool. Says about, oh, Carlos, how did the introduction since these eggs are considered movable items, that sometimes people stick their head inside the chicken and eat the head. I was enjoying today. It's good stuff. If you enjoy that, then you can understand the video that I'm about to show you. But grass, wheat, that's attached to the ground. No. Look at the inches. Nobody bends down like that and eats it. So here we go. This is my meal, yeah. This is the AI power generation, the new generation. Still could get better. The talking, the language is very difficult. You look, there's not a single woman in there.
In Central Europe, especially now, I believe it's not acceptable to eat in a mutate. It will mutate into perhaps the most absolutely bizarre form in the under the leadership of Jacob. I'm asking you to leave too. It's certainly not acceptable. Of course it is acceptable. At his wedding in 1752, one over in 1752, FYI. Like, this is 25 years or so from you know, begins to practice and try to serious
Okay.
transgressive form of Judaism.
All right. You always make me look weird. I don't know. Do I look like that? I don't understand. Like, what's going on there? The accent is this, yeah. It's AI for by 6 will be better. All right, the Viomi by Chisno Mashmore. This is our last sugya before the easy Gemara. Omar after Viomi by Chisno Mashmore. As you react, lying for us is enough. If you plant 2 species in a planter that doesn't have a hole in it, it's not connected to the ground. It's also. It's also here. Let's take a look. There we go.
This idea of redemption through sin, that you have to commit sins to become redeemed. This idea of mitzvah, haba, beira, this idea never occurs, and to my knowledge, in any Shabbat Yisrael. It gets twisted onto the Shabbat over and over and over again that what they're doing is engaging in violations of the Jewish law.
Says Abaya, I understand the Kiddush here. All right, Abaya, Bishlam Yashmin is located, Malchus Marcus, we do Rabbanon. Malchus, when Rabbanon give Malchus, you do something that's similar to what it says in the Torah, they'll give you Malchus, Malchus Marcus. It means that they put you in your place, they mechana for you. Doesn't mean that they'll give you 39, whatever the number is. 1, 2, but they give you a little patch and they say you don't do it like this. Now, if you're telling me that the halacha, they will come to tell you this halacha that you get Malchus Shapir, that's great. Now, they also, just to tell me the idea that this is also, this what you see on the screen is also, Michael Maxwell, what kind of finish is that? Do the Rabban have a screen and tell me that this is considered planting with the Rabban? This we learned already. If you try to take truma from a planter that doesn't have a hole in it, it's truma midirabban. The answer to the you see that the Rabbanan hold that this is considered planting, and if they hold it's considered planting, then you just planted climbing, you deserve patch. So that must be the case. Pretty sure that they get Malchus Marcus. Not that it's also, you get Malchus Marcus. Great. Okay, something like you missed. So we have the Chameshis mini zara. We have the 5 types of grain. You have wheat, soy, barley. Kusman is spelled. But Yeshua, just this morning, my daughter-in-law asked my wife. I overheard them. And I'm like, I learned this in the morning. I heard her asking. Says, are oats products? So here, it's in the Mishnah, Mamash today. Oats. Shifai, does anybody know what Shifai is? What does it say about you?
the dots.
The same right by you? Right.
Not the Hebrew, but this
Just
idea
a story that happened to my friend in Eretz Yisrael, a very good friend of mine.
in that
He's in shul, and he sees somebody all at the end of the shul, like, saying hello, running and going. She said, I'm new, because he was saying hello. He said, what do you need? He says, I just found out that I'm allergic to the regular this. I need to eat, I need spelt matzah. I need to find somebody to spell matzah. She says, okay, great. So they on the table, and you're on the bima, and that's what's going on. Could you do it? So I friend said, fine. And he pays on the bima when the hour is over. He says, there's somebody in the show that in order to be yaitz in the mitzvah of matzah, he needs spell matzah. I know it's very expensive. He said, if anybody here can help him out, I'm standing here for 5 minutes, let me know. You know, so right around the corner from where I live. So of course, somebody runs over and says, yeah, I also need spell matzah. Typical. But there a few more minutes and you got the matzah. Both of them got matzah. So spelt is, maybe I should start to do spell matzah. I'm a big guy, I love matzah. I probably shouldn't be doing this as much as I do. But the Vilna Gaon says that every time you eat matzah, you kind of mitzvah their rice. So it's not only by the Seder, so besides I like matzah. I'm constantly munching on matzah. Even about Kusmin, about Shibol Shua Shifa, Arei Chayom B'Chala. These are all grains that if you make a dough out of it, you have to give some to the kohen. You have to give challah to the kohen. When we start from zeh. So in order to give challah, we said you have to give approximately 5 pounds, let's call it. 43 eggs, 2.2 kilos. So let's say you have let me ask you something. It says you start from zeh. You read the mission, start from zeh. So let's say you take wheat and you take raw. Do they combine? It says when it starts from zeh, they combine with each other. So the answer is no. That combination doesn't. But there are other combinations that do. You're going to have to consider Gemara. It's also to eat all these 5 grains before drinking diamond. Happens to be like this week, the most dangerous week for color. Because now a lot of factories, a lot of manufacturers are using the new crop. Right after Pesach you're the safest. It's impossible to get a box of cereal that was produced the day after Pesach. But once you start going down the line, a month, 2 months after, then it's very possible certain products they need to use the newest grain.
I stream my life on here if you're looking for something entertaining.
Very quick. So right now, because we're like on the week before Pesach, it's the most dangerous time for publishing. So all 5 grains have a problem with chadam. Melifnei HaPesach, they just switched to Omer and Pesach. So right now there's the verse Pesach. It's also, remember we said yesterday, before, it's also to deal with the crop that you can't eat because you might not eat it. You can't even cut it. That's what he says over here. This is good. Oh, Oshim and Hogi Chabad.
And they release a group monster and
I bet you kill how you make it with Chabad. So that's not something you feel. This is a war, but Shem Tov, the Hammer of the Chabad. It's not being mafia. Okay, so right now, you're good. I like this. This is what Shem Tov is mafia, right? After the election of the word, which is published in English now. The kids are wet and looking
happening is that he gets a bit
great.
of a kerfuffle with Joseph II.
ומליצור מלפני ימשישו קודם לאמר,
from the port.
wait a minute, if it just took a root,
And
let's
eventually
just show you a video of take root. Yeah, we showed it before, but see how this video, you just put the seeds in the ground. Then you have a shrub, like a few little roots came out. And then you have shachas, we have shlish. Okay, great. I thought shachas was a shlish. I don't know. Maybe I should just look at it. But okay, I believe it. ימשישו קודם לאמר מתירו. במלאו אסורים עד שיוביל עוד מהבא. If it didn't take root, you planted, it didn't take root, now you have to wait a full year until you can eat it. Says the Gemara, Tana, Husman, Min Chitim. Husman are a type of meat. So what does that mean? Let's look it out and try it. We have Chitim, Husman is spelled. Spelled and wheat are the same thing. So I did this just to give it a little bit of a. These two are here. These two combine, because the Mishnah says they combine with each other. It only means these two combine with each other, and the other three combine with each other. Get it? Because it has to be similar to wheat. The other three are not similar to wheat. The other three are similar to barley. So sheep, but sure, similar to barley. That's why those three combine with each other. They're a team. There's two teams here, basically.
These recorded sirens began to convert and began just to become recorded sirens.
Oh, the Kuzma min Chitim. Period. Shiva Shua. The Shiva min Sirens. What's the word doing here? Why is he telling you? Oh, these two go together. These three go together. Because to tell you that when the Mishnah says that everything is in Sirens, then it says it means within your team it's in Sirens. Kuzman, let's talk about Kuzman that it might be, it might go on both teams. Okay. Kuzman, Gulba. I love Rashi here. Look at Rashi. Does everybody see what I see in Rashi? Gulba? Huh? No. Spelt. Spelt though. Yeah. Let's spell. Shifan, whatever, friend. I don't know. Find out what it's called today. Shifan Dishra. Shibal Shual. It's like, it looks like a tail of a fox. Shibal Talo. Oh, over here. We're really talking about a shul. I can tell you the story about the fox, if I remember it. I think it's might be the fox. What was the story? A wolf came to eat a fox. And the fox, the wisest animal, he had some chicken bones, he tossed them up in the air, and he said something like, wow, what a tasty wolf that was. The wolf heard it, and he ran away. And a few minutes later, this monkey comes along and tells the wolf, why did you run away? Because the fox, he just ate a wolf. He ate a wolf, what are you crazy, he ate a wolf? He just ate a chicken. Come, let's go back. He says, bring me back to the fox. So the monkey says, you fox not me? Yeah. He jumps on his back and shows me where the fox is. And the fox sees the two of them coming. The fox realizes it's not good. He says, oh, thank you, monkey, for bringing me another Shmaka wolf to eat. The wolf turned around and ate the monkey, and that was good. So, what do you see from the story? What's the story? The story is, don't mix into somebody else's power. Don't try to, two people are fighting, don't come along and help out. Because at the end of the day, it's only going to hurt you, and the other guy's going to be sick. Okay. Don't give it up. I know what it is. Turning the dial. Here we go. Adai Global, experts in cross-border payments. The shot.com is ready to ship up today. With every ship up that happened was first. Says the Gemara. Honey in. It's only these 5 grains, but when it comes to rice and millet,
rise of the young
No,
Turks, the rise of
they're not
the
from the
Turkish,
five grade.
the Turkish national movement.
I like this one. I've said it a few times. But when
Like the family of John II.
beginning of shots by brachos, I was doing, not this time around, last time, I was doing future tests.
From the Shabbat.
And one of the questions they had in the test, and this is a tough one. What shittas are there
my channel,
in
the
the
Turkish channel,
bracha roina of rice?
I
What
express the idea
different
that Shabbat is more than
opinions are there of what bracha roina you make on rice? Anybody know?
If someone finds Shabbat to be an interesting
Or the first one,
spiritual figure, all the better for them. But
oh, so that's why. No, the bigger question is the bracha of rice.
lecture tonight.
That's why you need to learn shots. There's a sheet that said that the
Shabbatites feed
the biggest hamazon.
bridge in many ways
Right.
of Judaism.
That's how they get you. But they're not an easy test, this test.
Medieval Kabbalah,
Huh?
and he is the bridge.
Yeah. That's what the board's going to talk about right in a second. But there is, I think it's Rebbe Ben Nuri. I don't know, it's an interesting name. But
Has to be seen as in the shadow of Shabbat.
based on that,
As in the
Drunk
shadow of
tomorrow.
Shabbat. All of the messianic
you know immediately, how do you know that rice and millet are not included?
at some level,
It's only the Hamisha Minim.
Shabbat.
Omer Kogish Asu Lechem Lechem Matzah. We learn from
No
Matzah.
way.
See, Hacha, it says Bechala. Boy, Bachalkim Lechem Haaret.
And so,
It's also Lechem Haaret.
without
It says Lechem Haaret.
understand modern
Wasn't
Judaism,
it so? Okay, so just like matzah, you can't be yaitza
as a
with rice.
response to the
So
Shabbat.
too, challah. But also, how do you know by matzah you can't be yaitza with rice? Or it's like
Shabbatites feed
another Reb Shmuel, another Reb oh my God, they said hello,
ways.
she was saying hello, matzah is the Hamayim. Varim, say, Imo, all the movement they feel also. Something that can be leavened, that becomes size of comes in English. Leavened. Always that has the physical characteristics of becoming leavened. So but rice cannot become leavened. Or it might rise, but it can't be leavened. If it rises, you should know, Elliot is Sirach. It's only because it rises because it's spoiling, not because it's rising. That's the difference. Okay. And you can take two types, so like we said, spelt and the wheat, and they combine together. It take place. It starts in the So this is very interesting. You take these three things. You take wheat and flour and dough. They can combine with each other. Now listen to this. In fact, if you eat a precise from each one of dough and of wheat, you over three lavin. Now, the chiddush is that even though it's three lavin, it's three specific things, but they combine together. There's three lavin that are one lavin. It's a very big chiddush. So, certainly cannot. So we have a number of what could be an issue when it comes to bread and dough and these kind of things. That if the issue calls, let's say, kazayis, you take third of kazayis out of flour, third of kazayis wheat, over and you eat it, you be over. You take these three things and you eat chametz on Pesach, you mix all kazayis. The third kazayis is wheat, third kazayis is dough, etc. You're Meiser Sheni in years 1, 2, 4, and 5. You have to bring Meiser Sheni. What's Meiser Sheni? Again, say Nachamol and Nachamol. Probably said 100 times for the year Shas. When a person has produce, he gives 2% to the Kohen, he gives 10% to the Levi, and the Levi gives 10% of what he just received to the Kohen, and that's all Trubas Meisers. And on years 1, 2, 4, 5, he gives 10% himself, basically. He brings 10% of the rest of the produce up to Yerushalayim, he eats in Yerushalayim. Years 3 and 6, that is what? Meiser Adi, very good. And if you take this combination of three different things and you eat it outside of Yerushalayim, the you get malchus for eating outside. It's only a third of the kazayis, and a third of kazayis, and a third of kazayis. But these things are mitzvah, the dough, the wheat, and the flour. We're talking about giving over tumah. According to Rashi, to give over tumah. According to others, it is to accept tumah. Rashi says you accept tumah even on a mashu. But what's the chiddush? He says, Rabbi, not as simple as you think. Not that he gives over tumah, but the chiddush over here is the two that the wheat and the flour are like gold. Mouse and it's pure. It doesn't have any. How do you make dough? You don't make dough with the shaft, the peel, whatever you want to call it. It's pure. So you cannot, if you have the peel of the, what's the better word? No. The husk? If you have the husk, that's the better word. If you have the husk, it's not mitzvah. Rav is trying to say, in order to give over tumah, you need a full shear without the husk. Or Tanya, it's like Bikusa, it means like, I'll bring you a raya. The husk of wheat is edible, and therefore, even the husk is mitzvah. So when it comes to barley, Lufa mitzvah, and Lufa mitzvah is mamish a raya to him that if the husk is not mitzvah when it comes to barley. Anything more add was one of them small. There is a Rashi, is a famous puzzle that discusses texture tumah. When you have a fruit, it can only become tummy if you pour water on it, or you want the water to touch it, then it becomes susceptible to tumah. But that's not what we're talking about. The other mitzvah is real. It says before to the puzzle, like people will plant. Keep the bikli puzzle. Sorry, bikli puzzle about doshim bikli puzzle. It says mufurish that the sahira, the barley with its husk. That's how it could work. The kasher. The nafimina is if it's moist, then it's like it's a shomer of the tree. It protects the tree, it protects the fruit, and therefore it's part of the fruit. If it's dry, it doesn't protect. And if it doesn't protect, it's not part of the fruit. Yes, you got it? Here, he did some sort of thing. I wasn't so into it, but all the emails, we get into trouble for the...
Small wheat faces giant barley. It looks like an unfair fight.
Teaching violence to children, everybody.
It seems the wheat is going to lose the weight. The sun comes out. Trying to break the barley armor. The wheat. Stays strong and wins against all odds. It turns out that the husk of wheat still protects even when it dries out, but the husk of dry barley is worthless.
All right, I just understood the sugi better. Now what? If the husk is dry, then it doesn't protect. If it doesn't protect, it's not part of it. That's by barley. Okay? But if it's moist, then it protects, so it is part of it. It says the Gemara, we learned in the Mishnah. Very sorry, right? You know what I mean? How do we know that Chodesh applies to the 5 grains? Did I skip? Oh yeah, because we're going to Oimer. That everyone doesn't say the word Oimer. Okay, Okay, no, let's say Pesach in my Gemara. It's not better. Okay. You know what I mean? I think Pesach. You know what I mean? All our luggage actually left not. So it's only the 5 grains, and that's the 5 grains, the 5 colors, not right and milk. The licks are Lifnei, Oimer.
Yeah, fuck it. Let's do it live. Come on, do it live. Nothing. We'll do it live. We'll do it
That
live.
right? So we do that it's also for you to reap the 5 grains, not only barley, because you would think it's only barley, you're not allowed to reap until you bring the oil, or you got a barley. There's all 5 grains. You know what I mean? They already learn aceraceous from cow.
Clinical studies with not just rats, but
so we learn from cow that all 5 meaning
now phase 1
are us.
that they are reversing.
My cousin, what does it mean before us? How long ago already?
No, but I'm saying they shoot it in there.
Oh, that's right. I wanted to say this before. You probably all heard there's a big thing, showing her live. And you say, I don't know the number, but 60 inches. And I've been saying this over and over. I don't want to, for the fault, but anybody that's been on the clock on the mat, you're not going to 60 people that heard were outside of the mat. Unfortunately. So, no, come on. The Schmack was the first one running to the mat and said, watching the show. But unfortunately, to all those who are hurt, and I hope it's not working out. But yeah, I don't know exactly. I just thought for a second before June, so before it's late. Let's just do this. You have time to do the signal? I guess not. We'll stop over here, unfortunately. We're getting this late. Rabbi Simon, have a good week. A good talk. Thanks for coming. Have a wonderful day.
You can see your family say goodbye. It's the craziest shit, though. Where it's the first time in history that they've been able to reverse aging in itself. It's at the cellular level. We have Yamanaka factors. It's like the biggest revolution going. You know, it's funny. Everyone who all you guys who know me know that I'm willing to be a lab rat, but injecting a virus sounds like the beginning of what was that, Wilson? I have no Yamanaka factors. You want to know about process? Transcription factors, whatever. That can reprogram specialized adult cell factors into a stem cell-like state known as induced whatever. Discovered in technique used in part to reverse cellular aging and tissue regeneration.
Last night, by David Salman Nick's place, beautiful place, Mama's a beautiful soul. Very nice, I don't know, 30 plus people, great food, great time. They have a real soda machine. This is not for everybody comes, this cold, pepper, the whole diet cold schmuck. I just like that's it. It's actually like you go back for 5 years. It's like hot coffee, hot chocolate, the whole thing. The beautiful mountain is fun for David Salman. We're here in Miami, and today actually one of the wildest subies and shots. Not one, not 2, but 3 wild predicaments. A wolf swallowing a baby, elephant swallowing a basket, which we had once before, but last year I think it was wheat comes down from Shemayim, which we know that it's phenomenon that happens today as well. We'll go into it. Before we go there, we need to Nishma Simi Rassi Rishma Smortach, I didn't say it.
It's everybody talks about like
female, an all-time favorite. Because as much as it is familiar and there's no confusion really in the email, the way it was written, phenomenal.
Yeah.
Dear Belly, during biggest affairs that God tell me something curious. I'll check to find that when I asked Hashem for Chaim, they want to have us 2 years to mind with us. feeling and deep love
You've seen the movie with Brad Pitt
that I never noticed
Tom
before.
Cruise and Kirsten
I
Dunst.
only love to this day when I was zero with actual sincerity, so close and so connected to my learning. As I discreetly and nonchalantly wiped away tears with my towels and sneezed out,
That's such a
I
gay-looking show.
realized that this feeling, this transformation was
She wants True Blood too.
attributable to you. And it was my first anniversary of learning the dog. And was a special book to you and NBY Stepbro for the incredible first year. I started learning you only a few days before last phase out. I'm not just that big. As I finished the phase last year, I not only fell in love with the dog, I also felt like I became part of the new eclectic and fun family. Further, not be understated, how you should create a positive association with learning. Even for those of us who forget most of what we learned today, we never forget the positive association they create with our learning. Lastly, the serious level of appreciation on every face was one of the first things I experienced as part of this year. Wait, this year gets even better. Last year wasn't a 3-day effort. Was one of the first things I experienced as part of this year. Your effort and dedication left a lasting impression on me. You should know that your commitment and endless hours of preparation are appreciated and internalized with all of your efforts. I think you need to give you credit to you put in this effort and good help in your system because of your hard work and solely for the benefit of the construct and to make it finish a show. The endless effort that you mentioned Washington, States, New Jersey, market.
I'll let you know they're like,
Hey,
what's this other program? Smoking cigarettes and drinking beer and coffee.
Like, what the fuck? Like, this the guy.
Yeah.
well,
I guess he was a Muay Thai guy for a long time, like 64 fights or something.
we have
You know who I want to see process?
follow-up
I want to see
email from
process.
Jersey Rose, who I love very dearly,
Machado
even
Gary
though
with Ian having a full
I think I was a little tired last night, but I love him very much. Thank you very much for reading out my email. I really appreciate the warmth, care, and passion with which it was delivered. Firstly, I'm glad that you made it from that segment without the pressure. Just want to clarify one. Both my father and my father-in-law were very immaculate in this area. And I'm quite familiar with it myself, so I'm confident that what I wrote was accurate. My intention is simply to express that, while it's important to present this as something using the title, it be conveyed in a way that respects that each person follows their own road. Not come across as those who particularly are mistaken on the phone. I hope it's clarified my point. Thank you again for the time. Taking the time to read it. Read this by Harvard. So, the Nisa Niga news,
Phase 3, we just finished Phase 3.
beautiful. So, one thing I want to ask is Gertrude, and I'm going to ask Doyle also, but Gertrude, I know, hopefully, Doyle, maybe not at such a high level as Gertrude. I want
us to get
you to go
shredded.
in the next few days throughout this and make an awareness for him, make sure that at least 100 people in Boston are aware that conduct and lesson is a positive title and that there are many machines that say it's a very nice of man as well. And yeah, go with your Minhagim, go with your Raw, but just the awareness to know
It's for
where it comes from. That's down that Doyle is made for, and you don't know why.
so it gives you actual
That,
energy.
could you do that for me, Gary? Hey, put everybody here. Go around the people and say, you know what the fuck is Russian is, explain to them the positive and player and discussion is more whether it's the right so or the right is that. And there are those who say that the China says needs to hustle. Okay.
And I read Ryan's tennis wine as a nasty pickleball now. Right. And then
You know where
some more like
that's the whole thing. That's all. I'm not trying to force anybody to anything or to tell anybody what to do. Just the awareness part of it. A group of 13-year-old boys, whereas like Kaddish, not an awareness, but trying to get people to act on it. Yes, it's Kaddish. Not in Taylor. It's Kaddish. And Mikro also, again, not as a force as Kaddish, but more than awareness. This is an awareness. A group of 15-year-old boys from Manchester, Mississippi, watching the base here on a 8 a.m. overnight school trip. Nice knockout this year. Judah Saunders, Shukaya. Beautiful. Wow. 7 kids. Yeah. The official edition of the White Sox is the second sense that Iranian Ruby Hamlin's Tarek Hadar Weiss, President Shayol, Bashir Rigo, Waldman, Ruby,
I just started Michigan. I started last week.
she speaks Spanish and she speaks English, which I don't understand either of them. For his unbelievable translation of multiple broken.
That's when that problem.
Big sound and dedicated memory of other Murray, Rich Small, Boris, Murray, Times B, Williams, in front of the rock, Gold down to the truck,
But I'm not able to
so college deputized, the anonymous phone group, the Gashman, Project Family, Information, the Definition of Salada Boy, Solar College, the Mexican School, Anonymous, the Shlomo Lamush, Ben Zahar, Anonymous, the Force Thing, and the Young Believe Assessor, the Solar Malki, Edgar, Super Malki, Zova Tester, the Socrates, the Morph,
I can never do EQ again because you know how much I eat.
Seven girls and families, Family Island, and Payne Island, with Ellie,
It turns me into like a dying archer
Dustin, Mark, and Benny, and all the East Coast MD1, Oracle, Faro. I signed with the name of the Moyer Buck Namir, and I looked up because I used to fly something just like that, propeller, airplane, and it always used to and I asked the manager to marry because it's sort of ruffled by sorrow, blessings, and all here in life, countries that have coming in down the seaboard to pop up the young anywhere worldwide, even from humble himself. Weekly sponsors in honor of Moisture Fishes by Mitzvah, Uncle Salt, and Uncle Goody. Daily sponsor in honor of Ezra Lakewood. Thank you, Fiscal Limits. Anyway, I must be for Shema, Yohanna, Nation of the Shabbat, with Shema, Mocha, and Esther, with Ayala, Tamir, then Ayala, Esther, 24688, and sports belongs from the bottom. Boy, Romy Bartholomew. The boy said, don't forget, we have in the Mishnah that there's the Omer. The Omer comes on the 7th day of Pesach and that allows five trophies, the new wheat, the new barley, the new Kamish dollars. 49 days later, on Shavuos, we bring the two breads, and that allows the Kohanim to bring menachos from the new crowd.
What up, big dog? I'm checking it out.
I got children right now for my blood.
That's amazing, big man. What do you want to win?
I'm signing it. You mean the Lakers?
Yeah. Who do you want to win? Word, dog. Same.
I came for Lakers.
There you go, big man.
Once you planted it, I'm going to call it like Boiler, because that's a big that we throw on the after Pesach, but before it's free. This crop was planted after Pesach.
He's muted, big dog. Or he's deafened. He's deafened. He's just deafened. He's just doing his own thing, but he can't hear you. Pretty wild, big man. He's good. That's a tough one. Right. Oh, that's big time. You like hockey? Amazing.
I love the heck out of hockey.
Cool, man.
Yeah.
You can't ride some basic.
Excellent. Excellent, big. Excellent, big man. I love it.
I love it. I gotta take a fucking nap.
You're amazing.
Saturday, Sunday, from 8 a.m. on my feet. You got a strong body. I was making that last hour at the gym today. I did jiu-jitsu this morning, and they were like, talking about this guy who's a jiu-jitsu guy. He's juiced up. They go, shut the fuck up, right? I go, I believe he will. Yeah. I said, so I went to an aspect, and I go, how much you do against a friend of ours in jiu-jitsu? And Brett just dancing in my face. Yeah, he just gets in my face. I imagine pretty well, Brian. I did it as a job for 10 years. I can't once in life.
It says that it's right that there was barley hustle. That pitched to that so
did you get hard? Did you have polyps?
I don't know how to do that.
You're out there. You're out. You can hard, dude. You're
I
out
know
there.
at one point in his life, so I wasn't trying. I must have done something. Yeah, so I know about this cookie. Okay.
They said that's common.
So we're talking about barley in the tribe.
Fantastic. Yeah, they took the
So
polyps
therefore,
out.
and this other one there, this parcel.
Why? What's it with
Yeah,
your
I should have underlined the word of it.
polyps? Is
You see, that's how you look at Sarah of it.
it doesn't mean it's
This
cancer.
is how many times sorry. I thought it was all the so really like she's gone.
Yeah, that's what they're saying. Just like 25
Sarah
to
of
40%
the
of
red.
people that
I don't know.
go in for
Oh,
colonoscopy have
Mark, are you
polyps.
able to take the two words?
Would you just lay on your side?
Sarah of it and make them red? And the top Sarah make it like blue. That'll be better.
Were you out? That's literally
Hey, Mom, you're trying to know the birds. No, I'm trying to sorry. I'm really very sorry.
What's up, Big Lupio? I know,
No.
I didn't feel shit.
Okay.
The only thing I felt was the girl
Yeah.
putting some stuff underneath. Like what? Like, you know,
Now, we're still trying to bring through there. We're not there yet.
I told you the nurse after I
When we get this off, next year also of it.
straight up when I came to, straight up.
We're keep on and we'll see the office. She may be busting with us.
Absolutely.
With her busting with us.
I
You
got
know,
a
like,
but also like they stuck it in my shitter. My dick was probably all
people,
lazy and like, and she was
they
absolutely
bring, and look at Spike,
just
we're
like,
even a cycle.
just
She
right
brings
there, and I was
from
like, what the
Barbie.
fuck?
The sea
I was like, I just got my shit pumped out.
the public also. Now, they realize the word in the world is the public green.
Sleepy snake. Yeah, or maybe she was
Sorry.
heavy.
The Macaulay coming up here, the coming down. Roimer comes from weed, and it's in the city, she made it in the story. You don't find
She might have
that the
been
public
into
green.
some shots too.
So, yeah, here it is. The only thing is that I'll be named you now. You know, there's two shades of red. The red that you did, and the red that I do. Mine is a little darker. But okay, I see that red, so it's good. We're going to move on. Martha Kanazi or Chavez with oil in there. Here comes the proof. The boys are real.
And I did hernia surgery, and they put me out unconscious. And it's the shit. I went to the shittiest hospital in Bronx, and I woke
We
up
have a
in another
6
room
line
because they
Sophia.
put me on the
Contention
anesthesia.
here, and then everything's like a god for flow.
It was cold as
Cover
well.
up. You're not going to if you tell me, I want to prove to you, that the owner comes from
And he goes, yeah, man. He
teaching.
goes, dude, that anesthesia knocked your brain out, but you're like a rhinoceros. He goes, you're a walk. We have to push you back down. And I'm like, why are you
If you
telling
tell
me
me that
this?
the owner comes from
And I had to like explain, like the nurse came around, like, it's so cold in here. You know, it's very cold in this hospital. Right?
you know that the two breads that you deal with are called the current. The current means the first big crowd. See if you can somehow close the door, even though it's a very thick cable. Maybe push the cable all the way to the corner or something, otherwise the door is fail.
The anesthesiologist
They let them be clear.
and
If
knew I was a comedian
the first,
actor.
if
And
the
he
owner
goes, you white guys,
says
and
the
he
kiva
goes,
is made out of wheat,
so,
so you're ready to use the wheat that year.
now
So by
you're
the time Shavuos comes around and you bring the two breads, it's not the first time using wheat, you're ready to use the wheat.
do any dance?
On the second day of
And
Pesach.
he was straight up hitting on
Yeah.
me and gave
We're
me
not
his
done yet.
car.
And
That's
we
it.
saw, also let me just show you, here we go.
No, it's hitting you. It's hitting on you like it's
No,
two
this
stores
is
in a
a,
row.
I know it is.
I know it's a little much, right?
Yeah, I was young though. I was young and cute as fuck.
if,
It's pretty cute.
you see, on
Cute pie.
it's rudimentary, I just use something that Yoshi set up, but it's a little shabbat.
You know, I found out I had her anything. Like,
If
it was
the
obvious
owner
when you
was
had her.
brought, that's
Because I
something
didn't
you
go,
know,
go,
the second
No, I had to write that.
the
So
second day
whenever
of
I would
Pesach.
do anything, like I
And then,
it was like, you ever seen True, when the mom's that's what
the day I left on his drawer,
like a nose.
on Shavuos,
No, you had a real meathead.
I
we have a
had
cup.
a pain here. You know how I'm a little bit of a bitch when it comes to. I was like, damn.
The niece of the Shabbat was like to see the Shiloh, however, says with the
And
kiva,
then
the way
he
it
goes,
is.
I
It
don't
says,
know.
the Gemara says
Because,
it was not the
I can say I think it's something I'm
It's
ordering.
true
So he
fact.
sends me down to a
So
surgeon. You know those surgeons at
you
Sears
could go out of
Sinai? You've seen
order,
everything.
you could
Those guys
first
deal with life
ring,
and death every
in
day.
other words,
So
if
some
this,
a-hole like me
if
shows up
crowd, soft,
and
Shavuos
he goes
crowd,
like this. He sees my
and
turn.
then
He goes,
Pesach second, it's good.
yeah, it was where.
So then why did Rabbi Kiva say, what's his proof? What's his
I
proof?
don't know why. He goes,
That
it's just
the
you're the
owner
first
must be on
person
a
who
bottom
mentioned
and
that. I
not
have
from
heard him.
wheat. I have a way
And I go,
to use
oh,
wheat
so
and
it's
then
not.
wheat, and both of them are considered the first produce of the year. Now,
Do I have cancer? And I go, that is my question, because I know, because that's what you're thinking. These
the
people.
Shkapa's law, I
I
could
don't think so. Do you know
finding
why? I said, why? He goes, because I don't think
the
that's how
matter of
cancer
owner, not
manifests
to
itself.
fighting
It
the
doesn't show
Shabbat.
present that. Get the fuck out.
What did you say about
He
that?
goes, you got some more questions? I go, he goes, get out. He was so cool.
The first time
Look at that. That is
we
not a
used
truck.
barley
Yeah,
the
so
entire
I
year
had one of those
is
on my
for the owner.
right my belly button.
So that should be
Jesus
cool.
Christ.
First time.
Yeah, not that.
First time
That's
we use wheat,
disgusting.
Yeah, you have to get it sewn up.
because I'm
That's
sure
genetic.
for
I
the
got
two
two
breads.
things that mesh right
That's
here.
if the one is
It
barley,
was painful.
one is
That guy
wheat.
sucks.
So
This
it's kiva, but if
It's
both of
disgusting.
My
them are
dad just got
wheat,
good news. I don't know if I told you my
it's a
dad got
problem.
because he
And
had
you
Pons
never
palsy,
use
and they thought it could be
it's
cancer.
not
He just
before
got the news back.
because you
Finally,
already
it was
used
just
wheat
no cancer. It was just a
49
lesion.
days earlier.
And
On
like
the
I
second
told
day
him
of
to
Pesach, by the
graduate,
way,
he
you
just
barley.
gives too much.
Look who it is.
I was like, how you
Look who
feeling?
it
He goes,
is.
it's great.
I took that out of the dam, so we gotta get really good meat.
Take your time. I saw you in earlier, but I was in the middle of class. So.
I took that. Let's see, got a second account.
This season.
Because he's
So
amazing.
look what it says over here. Omer Chiton.
No,
Yeah.
no,
Yeah.
no.
If you're allowed
Yes.
to use
We got
wheat,
we got a second account.
Did he have to ask for permission from you?
It don't matter what I got, dang it.
so somebody
Calm down,
planted
girl.
I'm just saying, I didn't know you had a second account.
just missed the second day of
That
it.
was like you wanted to eat one, I didn't know.
First time he's going to use this wheat is
Get down, get down.
He's at the point.
and
There he is. He talked about it.
And it's not, it's the first time. So the Gemara now let's see something. The Misa is now left in place. In Shawir, if it's true that you're probably that you could use.
That's me too, that's me too.
Mr. Chris, how was work?
So now, Mr. Chris, how was
Good, good, I went line dancing after that.
Oh, fun. Did you go with your friends?
Yeah, line dancing class, yeah, I had line dancing class. Yeah.
If you notice, just to make it easier,
All right.
the number one is purple.
Line dancing class,
The purple, what he plant the
Now you know people gotta go. People gotta go. Can't lose it like the shoes up. Why you rushing? Why you ain't rushing? You ain't rushing. Come on, black guys. Come on, black people. Just like Stacey did. Black people. Black people. Saturday we got to go. We got to go. Come on. Come on. Me and Stacey best friend. Come on. Put our stuff in that we got right behind us. Right behind us. We made it.
Oh, really? So it took like 29 minutes to get there.
20 minutes. It's not too far from
Says the Gemara.
it's not too far. It's not too far. But we had to go. We had to be there.
I got you.
I say that
Yes, ma'am.
this type of food, this kita. And now this kita is not
Come on. Asian be calling us. We got like by 7:30. We got like some people come in late. But you say you want to come close to 7. You come look after 7. I can't say that. Like I said, people come in there late.
Holding that the two breads are not
Obviously,
the bread you brought in shoes are not going to allow you to eat from that bread. It's not the food that already came to a certain growth.
But hey, it worked out for us.
What growth is it, says the Gemara? So Raji explains other places that hanotza means that the is a mango tree. That's already.
Come on. Like, y'all should have made a list. Like, we got to go.
Blue meat, but there's different stages here. Let me show you what she did.
That's what it was. But we made it on time, so I'm just glad for that.
So
That's good.
hanotz is when this little flower.
How was your day?
Let's see if you did it.
How was your day?
It was good. I was able to schedule, I think on Sunday at 1 p.m. Another podcast. So I'm doing one at 10 a.m. and another at 1 p.m. And I've been working on my bots. Riser and I watched a documentary last night, and then Zoot kept me up really late, and my hours are not completely flipped, but pretty close.
You work, guarantee you. That'll change.
Yeah, Miss Aquarius, I worked for 20 years of my life, and I made enough money so that I don't have to.
No, just say you don't work, so you got it good.
I really-
worried about it. I know you want to be worried about it. I know you want to be worried about it. Whatever you feel like, you should always feel like it. I have to work. I have to work.
Well, you can do it tomorrow and the next day and the next day and the next day. So that's something to look forward to, perhaps.
I can't wait. I can't wait. I can return to my house. 43 years now. 43 years now. I wish I could just chill out like my aunt. Chill out like my aunt. It's good to get out. Good to get out. It's good to get out. Good to get out. You know, just get out.
Where I might say, there was a tremendous wind.
Let's be out. Some people say, I'm like, nah, sometimes some sometimes with that. Like that. Sometimes you just don't want to be at home. Sometimes all day.
Miss Aquarius, did you hear about Hana virus?
They came to discover that the trees.
You talking about the cruise ship, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I already know. Georgia people.
Oh, there you go.
What's the word I'm looking for?
I seen it on the news, but I also this man, Don Vacation, he be cruising on top. So he told us about it.
Do you think that it's going to be locked down?
Be real bad. That's all I know. That's all y'all need to do. Keep working with people. Keep it working. Let's do real lockdown. Let's do real lockdown. Look what we got. Look what we got. Just look. I want y'all to got it crazy.
With less water,
Just look.
the roots
That's all I'm gonna tell you.
They say perhaps it's a muscle.
See what the heck going on with spirit and shit. My language, I'm just saying. That damn man wanted to take that damn fucking plane.
Miss Aquarius is turned up tonight.
I do not like that, man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This man is destroyed.
I just want to know.
This is about to be a world war.
When a belief comes out, is it like took root or not?
And if y'all didn't know, the man has dementia.
Says the Gemara.
Miss Aquarius, I've known you for more than a year. I have known you for more than a year, and I never knew you were so political.
I'm not damn. I'm not political. Politics. Not politics. Like details. Because we do not like jag on Trump. My auntie tells me this stuff. I don't look at the news. I don't look at the news. My auntie tells me that.
Either Ashrush and either
Y'all better wake up this thing and see what's going on.
Okay, I mean, what? Miss Aquarius. Why are you saying that why are you saying that I voted for President Trump? I didn't go for it. Miss Aquarius, I didn't vote for him, and I don't know anyone who did. So I don't know who you're talking to.
You ain't got that word. You ain't got that word. That's mad. They be on the TV and mad about getting do it. And he gonna do what they want him to do with it. You voted. You did. Spirit, they wanted to take their dad.
Says the
There's 17,000 people unemployed. Now they got the so it's a lot for people. It's a lot for people. One, I followed his name is Stephen. I think he's depressed. But he was a spirit. He was a spirit. I independent and whatnot.
There's JC.
He was a spirit. He was a spirit of and he said that he
Did he say? Did he say why he was iffy about Delta?
But he said he has to be careful. He's in the back. He said he has to be careful. He doesn't want to keep coming. He doesn't want to back and forth. He said he was like, just where he at. He said, he said he got cats. He said, well, he got cats. He don't want to keep, he don't want to keep, he said he don't want to keep, he had somebody who really watch his cats and stuff like that. He said that he was mute, but he said that he was mute. He said he don't want to mute.
What else is there?
So I feel for these people, man.
At least,
I feel for these people. I don't feel for the I don't feel why I don't feel for these passengers. Tell you why I don't feel for these passengers.
to the ground.
They should have just, you know what I'm saying? I understand. I am a little bit spirit. Understanding nobody. They knew about that. Gave them a hand, thinking about shutting down. Should have gave them a little bit notice. Whatever. So they can go in, but they can go in. Let's figure out what we're going to do. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I feel for the passengers. I really do. Now, I don't know about the
Everybody. If you're paying for a flight and you're excited to see your family or go on a trip or whatever, and then all of a sudden, and then I feel for them as well. They're the obvious ones.
It's finished. And therefore, the owner is not.
They could have gave them. I think for the ones that can't really get a refund, right out. I feel for the people that have to call and travel or whatever. I feel for the people that like July. And they have to call and travel. They got to take on time. Take some time. They don't know if they're going to get their money. I feel for those.
So there's no way now, my partner, I'm real estate.
For everybody. Her spirit should have just.
I'm sure But the
They should have gave them a heads up.
says he's lying. He only gave you 5.
Like,
That's
hey,
it.
we about to get ready to shut down in a month or such and such. You know, they should give everybody a heads up.
An account.
Instead of having to he said he woke up at 12 p.m.
If I tell you I gave you
and
12
got an email. He said he didn't even read it. He said I didn't read all of it. All he read was upgrading the shut down at 3 a.m. He said he didn't even read the rest of it. He said he didn't even read it. He said I would have right. He said I would have called. He said I would have called. He woke at 12 p.m.
And we had a big lawsuit. It took a very long time, and he lost.
I'm afraid that everybody flight attendants.
Now, how did it work?
Get their last bit of pay. I pray that every one of them get unemployment. I pray that Holy Spirit may come back to maybe another company, you know what I'm saying, with another company. You never know what can happen.
Oh, no. He didn't say no. The theater I want to go to, I put enough seat, like usual. Like everybody puts such chill. Bosses, I gotta go. He didn't say no. He didn't say 6. That was really 5. He says, but it was necessary. And anytime he didn't put what was necessary. Yes, no, you know? You can understand me carrying that. Is it considered, you know what? Because as if he put it in it's more like a calculator. It's moving on. Or maybe perhaps once he puts the wheat as into the ground, it comes like real estate. Let's see what
$33 for what? Lee, what are you doing? You want downtown? That's me. That's why it's so hot. That's why it's so hot. Because probably downtown. $33 downtown. Miss 48. It was okay. Movies that have like a lot of action.
Bumba. What's it, Bumba?
Those people want to self-delay, which stop it there. That's what we
forgot that anything that can be measured or weighed is not but a metacos. And it applies.
So where you going at?
I'm gonna go to the Starbucks. Pay for what you get. I'm gonna go to the Starbucks.
I like where they put it. This is the back. That's what he deserves. That's what he deserves. Could you? There's a Schwab. But the mix has the song. Let's say he was. He promised 5, he only did 4. It's what you make test. He says, no, I did 4.5. So that's what it was. Because you consider the Talmud is put in the test. So there's one and there is a shvua. Or do a bottle like a marrow, you can maybe this is like real estate in the shvua Malay.
Everybody you want to play, you can invite me. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
The boys, I remember I promised you we're going to have some sugyas that you've never heard before. So interesting stuff. Why Robbie Barkov? In the ways of the cat, who suffers with love, or barley in the ways of other animals. It says Rashi that cows and other animals, mammals, they eat barley. Perhaps the question is, agave, can they receive tumah? Is it considered food? Is it edible?
I remember when we took
Is it
us
a food item?
$1.
Should be ready up off of it. If you have weed that's in the waste of cattle, soil should be low there.
I'll see it when it comes to
the Waymo? I want to know Waymo.
And that he's going to eat it. Amen. That this vessel, I'm filled with this. So this becomes
you have big plans.
Nobody. You know, I just don't like that. I like them when he played that
The Apprentice?
I like that part. Yeah.
I found
I like that part. Got to be, you know,
a beautiful house here.
privilege. I like when he was on the planet, but
And he gives it
You have
the
big plans for your weekend?
I gotta go to the nail shop tomorrow. I gotta go switch your bank.
hello,
I'm
maybe
not gonna close my other bank out here.
Nice.
My job, thank you.
she doesn't know it. Of course he can. After he does also something that you
Till it gets transferred to the new bank. You're aware.
That's smart. More benefits.
Yeah.
Listen to the question. He's found
right number?
No, I don't. What happened? You didn't tell me about a cash out this situation.
I'm at work. Somebody trying to take out of my cash. The bank is linked. So then I called them. They responded to close. I said, first of all, I said, is there a way? First of all, I gotta get home today. I said, but is it the way I can open it? She's like, yeah. She's like, let me check. She was like, oh, they didn't do it now. They took it to the cash up. So we're not gonna close that. So then, a week later, go to the nail shop. This was what? Jay and I going. I'm trying to pay for my nails. I do the tip. I get too much, right? I did twice. This thing said surprise.
Not this club that it should be.
Suspicious surprise. So I had a couple aunties going on, auntie paid for it. When I went to the bank, she was like, well, they opened it and they gave me another payment. I was like, okay, I'll pay you. I said, okay, well, I'm not doing it. And I was trying to get another card. You can't do that. You got to do that. I'm like, what? You don't do just bank. She said, no. So I'm gonna pray that and I and wife and then I'm gonna get ready to leave them. I am done. So yeah.
No, I don't remember you telling me that. That's what, did you ever find out who it was?
She told me that the person they try to get her twice. They try to get her twice. Try to take $20 out of her. They try to take another 10 or something like that. Something like that. Try to get that. Is what they were doing. So they're trying to take 20. So they're trying to take 20. They're trying to get pay her 10. And they were trying to get second and they were trying to get it back. They did not take nothing. I said, well, I know I don't give a care. I see you. I see you. Don't give a care about that. Anyway, don't care. Anyway.
You were saying that they were trying to get $20 from me, Gina, to give it back to them.
They was trying to pay her team. They was trying to get the team back, but they never did. They never did. They tried to pay the team. It didn't go through. So yeah. So me and her talked about it. And she believed it's somebody that come to find out she called the case was like a scam. So then she was like a scam. So she said she was calling us with I didn't call her. So I decided my sister, I Googled research today. Some of these banks are fraudulent anyway. They got most complaints anyway. One of my banks or the banks that I'm with is one of them. Yeah. So I am going to take this. I took me to a company. I've been coming to or whatnot. And I'm done. I'm just, I haven't.
That's right.
I don't want to keep trying to lock my heart out.
Yeah.
So that's what I got to do. Okay. Check it out.
Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship. I heard you say that you're just getting a savings. Don't you need a checking account to get a debit? Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, there you go.
Yeah. All right. Please welcome from an elephant.
That's what's going on.
Want to be remembered.
So yeah, that's what we're doing. Get done with that. I don't know if she goes to her whenever got the lighter, but
On time.
10:30 a.m. That's what I'm going to do. Tomorrow, person back with the person. You're going to be in this week. I like to do it. And I like to tell me not to close. I already know not to close. The bank that I'm at now. My check. My job. Get transferred to the credit. To the credit. Then I can close it. Then I can close it after that. I'm happy. I need to.
It doesn't
There's
matter
too much going
whether
on.
you
I don't
understand
want
school or
to have to
not.
tap someone, swipe someone. You keep saying something. And I need to go home and tap.
Go through the digestive system of any animal, a wolf,
They're going to move more issues.
an elephant.
I understand
they don't
that.
eat human beings, but let's just say it happened. There's something halachically happened to the meat. In other words,
Why you cold?
you go to Lubaya, you touch your size of the face, but maybe perhaps this meat that goes through the digestive system
Tracy coming
is
back.
something else when it comes out.
I don't know where
He's going to Starbucks. I think he said to be on his laptop because he's going to a movie theater. I mean, he's in Hollywood. I don't know why he's going to a movie theater in South Los Angeles. But there are like 10 theaters around him. But he's doing his own thing. Right. He likes to. I only have 2 eyes, Mr. Aquarius. I can only take it so much.
He said 4F8.
Yeah. Let's look it up.
You consider that the way
I ain't never heard of that.
changed with the adjustment. Some of that.
Didn't you say 4F8?
The bones are tougher than branches, especially if these branches we're talking about. And therefore, maybe
4DX. 4DX. Yeah. It's an immersive cinema format developed by CJ4D Plex that augments standard film screenings with physical effects synchronized to on-screen action. Okay, now I understand why it's so expensive. The experience includes motion seats that tilt and vibrate along with environmental effects such as wind, fog, rain, sense, and strobe lighting to create a multi-sensory environment.
Oh, okay.
We're gonna ask, like, what
Oh,
exactly
okay.
happened?
We know when you're I want to go some downtown. Oh, okay. We got 4 days. Okay. What can I? Let's do that. Georgia.
This basically, a big tornado came,
Okay, let's go to Let's see what this shit.
swallowed up a bunch of fish and dumped them on shore. Here it is. There's a picture of the tornado.
We do the 46 song.
What up, Riser? How you living, pimp?
Then I'm gonna go shore.
Riser, are you there? Yo. So,
Hey, Brian. Hey, Brian.
The same exact thing could happen. With the
sure.
in a vacuum and dumps it somewhere else.
I'll be in there, boo. I'll be in there, baby. I'll be sleeping. You be in here, baby. I'll be sleeping. You're 3 hours behind. You're 3 hours behind. I'll be sleeping. Eight, nine, 11 right now, baby. I go to sleep Monday night, Tuesday night, and Wednesday night. I have to be up at 6 a.m. You're 3 hours behind. You're 3 hours right now. It's 8 right now. I'm at settled in an hour to be midnight. Okay? So you're coming in here. I have to get up at 6 a.m. my time, which is what? 2, 3 in the morning for y'all?
It's 3.
So yeah.
Oh, she's been in here. She's just been asleep.
Yeah, she's 3. I'm sorry. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. You forgot that I am 3 hours ahead of y'all.
Riser, do you know about 4D? 40x movies that have motion seats, wind, fog, rain sense, and strobe lighting.
Where the pasuk says, "The much we say,
That's where JC's going. What are your thoughts, Riser, on your favorite podcaster, William Montgomery, announcing that he was ending his podcast yesterday, that I had to be the bearer of bad news to you? Well, William Montgomery came in here at about 3 o'clock in the morning, and he was like, "Rabbi, I have something to tell you." And I was like, "What's that, William?" And he was like, "I'm ending the show." And I was like, "It doesn't surprise me because your podcast is awful." He's like, "I know." I'm like, "But it used to be better." And he's like, as it seems, okay, that's fine, whatever you want to say. How did I find it out? I went on Kill Tony's subreddit because I wanted to know what happened to him. He hasn't been on in like a month, and the month previously that he was doing Kill Tony, he opened the show and he just wasn't his same self. Frankly, he hasn't been his same self seemingly since he had that meltdown at that stand-up comedy show where they mocked him or whatever, and also since his breakup with Erica.
Doing a row machine. Doing a row is healthy. He's healthy. He's probably still funny. Still funny.
No, it happens. I get that. Okay, let me ask you this. You haven't seen him do stand-up in 2 months, right?
Sure.
Okay, well, I have, and I can tell you that he just hasn't been the same. Especially, and I'm not the only person who thinks this. Tony Hinchcliffe thinks this. His boss.
And I have to say,
He got promoted.
Well, he said that he likes to do starter more because then he doesn't have to then he can relax for the show. But he's the closer. He's like Mariano Rivera. He's the guy who, no matter what, at the end, there's going to be something. And they've changed it now. And also, Kill Tony just hired a new regular, which tells me that probably William Montgomery's done.
William Montgomery. He just makes more on Cameo.
I don't think he really makes that much anymore on Cameo, to be honest with you.
and some of the wheat kernels got stuck in the shroud.
Yeah, it has. I mean, he's a one-trick pony. How many times can you be told that you're a fat bitch? Like 1,000 times. Whatever. Well, so what? Like in reading the comments or whatever, he had a dispute with an advertiser, or they dropped him or something.
You might be at fault. It might be your Strimo.
Usually, what happens in those cases, it's a company like Podcast One. What they do is they basically get a bunch of businesses who want to podcast and or who want to advertise on podcasts, I should say. So like companies like Me Undies and Magic Mind and like AG1, all of those, and they get this network together, and then they say we're going to put it on these different podcasts, and so William Montgomery would be on one, and all of the other ones, and then basically they cut whatever podcasts aren't performing that well. And I think since Casey Rocket left, and the lovely Erica, they've just basically felt like his one-man show isn't getting the same views that it once did.
I haven't really checked the view counts. I mean, never really picked up any views to begin with.
No.
They're all less than 100,000 views, which is not a lot of money. Not a lot of money. Less than $800.
Yeah, and but he's legitimate, in my opinion. That's what a real podcast is. It's not these 600,000 views within the first 2 hours that these other podcasts do that are just being artificially inflated. His was like a legitimate, hey, I'm not going to blow money on bots, and we'll just see how it goes. He also, what else? You asked me. Well, they're supposed to, but they have people like insiders like your brother has, who they can go back to them and be like, hey, you need to unsuspend us or whatever for whatever reason, and then they do. But your average person doesn't have that kind of pull. Oh, yeah, definitely. Oh, for sure, dog. Well, it's a two-tier system. If you're Mr. Beast, you're going to be able to bot yourself. They know that you bot yourself, and that's where they make their money, on these giant creators who they can promote to the top, who have really flashy graphics, and frankly, it's a lot of brain rot. And anyone who has anything intelligent to say, they are going to, like, if they don't feel that it's going to meet their metrics, then they end up dropping them. And that's what happened with our man. That's what happened with our man, William Montgomery. You asked if you really want to know. Well, I said that I was searching for William Montgomery because he wasn't on this week's Kill Tony or the previous week's Kill Tony. They haven't mentioned him, and it's almost like they don't want to get into it, but like he's no longer their closer anymore, which is a sad thing. He was a closer for like almost 10 years. Not quite, but like a long period of time where no matter how bad the show was, you could count on William Montgomery as a consistent, funny person. And sometimes he was just going to light it up. And when he does that, it's incredible. And I will tell you that when he's firing on all cylinders, doing crowd work and yelling at people, he's one of the funniest comedians around. But he's just lost it seems like he's lost his passion.
I can't really comment on that. Maybe that's true.
It absolutely is true. 100%, without a doubt.
Small and super important. That's secondly, regarding the
I feel like he's invested a lot of time on that podcast.
Over the years, first
when I started watching.
When it comes to that,
he's been steadily doing everyone.
That's true. And the fans were saying that, like, oh, I can't believe he never did a he never reunified, or he never had a reunion with Casey Rocket. And dude, who was the producer guy? Who?
Clearly not a William Montgomery.
Oh, Daisy. Oh, Daisy. 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 He said he's gonna take the rainbow, Rabbi. He said he's gonna take the rainbow, Rabbi.
I see.
How much is the rainbow? How much is the rainbow?
I don't like Waymo. I don't like Waymo. Evil. Evil.
The danger is finding everything.
He's in California. Where you at? California, where you at?
Because everything has a heck and everything has a nose. So I can
Talking about
Riser's not in
Riser said he don't like
Riser's not in California, Mr. Clay.
Riser's not in California.
now,
Where's the Riser at? Where's the Riser at?
I see a Waymo.
I would say there's nothing wrong with signal from the other side. Pushing the other side. Right. Next. But it gets better. You see that?
I thought he was in California. My bad.
That's
What I
okay.
really wanted to do is though, the latest so you can just learn the playlist and the upcoming. So you
Only 17? Only 17?
Because I was going a bit too far. I want to explain what I mean. It's sometimes it feels that it's not only comes from the halal itself, but also from a very personal place. Perhaps last experience, pizza store, and the desire from a Pella's father was not good at it. And of course, that has great value. Same time, all our fathers were taught from the desires. The person's guided by their own love. Present something in a way.
Rabbi.
Yes, Mr.
That
Clay.
was one of those movie theaters. Yes, $33 and if you get two tickets, $44.
So it's the same price.
Because
Yeah,
that's
that's
very
crazy.
big mistake.
But
Many
what's wrong with treating yourself?
That's right.
As in, what is Hadash? What does Hadash mean? Where it comes from. Is it a chumrah from the Torah? Who thinks
Brandon's here.
Who thinks that it's a possible in the Torah?
How are you? How are you? How was your day? How was your day? How was your day? How was your day? Okay.
You're not allowed to eat coffee.
I've been streaming quiet.
What is it?
You be streaming what? Oh, okay.
So if I'm telling you, the voice said, all you need to do me a favor. Go around, not cheer.
All right, Riser, you ready to lose?
You hear it,
Are you
guys?
ready to lose?
Guys, before you chop all the plates, what's up?
Yeah.
What's up?
Yeah, I'm ready. I played pickleball today.
We play Literati, which is like Scrabble.
Oh, you play Scrabble.
So you go around the show and let people know that it's a
Miss Claire, Gary play.
The question is that the hospital in Florida today.
Scrabble.
According
Not
to
used to a long time ago.
95% of Rishonim, Achronim,
You wear Riser?
You sometimes win.
right? So
When I let him.
they listen to Rabbanan today in Florida. So the question is,
Get out of here with that.
don't hear about it. That's the question. So they have that. It's called the Bach. That's the number. And he has a head of a
So you
Swiss
have to
face.
know play
We have to know they're using that. If they don't have to make fun of the people that are not good on the rest of the And not to write a silly email like there's your roses.
Right here. You're down 20 points.
You're down 20 points.
See J-Ski. Shadow.
Shadow. Exactly what other people say. This is what he's writing.
I've been trying to cover up nothing.
If someone feels that the strong emphasis of others is not only coming from our walk itself, but also from a very personal place. Perhaps connecting the past experience. At the same time, we all have fathers.
I already know.
Sorry. Rabbanas. One can't argue about this country. They can't argue on the Shulchan of Pascals and say this is their right today. Shulchan. On the tour, on the road, on the roundabout. Can't argue.
Must be telling this camera.
It's not about a father. It's not about a son. It wasn't a son. That's for sure. But he's talking about this misconception. After I read the video, I was like, well, the person, the plane, and the airport. And people have no, zero. I'll show you a video. And I said I'm yesterday in cheer.
Where are you going now? You're not going to Hollywood? You're not going to Hollywood?
No, I want to get it out of their head. It's not a little it's a tossing in the fire.
So I'm just going to another theater.
The person's guided by their own. You know, if you knew that it's a tossing in the fire, and you argue that not a said, there's no base of English, and it's a difference.
But yeah, I have to
now we're starting to talk, maybe know a little bit. You don't even know that's a puzzle. When you say it's a little chumbra, that's a crop.
That's how you know, right?
I'm scared to say that. I think maybe there should be this. Because otherwise, you wouldn't write. You have a hundred, you have a service,
Especially
and
in
it's
this section.
the person's got to be.
Oh, wow.
Like a huge horizon. So again, I'm not. All I'm presenting.
Oh, riser. Riser.
Talks about things.
J.C., did you have Brandon? You said you had Brandon. You said you was streaming.
I said I have very good software and the good.
I'm gonna have to check it out.
In other words, it's hardly started. You can only be the nice, but hardly. As I said, okay, I'll try it. I'll do it. I don't know. My own children don't do this. I never spoke to them.
Wait a minute.
I don't know my friends do it. So he said that I'm like,
God hit. That's just going on. God hit. That's just going on.
speak about it just the weirdness of dialogue. That we have it there, right? So that's a maybe. And I say we can start.
Riser. Taking all my spots.
That's the main kind of today why people don't want to test. Not because they have like a good kind of test.
We have anxiety attack.
Now, I just want to show you this video. But I love getting better. I love him. I love him.
He's really good.
I don't think it's a pet peeve. I think I'm trying just to bring something out. If one thing comes out of this year, one thing that people should.
Rabbi, have you seen him in this before?
No. And I'm watching
Look
them.
at him. He's really in the window.
That you can ask me, bro. Don't
Do you
say
see
it.
it?
Yes.
Do you see it?
Okay. Certainly,
Yes.
give him one.
You have it out. They do it downtown. They do it downtown. I wouldn't take it. They don't have it here in my area. I eat. Huh?
No.
Downtown Atlanta. They have it. I'm in Atlanta. I'm in Atlanta, but I'm like 20 minutes from Atlanta.
Everybody knows about the shop. And explain so I understand why. today. Especially that the second was so immaculate. Against Allah, they wear a bit of time. They go above and beyond everything. They go to the mikvah every day. So why when it comes to the rights like this, they're not mad? So the answer could be that in Europe, it's very, very difficult to find Yasham. And they had a concern of nefesh, I heard, back in the day. But that
I can't see it.
The places where it was not.
Oh, ain't nobody there.
I'm just saying. Thank you. I'm gonna jump to the video that I want to show you. You have to supposed to meet report shit during your name, but you should go after Mark. You should go after Yossi Mark wants you with me today, and Ben Chef will be with me next month. Very much looking forward to everything.
Liza, I'm distracted. What do you want me to do?
It's gonna be beautiful. I'm here.
Got robot cars. Got robot cars.
What do you guys know about what you tell me is this is a very second. Okay, good. I'm trying to teach the oil. It's very little thing. I said it here. The same thing is you gotta tell Christ. Now you know some headroom, speak of the fact that there's a headroom. It's a possible thing. So yes, starting on that of it. And look back to like he said, look back to the very start of Makina. He didn't know that's the story. They didn't know. They didn't know that weird start. One of
I can't really see it. Like isolated.
Before we go to the city, I just need to read this statue. The official Israeli shot something by the Iranian Habibi family's parrot. Their wives told Shayo, but school, you the Walt, Desmond, Baldwin, Rudy. See, I see this work. Every night. Let's change it. Every night, translation of multiple Moroccan. Anonymous. By the way, that's one thing. Rule number one was remove all the words. You don't want any words. The guys have to meet everything. Just simple English. Look, you should just speak English. Not as some black people this close. Isaac, situation factors. So you need to make it's Salmon. Thanks to Deutsch, front of the Brooklyn, serious child, Shkoya, the second sponsor, Joe Dance, Ministry of Project Dance, and I saw groups in gas, Kevin, Commission, the Nation, Sunday Gross family, Canby Island, in honor of rebellion, changed my meaning of life. When I'm going to be Betty and all, but this is the talking to my wife, Bobby Shop, Scarab, I decided for Slim will be married, but for Miriam and I to be married. Of a father and sort of rough up as sort of lessons in all areas of life. Since that time, I'll be even that people with Papillon anywhere around the world. Shaman Salo, greetings back to the Iron Motion of Bishop Bar Mitzvah, of the Solomon, of the Goody, Leah, Peter Subbins, Leah back. That's me from months in New York, leave all in the car, back, slump with more than y'all in there. And I'm supposed to have been watching make you the beloved Bermina, an amazing 4-year-old medical treatment today, successful for me, and I'm saying a rip is not a fast to have a rough out. Beauty Freeman and our nation style your support is my great motivation. I made best with reels for Simcha, the White family. Which must have been beloved, Ben, and Frank Fisher's friend, Frank Fisher's friend, which is amazing, the Nia Flish. Before Shleimi on Tanigim Mishal Bracha. Shleimi Mortam Nester. The Bursayel Daniel Zemayel Nester Shkoya. You don't mind, Bezer Hashem this year is heard by close to 40,000 people. So comments and I welcome comments during cheer, but good ones, noise, side noises, stuff like that. Please try to keep the minimum. Yeshukaya. So we're gonna see the scene today of Yashan and Kadosh. See where this email came from or why he's passionate about it.
Do you want more time?
In the Mishnah,
No, I have nothing.
that the way it works is barley, wheat, Hamesh's meaning cannot eat the meat until the second day of Pesach. When Klal Yisrael brings a carton, they bring a Minchas Omer. That Minchas Omer allows you to eat the new crop. What happens when you go to Hamikdash? We don't bring Omer, so then what? What is going to discuss? Listen to this. It's about in the Mishnah we learned yesterday. Could you even touch the crop? Could you even cut the core? So we saw, Rameir says, no, you're not allowed to. Because if you cut the crop, you might eat it. And eating it is what? This is the rice. It's not a problem. It's not a problem to cut it. Why? We're not concerned you're going to eat it. Okay. So the Gemara asked the question. I'm just repeating what we learned yesterday. This is the Shita of Yehuda that you could reap the Kadash and we're not concerned you're going to eat it. Chacham say you're not allowed to eat it. Why? So yesterday we asked the question from Chametz, from biggest Chametz. Oh, yeah, that's a good point. The biggest Chametz. The halacha is if you didn't do the biggest Chametz the first night, remember, she's on Yonim, I'm going to show you something. It's mind boggling. If you don't do the biggest Chametz the night before, you do it in the morning of Erev Pesach. You don't do it then, you do it up until 6 hours. But not further. If you just can't do it longer than that, why? Because you might come eat the chametz. Let's say you're looking, you find a piece of cake, you might eat the cake. All of a sudden, who is concerned if you're holding a piece of cake in your hand, you might eat it. How come he's not concerned by the hot? If you're holding in your hand the new crab, you might come to eat it. So that's the contradiction. You see, the top box is called a chadash. He's not concerned. It's green. The bottom box, looking around for chametz, you might find a nice cookie or something that he is concerned. What's the difference? In fact, the Gemara says we have to see that question of Chachamim in reverse. Why? Because when it comes to chadash, the box is red. They say you can't touch the chadash. But when it comes to the chametz, they say you could check it. Okay. So that we had an answer yesterday. The last words of Muhammad Bey's Amar Rabbi Shani actually because you're not allowed to cut Chadash with the what is it called? Round tool? The sickle. You're not allowed to use the sickle. You have to use your hand. Use your hands. That's your way to remember. Oh, why can't I use the sickle? Because it's Chadash. I'm not allowed to use it. I'm not allowed to cut. Almost. We'll do a switch. So we're holding down there by 2 lines of some chesed. Put out. Only up to 0 peanut butter. Okay, Neymar. when it comes to grinding the wheat and sifting the flour.
You will have no idea how big a play that
No
was for
idea
you.
how.
How come over there we're not concerned? What
Watch it. Watch it.
what is he doing differently? When it comes to reaping, he's not using the sickle. When he's doing the tina and the sifting, what is he doing differently to remind us that
You would just have no idea. I would have like 1,000 points.
Typically speaking, how do you use something like this, or boys? Oh, beautiful. It's a machine. You get flour. You tell them, no, you can't use the machine. You have to use something like this. This is the hand one, right? This is an upgraded version for today. These are fast and account. Okay, we make him work harder. We're excited. He thinks, so why am I working harder? Oh, because it's Kaddish. So he's not going to come in. Now, what about sifting? Harkada agabina. The harkada, usually, how does it work? Usually take a sifter, you pour the flour, looks like a cup, and the sifter's on the bottom. So let me do this and I'll show you. Okay. Now he's going to do the opposite. He's going to turn the cup upside down, and he's going to sift from this part. Much harder to sift this part. Let's see. That's how you typically sift, right?
Devastating.
I don't know how to do this.
Devastating. You're not too far off.
That's called harkada. I get it. Shlomo with a little bit of sugar. Harkada means like the dance. So the little flower guy.
What does the mother say? Nafa.
Rashi says it's the other way around.
Chadash. Badin.
Inverted. Or not inverted.
I think you got a little from this. Our artist, okay. Oh, so now he showed it. Kobe, I think, did this where the sifter is upside down and the flour's on the other side. Great. So since you're doing it on the opposite way, then you're reminded that it's fun.
You fucked me so badly. You fucked me so badly.
It's two types of fields. There's a field that uses rainwater. There's a field that needs extra help. It needs to be irrigated.
The game's still like tied.
And I'm going to show you how that's done.
Yeah, but you just have no idea. You played a few spots that just you have no idea how they have saved you.
So we let you use the sickle. You're not going to use it for the argument. You let it use the sickle. The question is, I believe you're not allowed to pile it up. Michael and Neymar, you're telling me that the whole reason why you let it cut the Kaddish is because I have something to remind me that it's Kaddish. What's reminding you? I'm not using a tool. I'm using my hand. Okay, you're allowed to use a tool. So what's reminding you? Check this out. Because there's some this did a phenomenal job, huh? What they do? Yeah. What's he? That's getting boring. It's not the speed. It's good. get an irrigation, what is it called? You should know. A canal. You get a canal, maybe, all the way to your field. Once you get there, so now the wheat can grow and you'll have to use a sickle. So the question is, using the sickle, how do you remember not to the answer is the Chodosh. Now you can just skip a whole bunch of those ones, right? Wow. Look, I'm going to turn this around. All right. So says Gemara, very good. It says a bag of Chodosh Baluminate. People don't need Chodosh. You hear this? People in the back of the day didn't need Chodosh. And therefore, they'll be careful not Chametz loy Baluminate. When it comes to the Chametz, since they eat donuts all year round, if the guy finds a donut every other, he might take a good bite out of it. All my Rava, the Yehuda, the Yehuda Kashi, the Rabbanan, the Rabbanan loy Kashi. As I showed you before, I preempted this question. Here it is again. Nobody's paying attention. It's okay. The people that are watching this year, they'll be paying attention. We said it's a contradiction of Yehuda. On the one hand, by Chodesh, he says that you could deal with it, you could reap it, but by Chametz, he's very careful. He says you can't do Bdika. Why is it not a question according to the Chametz? I'm only calling you. According to Chachamim, who say that it's possible to deal with Chodesh, you're not allowed to reap it. How come it is by Chodesh, they say you're allowed to do Bdika? Yeah? So says the Gemara, we already answered why it's not a concern. The Yehuda, why? Because we said that Chametz is used to it, so you might think
oh, look who it is. Oh, look who it is.
Not a question because if the guy is looking, he's searching for Chametz. Why is he searching for the fat flashlight and the candle?
What up, Pam?
So that he can burn it. So also he's going to take a bite out of it. Makes no sense.
I mean, do you not know how to view people in this server, dog?
Beautiful line.
Excellent point.
The Ravashi, we're talking about roasted flowers.
Dude, he was just in here talking to us, dog.
It's almost like a joke. Listen to this.
How was your day, Zoo? How was your day?
Ravashi's writing about himself.
Why is that?
It seems like he wrote it himself. And like another way.
Are you okay?
This that Ravashi said. Not somebody else. He's writing about himself. Unless he's written in later generation, which also is a possibility. Well, the Rashi producing heat or producing heat to joke.
I hope that it feels better.
If the flowers roasted, nobody eats roasted flowers, not edible. I'd call him but why do I allow the guy to reap it?
Oh, fuck you.
When it's small, people used to eat it. This is like
And then Zoo fucking leaves. I was fucking distracted. What do you want me to do about it? I got this asshole telling me about hitting his head. I don't know. I had to be the one to be like, yeah, Roger's here because you're just AFK, quiet as fuck. Warm up game, son. Warm up game, son. Warm up game, son. I mean, what do you want me to do? Ban him?
Basically, the channel's doing all that.
If you leave and you're here for 10 seconds, then you
I kicked him a couple times recently. Let me think why.
Maybe I have to.
Why did I kick him recently? Whenever he talks about like stuff that will get me banned, then he gets
Was
kicked.
he ready for the mission?
Or he just gets disconnected.
There's more food. Why? They're not concentrating enough, and you. The boy said, once the mitzvah of the Omer comes to the Hamikdash and you put it up on the Mizbeah, everybody's permitted to eat the new crab. You're allowed to eat the Kodesh. I'll tell you something. I don't want you guys just to say the negative things. That's the fancy. Say the positive also. Tell the Olam about Chodesh.
All right, what are we watching tonight, big man?
You'll be surprised. They don't know that
I do. It's supposedly a really good documentary, but it's really controversial. Go to BitChute. It's called JFK to 9/11. Everything's a rich man's trick. It's like everything from like 1960 on, even before. It's like all the history of like corruption.
And the guy says, it doesn't matter if you done wrong or not. I listened to Vitaly Stepansky, and he said in cheer that it doesn't matter if you step over somebody, you don't step over somebody. And he steps over and they keep on going. So
did you happen to ask Discord why they banned your account?
This is Vitaly Stepansky's son. Maybe that's not true. Whatever. Thanks. Yeah, so I had to convince him that he's my son, the whole thing. Great. So Zokti Gemara. I'm just saying. People say over, you let us step over those. That's said. Say over the Yashin thing also. What if you don't live in Yerushalayim? You live far away, you live in America. So when this comes, you could assume that in the Beis Hamikdash they already brought the Omer Mamela, you're allowed to eat the new crop. Anybody knows what the Yom HaNef means? What's Yom HaNef? Are you learning looking in English? What's Yom HaNef? What does it mean? Why is it called Yom HaNef? Yom HaNef? How do you know that? That's very good. Yom HaNef means the day that you do Tnufa. What's Tnufa? When you lift the carb, you lift the mitzvah. Right? So it's called Yom HaNef, which is the 16th day of Nisan, which is what? The second day of Pesach. So it says since there's no Beis Hamikdash, so we're not going to eat Chodesh that entire day. Omar Rabbi Yehuda, but I'm in a Torah also. So Yehuda kind of argues. It says, what do you mean you're making a Chodesh? There's a Chodesh. It says in the Torah you're not allowed to eat on the 16th day. Shenamar. He has this concept.
Do you need assistance finding it?
Meaning, if you can't eat part of it, you can't eat up until the pill is also part of it.
I got an email today from a girl who says that we're going to do a podcast on Sunday, potentially. I say potentially because she hasn't confirmed the time. But it's going to be at 1 p.m. I've got another one that I'm doing at 10 a.m., so I kind of got them back to back. And then it's going to air September 7th, 2026. If you're like, why the fuck so far in advance? She only does one podcast a month, and she's done like 77. She's getting her master's degree, and so she's not like a full-time podcaster, but that's what she does. But yeah, that's cool. And I like it. She's like, we can speak for 30 minutes if you want. We can speak for 2 hours if you want.
Then the Mincha, the Omer, allows it to eat. בזמן שהם מסמים לשקיים, here Mizrach.
She said,
when she's not around,
we can speak for 30 minutes if you want. She said, for 2 hours if you want. So that's cool. Like, you don't have to force 70 years of UFO history into 20 minutes.
Usually, the day starts by Shkia, by nightfall. And if it starts, you know, something the day usually starts when.
I know who Paul Walker is.
We hardly, I don't know, but
Poor dog, he died in a car accident.
Fastest
If you're watching
Dog, I already won this one. I don't even want to hear it. I already won this one.
They start. So
water.
From then on, the next time you're allowed to eat chodesh.
But then I looked it up, and like,
It's gonna start.
let's do the Reddit, could not find them. Could not find them without it. But the guy on
Which means
the Montgomery said that's what he said. He said
this
he
is
was
good.
just pretty fine or something.
I heard he was killed. I heard he was killed too.
When there's no base of English, it's from the Netzach.
Because of the
That is new to me.
No. When are you letting you rap? From the names.
He like
So what's that?
became a legend, like James Dean after those fucking movies.
You have to read a Karma.
Like the James Dean of South Australian comedy.
When they brought the Mincha Soimer, put their photos. Then you're allowed to eat mashma. It's not from the net. It's all, these are all questions the Gemara is going to say one answer to all 4 questions. 4 questions. Limits.
Did you find it?
Special mitzvah. Did you find it? Wait, patient. Wait up with the card, but then you get it. But in fact, you're allowed to eat it according to your
3 hours long.
the secret from the net. What's inside?
No, we've got to watch this. This is like the most famous band documentary on the internet.
Special. And it says in our mission that when you bring the Omer, that's when the punishment is okay.
Dude, that's something to say. It's gonna be like bankers on the world, and they run the media, and everything was an inside job. Yeah.
I watched the documentary one time on YouTube, but now it's like banned or something, or got banned or something, or got shut. I was really creepy. I like this really creepy to it, and creepy narrative. I was looking for it, but it was anything. But they're just saying how like the true network is much greater than they say, and they hoarded like all these gold, so much gold, and like tons of valuable property.
It's quadrillions. Look who it is. Look who it is.
This we saw around. Once the base of English was destroyed, he said that the 16th day of Nisan should be
I guess like
listen to this. Hey, Rick, what are we saying? Hopefully, this year we're gonna have some English holidays. We ate the crab. Don't
You listening?
You listening?
I'm listening to the part where we said that kind of watching. Yeah.
On the second video, by names. I should not
I mean, she's the child. She's the story, so it's just
I have a funny story about this. I have a funny, yeah, exactly. I have a funny story about this. Let me tell it really quickly. So, my friend and I, when I was young, I was like maybe, I don't know, 15 or something like that, and we were watching Jay Leno, the Tonight Show, and they had Emma Watson, and this is when no one knew who Emma Watson was, and she's this cute little British girl who's just talking about, you know, being like, you know, on the set of this new movie that's coming out called Harry Potter. Nobody's heard of it. Well, they've heard of the books or whatever, but I was like, wow, who is that? And my friend, who was 1 year older than I was like, dude, she's like 13. And I'm like, dude, I'm like 15. Like, that's not that we're like a year and a half, like, in age difference. Like, that's not that big of a deal. And he's like, yeah, I guess you're right. But I remember thinking to myself, like, that is, like, this is a little kid. And then I'm thinking to myself, but I'm a little kid.
Yeah, exactly. I think I had a crush on
that the entire days of the father is going to be zero.
I don't know who the fuck.
What is that?
Steve Owen.
Actually, Emma Watson's 4 years younger than I am. But, okay, so maybe I was like, maybe she was 12 and I was 16, something like that. It's not weird. I was a child. And she was a made-up, actually, she's like about 3.5 years younger than I am. So I was like 15 and she was like 12. That's pretty normal for like, well, it surprised me that they just had a child on the Tonight Show. That's pretty rare. Yeah, you did. You just said that you had a crush on Bindi Irwin. So you had a crush on a 13-year-old. So you had a crush on an 8-year-old, which is even weirder. And when you were 15, she would have been 13.
When I was 10.
Okay, and when you were 15, she would have been 13. Dude, I was 15. I love how Zoo thinks that a 2-year age difference is no big deal, but a 3.5-year age difference puts me in with Bill Cosby. Yeah, dog, 3.5 years.
You hear this? As long as you give me the brush on the entire the cover here she wrote, the time here she I want to Bill Cosby. It's not that this idea of
I'm just throwing that out.
It's not a made-up idea.
Dog, Zoo. I shouldn't have even mentioned it. Anyway, that's my Emma Watson. So maybe actually I'm 4.5 years older than she is. So maybe I was 16 and she was 12. What you gonna do?
I don't think it is. I think they don't know. I really don't. Go ask people. They don't know.
I think it's perfectly natural for a 16-year-old boy who sees a 12-year-old pretty actress and doesn't know their age on the Tonight Show to think that she's attractive.
The problem is now.
But my friend, who was a year older than I was 17 and was already like having to keep an eye out for that kind of stuff. And I was like, we're both kids. I don't understand what the big deal is.
They ate hot dogs the night of the 16th. In other words, they didn't eat the whole right before the 17th.
Oh, I didn't think that she was my exact age. I just thought that she was a pretty actor who was on television, but I didn't know how old she was. But anyway, he gave me shit. He gave me shit for that for a long time. I was like, dude, we were both minors. What do you want me to do about it?
They said because they're talking.
Zoo, you want to watch a documentary? Okay.
As you all know,
Dude, you're literally the person on earth who does less in a day than I do. What are you talking about?
That's not true. That's not true.
Okay, aside from going to stand up on Mondays and masturbating to Armenian chicks once every 5 months, we have a life. It involves like 4 hours of dice party a day, 1 hour of 9-ball, 1 hour of 8-ball, an hour of bullshit, and then a random game of either darts, mini golf, or table soccer. I don't know why we have to take it to that.
Rabbi.
What up, Zoo?
If you could fictional movie or book which
I am choosing Krypton. Actually, I think there's a movie called Planet of the Hot Babes or something like that. I want that one. But then Krypton, where Superman's from. Oh, what a meta answer. Middle Earth? Wait, so are you choosing planet Earth, like here, or Middle Earth? Zoo, do you ever like have conversations that don't have anything to do with the fantasy universe?
Think about it. 300 years.
Not all of them. Some of them get their shit tossed.
Sorry?
Some of them get fucked up. Dude, like all those dwarves who die in the war with the Saurons or whatever, in Sauron or whatever. No, they couldn't. Their whole like civilization depended on it. That's a great question. And isn't that from The Hobbit, though? That question, why didn't they just fly with the eagles to Mordor, is from The Hobbit. Okay. I've always felt the same thing. It's a huge plot hole. Plot hole.
It's just the rights.
I think it's because that is the stuff. It's around.
The muscle of the man and say, York. Bro, all the Rishon go, and the Chodesh prohibited outside of the Holy Land only by rabbinic law. The Rabbana. No.
All right.
Do you want to watch a documentary?
So the point
Rather should I go?
outside there disrupt.
Yeah, I already talked about it, dog. It's gonna shut down the world, baby. COVID part 2. COVID part 2. Dude, this bitch is gonna be even bigger.
Are you serious?
I think so.
That's why.
Yeah, dog.
There's gotta be a biological.
These weirdos.
It's not that hard. It's not that hard.
Maybe Zook created it at that adult arcade, and this is the result of having sex and then getting an email saying that you're no longer invited to that arcade, and then getting another email that says that you may have gonorrhea and that you should get tested, and then you don't, and then all of a sudden the world's in a panic.
All you would have to do
It's the rights.
get the number 8, get a little make a spray, make a spray, drop it, nuke the square next to the city, have this virus.
Or you could have sex at an adult arcade, get an email a month later saying that you're no longer invited, get another email that says that you may have super gonorrhea, and then just don't get tested for it.
Virus.
But at least you know. You're not going to know why you're not.
Yes, you can. That's how viruses get spread, dog. HIV stands for Human Immunodeficiency Virus. What's the V in HIV stand for then, Zoo? No. Okay. I mean, that's like a cool story and everything. Okay. So, how did you transmit your super gonorrhea to the world, and now it's on some passenger cruise ship in the Canary Islands, and the King of England has said that no one is allowed to spread this shit for 45 days. You have to stay. Okay, Zoot ran away. I mean, I'm stating facts here. Riser, isn't it amazing though? I'm just calling this right now. How all this came on at once, like just like the other pandemic where it was 2 weeks to stop the spread. Like all of a sudden, World Health Organization, Wikipedia, the British government, everybody's saying like all this shit. It's just like somebody got a fucking email that was like, hey, yeah, start pushing this. At an adult arcade in Adelaide, South Australia, about 3 months ago. It took a little while to.
This is a crazy story. This is not posh. One of these stories that
What's that word? Fudge. to yeah, but to oh, what do you call that? Not meditate, but like to to. It took a while to. Word is escaping me. Oh, I'm gonna look it up. Yo, what's a word when something is just like chilling? Like it ends with 8. It's like not like hibernate, but it's like that.
And if you bring between after you brought them and Shavuos, if you brought it, you shouldn't bring it. Twice before the Omer, no good, and before
Okay.
the Shalachem is good. Okay. Omer Lefanav Yehuda Bar Nachem, which is what? It seems to say that he said the right thing.
Yeah, that's better. That's better than goddamn documentary.
He says, he tells Lord. It's a big difference because right before the Omer, nobody's allowed to eat anything. But after the Omer came, Christ was allowed to eat little crab, so we weakened it up a little bit. So no, so for the base of English, it's not ready. But if you brought it, we'll let it slide. You hear what he's saying? Put them with love. The Omer allowed Christ to eat it. So maybe but the other will be okay for the base of English. You shouldn't, but you shouldn't. We'll say something. Okay, because the rest of Christ is eating his food. Shasa Kubitar. What does that usually indicate? Sticky Koida. Yossi sound says Sticky Koida. No. Sticky Koida. He agreed. Otherwise, he would have written on that. You told him no. You told him right away why he's wrong. He didn't say. No, what happens when you get the shit? You get him good. He asks a question, he doesn't know the answer. You know the answer, he doesn't know. You feel really good about yourself. But do you show him? What do you do? How do you do it? So, says the Gemara, Sahabu Konov Shur Yehuda ben Nehemiah. You take out the Rebbe. Yeah, you take out the Rebbe. Sahabu Konov Shur Yehuda ben Nehemiah. He was super excited. He was smiling. I got you. To the point where he was so thing, he was very, very excited. All my later Yehuda Tzavu Konecho Sheshavti says, okay, I see that you're super excited because you answered the old man, the Velator. I wonder if you are going to live a long life. Those explain it as a curse, he cursed them. Those explain it as a matter of fact. It doesn't make sense when you act the way you just acted that you're going to live a long life. Says the Gemara, what the story to the East. Omer, read it very low, the famous read of Shach. Read it very low. Oh, you saw your parent. My boy said this, blew me away. Right now, it's Motzei Rosh Chodesh. But when I said the Shir in Hebrew, when I was learning this Gemara, Rosh means half. Half means it's 2 weeks before Pesach. You know, it's literally today. It's like it was a coincidence that the day of the year is brought down on today's time. It was Pesach. It was 2 weeks before Pesach. I wanted to know what's going on with Yehuda ben Nehemiah. I remember the people was very tough about it. They said you're not going to be married now. So let's do the math. This was he went all the way to Shavuos. So Shavuos is 50 days plus another 15 days. Let's say kids are 65 days later. 65 days after the story, he's asking around about him. Hey, hello, where's he? How'd you get to 75? Normally, 50 plus 15 or 14, 65. Normally, Niftar Maholakloy, Yudim and Tamio is Niftar, and he left us. By the way, to remind the audience, this is the proof of that whole thing between Pesach and Shavuos is when 24,000 Talmidim of the Rekiva were Niftar.
JC, I'm looking.
Yeah, I'm in front of the theater right now. I went in because I paid for my ticket digitally, but my movie is like I'm here early, like I'm like 40 minutes early. Actually, I got to check in. Probably gonna check in on Yelp. So yeah, I walked in the theater. I was just gonna like use my laptop, but like some other people already watching like Mortal Kombat. So we'll wait outside.
That's what you want to watch? Mortal Kombat?
Yeah, Mortal Kombat.
It already
In 4DX.
So he says.
Yeah. I didn't have to pay $33, so I paid $22 for the ticket.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's let that cheap for you.
So I think, I don't know, I might get me a pizza in there. I'm gonna sneak in my camera. Sorry, I said camera. My red wine candies, and I have like this small chocolate bar. But I think I'm gonna just get the drink inside, and probably I might get a pizza. I don't know. If I don't get a pizza, I'm gonna just get tacos from that taco vendor. I'm smoking weed. I got to literally smell weed every time somebody comes out there. The weed right there.
Every day at my job, man. I don't know if the UPS was coming in there. It smelled like that, but the whole apartment in my office smelled like weed. I was like, oh my God, y'all let these people come in here smelling like that. For real.
I like the smell, even though I don't smoke. I like the smell, but at least when it smells a bit better than cigarettes. But I don't smoke.
Not in no office, though. Not in no office. Like,
You don't need that.
Yeah.
I mean, like, if you need 4, and it's soft.
Yeah, we're a bit
Here, Raboy side.
LA, so we won't have some people like they won't do it in the office, but like kind of near the office. But it all depends. A lot of people smoke it out here. The only thing I don't like about this area, and I just found out right now, I was actually going to go on the Taco Bell and go get something to eat and use my laptop, but they don't have the Taco Bell sign on there, and it looks like I guess it's closing down. And the crazy part is, I used to go to this location, I would say since the mid-90s with my mom, when she used to take me and my siblings to this movie theater, because it used to be called the Magic Johnson Theater. Yeah, I've been coming here probably since the 90s, and it's not as dangerous as it used to be, but it's interesting I say that because I have an app. I don't know if you have an app called Citizen app, and I'm already seeing an alert with somebody shooting a gun in the air. Some lady just got arrested, and it's not too far from here, like literally a couple of blocks from here, but this area is like mostly gentrified for the most part. I'm surprised there's not a lot of people in the theater. I mean, at least in the lines. I was expecting more people at this time. So I'm actually kind of surprised.
Wow, that's one of the best odds.
Unfortunately, the mall. Oh, let me show. You know what? While I have time, you say you wanted to see the
It's
Nipsey.
better than Dave.
So, because this right here is refreshing.
It's an interesting day today.
You said what?
it's not too far, is it?
No, the mall right here. The Hills print shop now. Yeah, but it's closed now. It used to close. I guess they closed at.
So we were looking for tickets. We had something for tomorrow night. Told my wife, cancels. My brother's tickets canceled. We'll find something next week. Things are going to open up. But then things weren't opening up so quickly, and my wife was getting a little nervous. And then, top it all off, it came out that a missile hit Ben Gurion and then burned some things, and they private planes, and they canceled 25,000 tickets. And my son had a ticket to go to Georgia to ski, and they canceled that. So now the Lachas. So then we get a call that says he could get us direct flights to America, location undisclosed. Oh, that's it, Miami. Direct flight and a lot. When? Thursday night. Evolved. So my wife buys the tickets this Thursday night. It's a week earlier than I wanted to go. Buys the tickets. And then she tells me, well, it's a little bit of a problem because it's not Thursday night, it's Thursday morning at 6 a.m. So you have to leave the airport about 3. What?
Riser, can you
That's
hear
why
me?
we are here right now. Things happening enough, we gotta just roll with it. So, for coming, we have 6 people here, not even a million, 7 with me.
Fucked up. Riser, can you hear me?
We need to share, make sure Shem, the Ilam doesn't fall off bandwagons. There's a whole month, basically, of good starts, and shops here. People like Donnie Fine, they love it. Donnie told me that when I go to Kushar, this has been his money. He used to get up a little later. He doesn't miss the dial. It is Shmuck. Take a break. It's more than once in a while now. It's becoming like. So I have to share with you. It's also going to get to share one of the videos we've seen share. Hillel Kamiansky is known in share. He always says stuff like this. So there's some Momo in Bar Mitzvah today. And it's a big part of the share. He does the dots and he did many supplements with us. He did, I think he did the same Shish and Mishnah. So I had to go say Mazel for him before the Hebrew share. So then he took me there. When the time I got out of his car, he said Mazel Tov. It was in the middle of a speech, out of a disturbing speech. He said Mazel Tov, the person that was speaking, Mazel Tov, my mitzvah, give you a gift. Get back into the car. Total of 59 seconds on the walk. 59 seconds. And then I tried to do something similar, so I have to ask you guys, Mechila, there's a guy that comes to share every single night, Israeli guy, not done. Last one is Chassid. And his concert was in Ramat Bet, which is 8 minutes by car. So, when going on right after cheer, I jumped in the car, ran over there. How much, what was it? But over there, it's downstairs. A bunch of downstairs, you don't know where to go. It's like in a mall, you have to know. Go in, through all the people, this, that. They try to talk to you, stop you. Go, Chassid, Mazel Tov. He asked me if I could dance with him. I said, I'm sorry, because people are waiting for shir. I apologize. I said, next time. Then I said, no, I'm just joking. I didn't say that. I can't. And he was mad for me, and here I am. The news is, conveys very, very short. No emails. But I do want to share with you this very, very Givaldic joke. Listen to that somebody just sent me before shir. The Jews have been able to locate and kill every single Iranian leader. Iran just figured out how to hack Yeshiva World websites. You gotta feel a little bad for them. It's like when a 3-year-old comes over to you and says, Dad, kill my Muslims. They hacked the Yeshiva World News website. We're killing the top guys, their president, and the everything there. And they hacked the Yeshiva World News. Wow. Maybe some of us will learn a little bit more Torah now. Stop going into that, to the websites over and over. But Rabbi says, seriously, you gotta, one thing, please don't fall in line. There's a lot of stuff for a number of reasons. There's very young, there's times that it's hard to learn naturally and then there's no sheer, live sheer, the feels coming. If you go to these measures, I'm sure Ruben Schwartz will be here to read you. Another one will be here. And they'll show the sheer every day, Hebrew and English. I think there might be some matzah. It's going to be for sure. Red owls and green owls tomorrow. Leftover kugel. It's going to be Givaldi. The official edition of White Shots was accepted by the Iranian Levy families, Perry Kadar White. The Chavoy, Yo, and Shmuel Yuga Waldman. For his erudite translation of multiple Moroccan. Oh wow, I have to say this for the entire time. Erudite. What are you gonna do when you're not there? Daf, anonymous, things was Rishayim. Moshe, because still it's like that you're known to make challah for everyone. So he's known for it. Okay. Here it's Alman, dedicated memory of Avi Meir, Shmuel Baruch, Lyric Time, for those who his Racha. Joel Gedalius, the Nishmas of Father, Jack Gedalius, anonymous, I saw the Rufus of the Gashmas, Palchi Town Foundation, the Zich Nishmas of Rabbi Goin, the Shmuel Palchi, the Moshe Eloi, anonymous, the Moshe Moshe Ben Zah, anonymous, the Moshe Ben Aruk Zom, the Leib Asester, the Straw Malki. Early days of Mavi's over Chesed, so proud of you, I can work like the Steiging, sin the North of family, and the pay and honor of the value, change the meaning of life. But I mean, it's margin of any and all lights, and such, I mean, why I can go to Shams Khan. Shams, why are you watching it on the screen? I recited the first name of Mary Buckman Miriam Anonymous for the merit of the call, but Sarah, Rocha Batsara, blessings in all areas of life. I'm trying to see if I make mistakes. You can't see the screen from where I sit. We want to get. I might ask you. Well, Senders.com, helping you in David. It's like sort of Tzibor, the Chava Minyanim, anywhere worldwide, the Nishmas Chaim Shalom Ben Mitzach. Weekly sponsors anonymous Moshe, Issues Bar Mitzvah, Uncle Saul, and Uncle Dudi. Daily sponsors anonymous. This was 100% clean judgment. Denise Nigalu, who shot good, the Zayin good, Yonah Katash, the memory of Yitzchak Ben Yosef, Edward Gosler, the memory of Merzev Ben Shlomo Ruben, Yitzchak Bracha, Rabbi Isai, Denise Nigalu, the Israel Shem, Yasin Nisim, Gluyim, Koroi. Really good news. Hopefully, you're able to topple that regime, and then at least from that period, you won't have Tsaras and all the Hamas, and Syria, and all through this. And now I'm in honor of the scene of Sats Megillah by Mo, MDY, Mo's Daf Yoimi. Rabbi said it's a big thing for me. So thank you for responding because I want to mention in cheer. Mo Energy, who started this whole thing of getting people into learning on the plane, he also started giving a shiur on Sunday New York. And he made a seal. It's an emotional thing. He went out and he's giving, he's preparing, and he got a bunch of people to learn themselves in Megillah for Purim. It's unbelievable. Take it to the next step. Go out of your comfort zone. The Brown kids, the English was our beloved Zaydi. Rav Eliezer David, then Rav Moshe Levi Hoffman, Niftar Rosh Chodesh Nisan. Elliot Madeline, my beloved son. We all remember his beloved son Chaim Oren Ben Eliyahu, Charlie Mattingly on his earth side, and a lot of people like Fishel and all these guys that went to Menachem Mobile. I believe Fishel went. This was a few years ago, and Elliot was, let's say this, he's not Haredi. Put it that way. He's more like conservative or something like that. I don't remember exactly what, but the oil, like really, they connected. And there's real achdus. Michael and Tzige Cooper, Lili Nishmas, Dr. Daniel Mandro, Olav Shalom, Dovinosa Nota Ben Alvin Michal, through George Chang. Into my art. Moshe Mayor Daniel Ben Moshe Brock, Moshe Mayor Chaben Esther, Moshe Ayel Daniel Zev Ben Ayel Esther, Rabusa, here we We're holding 13 lines from the bottom, the Samach Vav Omid Beis, Omar Rava. Rava says 3 halachos. And that's a lot of today's discussion. Especially the question that he asks about a 4th halachah. So let's get the 3 halachos, simple halachos. One of those was learned yesterday. Omar Rava, she's a lead to Miruach, Hekdesh, Poison. Miruach is when you smooth out the wheat, something like this, and that is the Gemar Malach. That's the final step of harvesting the wheat. And when you do that step, that's when you're chayiv in Trumas and Maasros. So says Rava, Pshitali, the Miruach Hegdish Poiter. When that final step of Miruach, smoothing out, happens in the Beis HaMikdash, you potter. Yesterday we thought for a second that Rabbi Akiva argues, no. Everybody agrees that Miruach of Hegdish Poiter. Why? Because it says in the pasuk, if you remember, it says, Rashis the Gom Cha, your private stash, not the Beis HaMikdash's Daga. But Rabbi Akiva, and matters like what we said yesterday, I'm just repeating, the reason why Rabbi Akiva says by the Omer that you're chayiv on whatever's left over, or when you're chayiv on the meiser left over of the omer, is because it's really private. It's private dagon. It's private barley. Why is it private? Because whoever gave it to the Beis Hamikdash gave it on condition that they're going to use whatever amount they're using for the omer, and whatever's left over is private. And private dagon is chayiv meiser. But if the Hegdish owns it completely, it wasn't given on condition, then the fact that the Hegdish does the final step, boom, it's. So that's halacha number one. What's halacha number one? That the miruah of Hegdish is potter. When you do, I'm going to ask you later to remember because I don't remember. So remember, the first halacha is when the Hegdish smooths out the pile, then it becomes potter from Trumas HaMeiser. Because it's not the gun. It's not private. Halacha number two. Miruah chayvin k'chavin anayim. This we have a machlokes, and this machlokes, the Gemara is going to say, does this machlokes have anything to do with something so similar to this? What's the machlokes here? Miruah chayvin k'chavin. What if the guy we were talking about a second ago, Hegdish does it? What if a guy smooths it out? That's machlokes tanai. And the Gemara, what the Gemara is going to do soon is say, and Rava says that when a guy does lisha, when a guy kneads the dough. So it's dependent on this machlokes. If you hold that a guy that does miruach, you potter, so through kneading the dough. In other words, the final step in the avodah, what's the final step in the grain? Smoothing it out. What's the final step in? We don't have to say it. I just want to make it easier when we get there. What's the final step in? It's not a complicated thing. It's another chazar. What's the final step in making dough? Kneading it. So Rava says that the lisha and miruach are the same thing. Okay, so what's that halacha here? Forget that. We'll get there in a minute. If a non-Jew smooths out the grain, if a Jew purchases produce from two different Jews, then obviously he can take some of the produce, 10 apples from one Jew, and make it Trumas HaMeiser, make it the Meiser on the 100 apples of another Jew, because Jew and Jew are equal. They both have the same field. And this is also a guy, if you Jew buy from two different non-Jews, two Arabs, let's say. So since the guy cannot be mafkined, so he doesn't have the right to uproot land in Israel, there it's Israel. So in Mela, it's Chayiv and Meisers. So if it's Chayiv and Meisers, you can take from one Chayiv onto another Chayiv. Let's do this now. Let's we'll do a little. You have to think for a second. If I take fruit that's hotter from Meiser, and I use it to do truma on something that's chayiv in Meiser, no good. Why is it no good? Why? What did I do wrong? Anybody from the 6th clever that we have? Yeah. No. No, he said it, but on the next slide, oh, that's a great answer, but another question. Excellent. You gotta say something. It's a great answer. Another question. So, if you think about it, the answer is so partial. It's potter. This is like taking a table, a piece of wood, and saying this should be truma on fruit. It doesn't work. It's not in the same category. It's potter. So this potter you can't make it truma somebody who's not right. You can't take a computer and make a computer mice on fruit. What if you do the opposite? Do the opposite. You take something that's high in trumas and meisers, and you use it to do trumas and meisers on something that's potter. Let's say a guy has produce that's potter. Let's just say if you take Jewish fruit, 10 apples, and you say, oh, this should be Trumas HaMeiser on a goyish thing. It's also not good. Why is it not good? That's what he was saying. Because now the 10 apples, they have a problem. They themselves, you never took Trumas HaMeiser from those 10 apples. And they're not good Truma on something else because it's not necessary. So in Mela, that's why it's awesome. Okay. So are the lights going to go off all of a sudden? Okay. say, as I remember stuff, I called up Dave like an hour before share. I actually texted him. I said, unfortunately, I just found out that I have a flight. I have to leave my house at 3 in the morning. So I think I have to do share right after Maghrib. Are you available? Should I ask Remy or Gary? He said, my whole life, this is the message he sent me back in English. My whole life surrounded up Yoim. Whatever it takes, whatever I need to do, I'll be there with a lot of love and appreciation. Those are his words. With love and appreciation. I will say this. Maybe the editors, if they only can hear it, we're middle of share and we got a warning. The warning is that you have like a 9-minute window. Like in about 9 minutes, they saw that missiles left Iran and think that's to travel through the atmosphere and they're going to land. We'll tell you where and when. There's no siren here but others. But the boom, the explosion that everybody in this room heard was literally as if it happened in this neighborhood, but it wasn't. It's miles and miles away. The explosion was unbelievable and everybody in the vicinity heard it. So I'm wondering if the זה ממש נשמע כמו... אני מקווה ששמעו את זה. ותביא את הדקה הזאת לאריאל, תגיד לו איפה למצוא את זה. שיראה את זה לאמריקאים. I don't hear it. אני hear the boom. זה בום בבום. שאנחנו שמענו, לא יודע... Really? Oh, they heard it loud. Okay. I don't know if it's going to come out on the sound. Maybe I'll be able to find it on some of the microphones that people are saying. The one that picks up Ari Simon, maybe. I need a microphone for that. Yeah. That was a joke. Yeah. What about this? Yes. Okay. So says the Gemara. So you take non-Jewish produce and you take mice from non-Jews. Mushal kusim, mushal kusim, and a kusim from a kusim. Mushal kol al shal kol. This is a finish. You can take the non-Jewish produce and use it for micer on the Jewish produce. Why? Because the miruach of a guy doesn't give him a way out. It doesn't give him a way out. Because the guy is shredded, it doesn't mean he's part of his chayim. Then I like it. Oh, it seems chayim. This is the man that says that a guy is chayim. Which is interesting, and then we're going to see that, in fact, the guy should be popular, but the only concern, that's all the way at the end of the sugya, you're concerned that you're going to do shtick. You have a lot of produce. Jews like to do shtick. You know, they find the way out of everything. So you have 1 million pounds of wheat. You just give it to one guy, sell things for 5, like Imperious Funds. He smears it this way and that way. Okay, fuck it for my I just save 10%. So says the Gemara. So this remember to say what? That a guy is not popular. A guy is high. If you guys hear two and I'm say Yisrael, he's going to say that a guy is popular. You can go from a guy to pusim, you can't go from chayiv to popular because a guy is popular, or to pusim is popular. You can't go from popular to that way we explain. Why can't you go from chayiv to popular? Because then the actual product they use for the truma is tevel, and you can't go from popular to chayiv because it doesn't have the ability to popular to make truma. Okay. And that's how I know it. Finally, the third Allah, the Rabbi says in the final Allah, Gilgul Hegdish Point. Gilgul means to need. Nisha. To need the dough. Oh, so I'm going to show you this. It's gewaltig. You did a fantastic job over here. No. Show me. What's it on? You have to pay attention. Maybe let me zoom in. Let me see if I can zoom in. Didn't go well. Okay. Okay, so she didn't need the dough. What did she do? She mixed in the ingredients, but she didn't need it. So at this point, is this dough chayiv with challah? Not yet. So now we'll go to the next thing. Now she made it hegdish, so it became red. And then she was she removed all the pressure from the dough, from the I shouldn't say dough, from the flour and ingredients, and she put it in the money. So now it's no longer hegdish. Now here's the question, Rabbi, say now that you saw that. If she goes in and kneads the dough, is she chayiv challah or not chayiv challah? You say what? What do you say? Svara. Svara. Don't guess. Svara. No. She did. She. Hold on. She didn't do the Lisha. The Lisha's coming up now. Here. Now she did Lisha, but the Lisha, like, the Lisha happened when it was back in her possession. It took a break. It took a bit of time. Yeah, it was hers. Went to the Beis HaMikdash for a minute. Came back to her, but she did the Lisha. She did the meeting. Therefore, it's chayav in challah. Let's keep on going to the next case. She did the Lisha when it was her. So now it's chayav in challah. The fact that you go ahead and give it, it's too bad. Chayav in challah. She did the same thing. She's magdashit, and then she's poided. She's chayav in challah. Those fingers are perfect for her whole style. Now, here's a case when she's popular. Why? Because she didn't do Lisha, she didn't do the kneading. She just put ingredients in. She gave it to the Beis HaMikdash and she didn't redeem it. The Gizber went ahead and took it, and he did the kneading. I see you liking this now. Shalama? Why? Because over here, the kneading happens in the Beis HaMikdash. That's from the spirit sound. That's so true. Okay, so let's see inside. Guess where this Mishnah is in Sefes Challah? It's not. It says in the Mishnah, like Isha Isasa actually Gilgala, if she donated her ingredients to the Beis HaMikdash before she needed it, and she redeemed it, chayeves, because now it's back in her possession, and then she did the Lisha in her possession, it's kind of house. What happened if she Gilgala B'data? She was magdashit after the kneading, so once she needed it, it's chayev and challah, and then she redeemed it, chayev, she's actually Gilgala. If she was magdashit before she was able to need it, the Gilgala gives for that, and then the Gilgala, everything you saw inside, I'm sure the videos right in front of us. Stura, why she called it Chavasa is a Stura because when there's a field of power, when they did the kneading, was in the possession of the Beis HaMikdash and the Pasuk. Here comes the question. Now that we know these three, chapter, what are the three things? We have the Miruach of Hegdish. Miruach of Hegdish, we said, is 100% popular. Then we had the Miruach of a Goy, we said it's Machlokes. Then we had the Lisha of a woman, but basically the Lisha of Hegdish is 100% popular from Kai. We didn't say whether or not when a non-Jew does Lisha, does he create a fruit? Here's the non-Jew Lisha. I guess this is better for Americans, you understand? Wonder bread, yeah?
Let's get packing. It's Punter from Chala.
Okay. Great. Miss not. Do we learn Gershon's guy by you saw A person who became a convert again, and he had dough, not such things, guy, if he didn't do it before he became a Gary. It's interesting, nice, you know? As he's going Gary, he's busy making sourdough. So then, if he did it, he's go on posh. Okay, so this is what we're looking for. Posh, there's over here, there. Go, he does cow posh. This is my mom. Mission's guy here, once he becomes a Gary, then obviously he's a Jew, fine. He's kind of fine. So the Kaya, what if we don't know? The Sophic is high. If we don't know, he's high. Now, says Gemara, how am I going to tell you? Who's the author? Divrei HaKlalim, I feel remember review though. The Gemara Chai also. Maybe he goes into the point of review though, remember the Suda we just saw a minute ago. That what? That when a guy does me wrong, Ishmael is it. Remember review to say in that case it's high. So maybe Chai over there, go Chai and then Chai over there, but over here, Chai so now we're getting a power pocket. Why? Possibly to see the gun for Yatira. So we have this concept. Anytime Torah says something twice, it's a double negative, and a double negative is a positive. So we saw the word the gun for yesterday. Raise the gun. It has to be yours, not the Bezdin, not the Hegdish. But it also says the gun for a second time. It says actually a third time. So actually, when man said the gun for the since we have these two negatives, only yours, not something else. So we're going to learn something. What are we going to learn? It's the gun for here. It's a double negative. El Rabbi is double negative is a positive. Two wrongs make a right. Yeah, you know that? El Rabbi is supposed to include even when a non-Jew does makes it go, he's kind of in power. Because okay, fine. You're right. We're talking about Lucia. The gun for the gun, in a second we're going to talk about this. The gun for the gun here. It says the gun, thank you. So the gun does me that's Dafka in that case, that's why Rim may review to say Chai Vamila. In our case, by Chalo, Trizim, I should say him to we should say him because they assassin. So anytime when we have these tools, let's say the gun from. The reason why the double negative words to make it a positive is because these words are not extra. They are extra. We have nothing to do with them. We have nothing to do with them. They become a double negative, and double negative is a positive. But if you have something to learn, you have a limit from each one. Then you can't do a double negative. What's the limit when we have the isat? How do we say them? How do we say them? It says twice. Allah the praise in there is there. This is an interesting halacha. That in order to be chayiv and chala, we know that. Everybody knows it's a certain shear you need to be chayiv and chala. 2.2 kilos, like 5 pounds. There. Where does it come from? It comes from the oimer. The oimer was a sirus eifa, 10th of an eifa. How is it that? How come the air conditioner is off? Yesh matzav? Nothing. We never had to go in those shit, right? See, but it went off. He was shouting. It's good for ratings, no? Right. Donnie sells a lot of houses in the side. Yeah. Well, he's selling a house. Oh. The oimer, the amount of the oimer is a serious eva, 10th of eva. Eva is 433 eggs or something like that. So it's 43 eggs. 0.3. That 0.3 is a whole liter. Oh, thank you. Kind of question. So there's a shear. If you make a challah, you make a dough less than 43 eggs, you don't get challah. Unless, of course, if your wife makes a challah, a batch of challah, and it's less than 5 pounds, let's say, or if your society is much less, 1.6 kilo. Your Ashkenaz is 2.2 kilo. If her batch is less, then she doesn't. There's no key of challah. How do you know that? From It should be your dough, the way you make it. Like everybody got 43 eggs for the food. But so we learn from here that the dough of a guy is pot. Yes, it's the dough of a guy is pot or a carry beer pot. For this man dough. Or Dilma, Rabbi Yezer Shimon, Katani Lo, the Kapatri, but remember Yudah, Gami Rishis is awesome. Perhaps the mayor of Yudah, once they learn from Dagon, the Gancha, that the Ruach of God is higher, so they're going to learn about their Shabbat also to this to the Lisha, to the Gilgul, that you're also Chayav. If you're saying Chayav, over here you're saying Chayav. Yeah? Why how do you have to publish it? Right? Talking about remaining music. Again, we're raising Tony Law the Kopatri. I'm saying, may review the Gamri, racist, Masa. May review the learn the Chai. Just a quick word here. The Hasidim like to say by racist, I wish to say them. Racist, I wish to say them. That when you want to give a donation, you want to give a gift or a matana, a nidava, like when we had a business ministry, come give an oil, give an nidava, we talk about all the minchas nidava. You want to give a nidava to Rebbe Shalom, the best one to give, the best one, racist, I used to say for your bed. Less sleep. I'm looking at you. Less sleep, man. It's hard. You want to sleep those 8 hours, the 9 hours, 10 hours. Give 15 minutes to it. So I'm getting up for and another Mikuda that we all have to work on this. That the moment we jump out of bed, it's a lot of us go straight to the phone. No, you don't touch your phone until after Dolly, right? Oh, see, so something to rip. That's the point I want to make. Right. So maybe the idea is to some brachas first. Rage first the reverse, and then the other stuff on the way. Chayva, see what happened and what's the Shabbos. But first, when the king they said, "Oh, they killed Kameh," yeah, sure, No, I told you. He's dead. So what's the Shabbos you running like here? As we go this about. We're mad. Omero, thank you. Omero, hold on, Omero. Sorry, Omero. Oh yeah, happy to see this. This is so beautiful. He's doing the things at the same time. He's up there doing the words. Tell about it. Omero. So let me ask you something. If you're already doing the words, why don't you just do the cameras every morning? Omero. The Epstein film. I hope I get a vision, my dream. Is it a focus, or you have an agreement there on the meeting of a guy? When a guy needs the dough, a popular power. So the idea, to me, it seems like, I don't know if this is true, but it seems like it's not the first time they're on the this. It's like, let me do something called a child's polite. Before you go to sleep, you ask your mention, this is in the dreams. It seemed like you had experience. Also with Roman, a fire, the dreams with Roman. Okay. But there's a Roman in Chicago. His name is Zilman. He's the Roman in the show, and he turned down the show PCP. I don't know if they call that. He's kind of first he was the Rob there, he was the junior Rob. Now, I don't know, I think first he might have moved already, so he's on his way. He's a very, very good, I'm talking about Kishran, he's the Enoch of Zimmerman, famous Hebrew, and all his brothers are like Shiva, Shkala. So, I once saw his father, he coaches Little League baseball. So like, I asked him like, what's the connection? Like, you're very into baseball and all the things, but your sons are like more, they went that way. Learning and this and that and chazing and nose and all.
Riser, they were talking in here, so I moved into the other room. I'm still watching though. No, I moved you into that other Discord channel. But you're good. I'm still watching. Keep on keeping on, baby.
I don't waste my time on anything else. I only daven for one thing. That my children should be in the music I'll bus. I'll call maybe more on the modern side. I don't remember. I just remember like little league coach. Very busy with the different, helping out the different, I don't waste my time on other davens. Just have an essential thing in the home. It was important. Anyway, I'm saying Rava, what's important? Dream, dream, shot is Gemara. I need to know shot. What's going on over here? Oh, Shimshon Tikos told his kids. He said, "You're costing millions of dollars. The fact that you're coming from how it costs millions of dollars. You don't have millions of dollars. Because I spent my davening that you should be coming with Hummer, not that you have for us. So, costing millions. Zog the Gemara. Forget the dream. I haven't figured it out. They go, they're hand in hand. They're connected in a way. If you hold that the miruach, the smearing of the wheat, a guy is not chayiv a meiser if he does it. So then, if the guy needs the dough, he's part from challah. Once the guy does the final malacha, miruach or gilgul, which is lisha, which is leading, either one of those, he's part. And if you hold that one of those you're chayiv, so both of them you're chayiv. If you hold that the final malacha done by a guy is chayiv a meiser, so it's chayiv a challah. He's chayiv a challah, chayiv a meiser. They go hand in hand. And now the one's going to ask, well, wait a minute, we see that they don't go hand in hand. Here's the price that says, one is part and all these chayiv, so they don't go together. I know if I can come in a point, you go to come in a point. Hey, it's going to pop the rope, so I asked for Papa. We're trying to do the same thing. Instead, let's have the show over there. And then we have, you know what I didn't show? I really wanted to show the Americans. I never showed this video. This is Miruach. I've always said, we're still talking about Miruach. I don't think I showed it.
Mohammed, bring me 10 kilos urgently. Yeah, Habibi.
This guy is so difficult. I love the nose and everything about it.
It's a good thing you came. I'm almost out of stock. Does it help? It's actually a machlukat in the game.
Everything knows. I know that guy. I've seen that ad. So and the guy in the show. That's Mamish. No, straight out of the show. I haven't been there, but I heard it. Hey, Sveg. Oh, nice pictures. Answer your Papa Bomb Cash. It says, there's a big mitzvah to do. Petach Hamar, the idol is very busy and getting donkeys and being shot from the donkey. Look at this. You hear the prophet for the first time. Unbelievable. Look at this. He did it. He did it better. Who did it better? Oh! Oh, wow. Okay, so So as Papa, he decided to set aside a sheep for the donkey, to redeem the donkey. If you have a newborn donkey, you have to redeem it with a sheep, the challah, or he decided to be a big tzaddik and be mafish challah. With the noise you father, I said maybe the shot is why would a guy do such a kamar? Because it's in the business. You know the guy is the guy that made a lot of money. He said, "I'll buy your affairs before the show." Like he was the pastor. You give him $100. He said, "What affairs? What's up?" And so like, "I'll buy your affairs." And people actually gave him money. Nice shot. So this guy is about the kamar business. He's Petra, kamar, the whole thing. Challah. He's gonna be much challah. Modira, so we let him know Shulchan. You don't have to. The challah said the challah is zarem. It's nothing. And challah is not a kaddish. It's not like truma. You can eat it. You're allowed to work this animal. You're allowed to shear its wool. But it's mashma. That's all challah and kamar. Trumos asura. But when it comes to truma of a guy, that'll be awesome. The problem is, you just said that challah is mutter. So you said challah and truma would be the same. So if truma is also, challah would be also. You just said challah is mutter, or you saw the letter. You know about truma, the thing truma. The challah, gets the challah. The bagels, gets the whole thing. But I don't know what you call it, whether you live on Butler, how it works. You said that they go hand in hand. And then Ravina started asking questions about how so we can come in Baretz. If you take Challah and Yisrael, Trumos and Chutzlars, that is going to include the Truma and Chutzlars. Don't say anything about Truma and Yisrael. Truma and Chutzlars. Say, but you know, it's a Shu Potter. Why do you take Truma and Chutzlars? It's in Chicago. What do you think Truma now? You Potter. Mashma, that in Shalayim, if you took Truma, it's good Truma. It's a problem. It's a contradiction to what Rabbi said. Why? Chalos in the Chalos Zarim, he's Potter from Challah, which Truma signed the Truma did in Chicago and in New York. It doesn't have the power to make other fruit also to eat. But it's mashma truma sebar. If the God took truma in Eretz Yisrael, the Shemesh Asura, it becomes awesome, it becomes mass. And if it fell, one apple fell to 99 apples, it would become awesome. What's going on here? On the one hand, you're saying that the God is chayim in challah. On the other hand, you tell me that, and Gilgul of the Chavim is potter. The Truma is chayav, and Gilgul is potter. How does it work? It says it goes hand in hand. It says Gemara, with the Rabbanon, Zera, Mishum, Bali Kisim. We're concerned that people with a lot of money, deep pockets, Kisim, they have a lot of property, they have a lot of produce. So what's the way to get out of it? You go, you do harama, you shtick. You sell your stuff to the guy. You sell all your produce to the guy. He comes along. He doesn't mean ruach. He goes like this. One or two times. And then he sells it back to you for the same price he bought it from you. That's called shtick. And shtick is awesome. Why is shtick okay when it comes to comments, the clearest comments? So I'm not exactly sure if this is 100% accurate. I heard once that the fact is that it's only the Rabbanon. Why? Because you're being methodical in your comments. You're saying, I don't want, this comment is not mine, I'm tested. So on the side, if it's yours, you have it, then for that you do mysterious comments. It's only on the Rabbanon. That's why on real comments, some people, Manishma, what are you doing there? Come on. What's wrong? Come in, when I'm active. Shakir, wow. I thought the truth is, you come here every night. I've seen the video. You come here, you dive by the pregnant, you just party there. Like it's all, I go there, I'll see you. Here's the Shem after the money. One of the Kvurim in the shit. Zog the Gemara, you read the shit. Oh. But we didn't send the page, it was very screen content. Okay, so now the Gemara is going to ask, Before we go to that, turning the Adar Global, experts in cross-border payments, even with close skies and without breaking the speed limit. In 20,000 km. With Shiloh.com, read a shit up today, but every shit up that happened was first read. The shit up was first read. It's not a shit. It wasn't really nice. Okay. I do? Where? Oh. Breakfast sponsors Hillel Kamiansky in celebration of Shlomo Kamiansky's bar mitzvah. My boy said, oh, we're going to see soon. What? Which one? Oh. Is that good? But we got a video. We did a nice video. We'll see in a second. Okay. So that's the Gemara. The other shtick in Yiddishkeit. What? I don't understand. If you have a bakery, you just sell it to the guy, and the guy is gonna do the meeting, and then you part it from Kala. You save a lot also. Says Gemara, no, that's not a concern. Actually, the upper law covers the Chamish's Revayim Kemak Voy. That little bit. Remember before we said, in order to be Chayv Kala, how many eggs worth do you need to do? 43. But in pounds, how much? Right around 5 pounds. So you do 42 eggs. If you do 42 eggs at a time, you're not Chayv Kala. Unless you put it in the freezer, we said, remember, the freezer is a kli, so if you put it into one drawer, one kli, it's mitzayah. If you do 42 eggs plus 42 eggs, now you have 84 eggs, that's already Chayv Kala. Upon him, you can do smaller batches, and that's really beheter, says Rashi. Rashi says, you have a boy la rumi, botzi la rumi be'ateiros is a way to do the heter, so nobody's going to go to the guy and ask him to knead the bread when that's not okay. You have a real way to do it. If you have a heter way to do it and a non-heter way, even though the other way might be harder and not as what's the word? Not a good word. No, that's a word. It's a word. Oh, for the wrong place. It's a word for the wrong place. Like this thing. Okay. No, what I mean is, preventative, it might be a good word. It's something like preventative. In other words, it's not a chatchila in terms of English. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to do it that way. It's much better just to get a go and do some kneading. But nevertheless, people do the harder way, the heter way. Void means just 42 plus. What? Yeah. No. This heter. This is heter. No, if he wants to do a room of the Torah, that's one heter. I don't think it's a problem. Look it up. Look at the bottom over there. If you do it, is anybody? Are the Rishonim upset at you? I don't think so. I'm sure many women do slightly below the shear. I don't think it's hard. That's not haram. I didn't get to the shear. No, that's not a gift. That's not just bad. That's bad. That's not a gift. No. One thing I see for sure, it's the spot that's guarded. It's the bucker was guarded. It became tough also. It ruined. I forgot on the floor watching this. No. The only reason making fun is because you know exactly going to watch the shit. And nobody can WhatsApp them that we make friends. Okay. Back there, we love him. There's nothing about it. No, that's it, no. Truma, now we have to do Bishaya. Oh, and to get at a Truma, now I can do shtick. What's a shtick? I can do Bishaya. I can do shtick. Harama, it's cheating. So here's the mites. Let me see this one first before I forget. I don't know what it is. Mites. Here, hold on a second. This is mites. Mites is the shaft. It's the peel or whatever you want to call it. There's the grain inside it. You have the. So if you bring it into your house with the shaft, that's animal food. And animal food is not chayiv in truma. What do you do afterwards? Okay, you leave it as is. You eat butter. That's no good. We don't want cheating. We don't want tricks. Be yosher. Oh, this is the famous one. The ayallah der gagois v'der kapiti. There's a halacha that tells us. In order to be chayiv in trumas ha'maasros, you have to bring it in through the front door. If you bring it through the back, you bring it through skylight, through the roof. It says over here, potter. So have a great way to get out of it. This is sticky. And you bring it into the house through the roof. Oh, so over here we have a special video. We covered the bar mitzvah. We covered the moment. We went all out for a moment. I'm not sure. Oh, because he's part of this. He Mo himself does a lot of stuff. Did a lot of stuff. His father's huge. Pay attention to the logo on the wall.
Hello? Give me your most talented person for a consultation.
No problem. I'll transfer you. It's this picture.
Hello?
I've got a problem. I have 10% more orders than the stock I've got.
I have a solution for you. Trust me. Bring it in through the roof. Good job.
Through the roof. Through the roof.
Uh-oh. What do you mean through the roof? Is it not a machluket?
He's almost done in another little bit. I'm going to go there. Give out. Machluket.
Certain cases you let, like, there's, like, it's not just that for the key.
So each one you have to know when. You have to know when now. Yeah, exactly. Now, in general, we're I don't know, it's not Lashon Hara. I think we know how to do shtick. We're very good at shtick. So we have to be careful because it's maybe at the taxes and stuff like that. And shtick is, it's not yasha. We like to go yasha. I told the Hebrew guys that MDY, Baruch Hashem, we're super yasha. Money and salaries, everything's on the books, everything is this. This guy, you won't hire a cleaning lady that's not on the books. He has to hire a whole company. That I don't know about. We gotta talk about that. But listen, it's got to be Yosha. At the end of the day, you don't gain anything by being close. It's understood. As long as you are a bunch of Yosha people on the table like this. What? I'm serious. These bunch of squares. I'm not talking about everybody. Almost everybody. Zog Gemara. That was the Gagas with their Kafivias. Gemara, over there, how come we're not concerned? That's if I has here. You're going to go with the whole truck and do everybody's going to know see the big milsa. He's not going to do it. But Sina over here, when it comes to the guy, nobody has to know about it. Therefore, he'll do it, and he'll do final shtick, as they say. So that's why we cancel it. Says the Mishnah. So we're holding at the end of the entire classes of it. So here we go. Check this out. Oh, since I already did cheers, it's going to be true. First, as you remember, they pour the oil on the bottom of the thing. Then they put the flour. Then on top of that, they put more oil. Now look what Yoshi did. I like that. He made a little indentation there so the oil stays there because it's actually levina. You don't want the oil to touch the levina. It's very problematic. If any of the flour goes missing, any of the some kitzer, that's step number one. Well, it's nothing else. You put oil, you put levina. Yotzag ubalal. Then yotzag. Remember what yotzag means? Put the second layer of oil. Ubalal. Then he mixes it all together. Something like this. You don't want the flour to go into the levina. Yes, man. Hey, Ned. What's enough? This is Rufa. Hey, Ned. This one over here is Hagasha. Hey, Ned. Higish Komats. Higde with the Komats. Oh, Komats. I don't think I showed this to the Israelis. Put it in the bowl. Chaval. How do we add this to the Israeli one? It's important. Oh, and all. Oh, maybe it wasn't there. It wasn't there. Yeah. And you put salt on it. Maybe tell Kobe if you could just throw it into the. But, you know, I'm gonna think for that was chart 34. After we did, boom. Look at the salt in the background over there. I wrote that story out. Okay. Because the about chart I'm looking at. You know, Motzei Pesach in Chicago. I don't know what it is around the world. Dunkin' Donuts is like flying. It's like the number one Dunkin' Donuts, I think, profit-wise in the world. Or something. One of the top. Because they have the kosher, non-kosher, but that. How do they have the product ready? As soon as Abdullah, boom, they're ready fresh donuts over there. Now they're non-Jews. How do you have in Yerushalayim all this product ready when the pasuk says? So check out this pasuk. We got to talk about this again because a lot of people make fun of me for saying this. They don't. I really believe that they don't know it's a pasuk. They think it's like a chumrah, like a litvish chumrah. It's in the pasuk. Adaviyachem, you can't eat the new produce. Adaviyachem is permanent location until you bring the cart. Chugasolim are safe for all generations. Chumash is safe in all cities and anywhere you live around the world. So there's the Bach that's matter, but most argue on the Bach and Shoinen argue. So there is a heter, but if you're gonna do the heter, at least know that it's their rice. Like it could be a their rice and you're using a heter, you know. But don't make fun of those who are makers. That's all. That's all I'm asking. Know that you have to know your stuff, right? So you have to know it's a positive Torah not to eat chosh. So you know, so here's the spot. Here's the question: can you deal with it? Can you touch it before? What's the difference? If you deal with it before, you might eat it. There's certain things that you're not allowed to do, like you're not allowed to touch comments on things like you might eat it. Kind of different problem. So, you go out and you see that everybody's eating ready-made flour that's already roasted. Remember says this is against the will of the Chacham. Rabbi Doimer brought the Chacham with the will. Says the Gemara, doesn't review the concerned look when you see Mamish Erfetz, there's Rosh Chodesh we're talking about the Omer and Pesach. Remember, Rabbi Yehuda, boy, give ours Abbas, you have to do the biggest comments. And then what if you forgot to do it at night? You do it in the morning. And if you forgot in the morning when you do it, but after that, you're not allowed to do it. Why can't you do it? Because you might come to eat the chametz. Find a nice piece of pizza and you're starving, you might eat it. The Homer, a nice Dunkin' Donuts and Krispy Kreme. The Homer, Lloyd Badak. You could still be better in the Yom Tov, you're not concerned. But really is concerned, you might come to eat it. Sadly, he's not concerned in our Suya that you might come to eat the Chodosh, the new crop, or Rabbi Shani Chodosh, the Doya, the Tosh, where you have to know Ella. They keep the way to should there. Then you're not allowed to just reap it with a tool. You have to grab with your hands. So people say, "Why am I doing this with my hand?" Up, and it's awesome. So they'll be reminded not either. The boys say, "Remember, please do not fall off, Penises. Manim, I know it's tough, but if you come with it prepared and you understand the difficulties, you might prepare for it well, and Bezos Hashem will see you after Yom Tov. Have a wonderful day."
America's Swift is spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com and sponsor at MDY.com.
You heard those bombs last night? You heard that people got killed last night? We had a wild night last night. Into the mamad, out of the mamad, back into the mamad. This is some of the video that was taken by people that didn't go to the mamad. The sound, it's hard to describe the sound. I actually recorded it. It doesn't come out, so you should not gonna. Oh, you saw this one? This is this is not even what I'm talking about. Okay. This is remember Chemish. That boom is what we heard. We all heard that. And you feel it, you hear it. There's no doubt what it is. I don't know. The sound? Each one of those. Cluster bomb. Now this, her voice is wild. Put on some volume, please. This is how famous Yodi did when he comes to our Shabbat in America. Oh, big bomb in the background. It's like fireworks. I'm turning around to see if he's going to get Our editor was able to take the siren off that video. But Mark did it? Okay. Yeah, because it's a little, when you're watching, someone's watching a cheerleader, and all of a sudden the wife hears the siren in the background. Why did he put this in? Okay. I was a Sunday. Oh, I I believe this was written in Hebrew. I'm gonna try to do look as I can. So there's a few Hebrews there. I don't know if the brother insurance company, but I work as a delivery driver during the day while my main business is MDY. That's what I'm involved in. And I'm a locksmith. Just a hobby, my spirit time. Last night in the middle of that, around 9:30, my phone started vibrating, but it's usually ignored. Normally completely in silent, but this time I forgot. After 11 missed calls, my wife contacted me through the night. I saw a radio device, something only she knows to do in real emergency. I answered. She told me that they were looking for me. A 1.5-year-old baby had been locked in the bathroom, turned on the space heater too high. I don't know why they don't break the door down. Want to save the door, maybe. I ran home, grabbed my tools, rushed over. In 20 seconds, I rescued the baby. Afterward, they want to pay me. Very sweet decision, family. But I told them that since this was during Hashem's hour, from 9 to 10 at night, which is dedicated to Him, the time doesn't belong to me, and I cannot take money instead. I ran back to the community. As I was leaving, the father asked me what it could do to repay me for the mitzvah. The baby was extremely red. Brothers from Tennessee. I told him to call 073-295-1551 and join Dr. Youngers with Brothers Stansky. Even if you're learning a prayer all day, you need to bring this kind of atmosphere into your home. Not let it go with the scream if you expel from this community. Right there on the spot, he called and joined the shir live at Color constantly do it every day. So I say, unfortunately, now there's another thing here, another story. There's an older single man. This guy runs the PayPal. An older single man. My boy side, this is Mamish Amoitis. He's an older single man who got married last week. He became engaged on that days of the office after committing to learn the daf for 40 consecutive days. Hear this? No need to go up north to foreign. Just simplify yourself to learn 40 consecutive days. And this works for men. We haven't tried it out with women yet. We're waiting for a second. Also, another guy got engaged 40 straight days. Man, there's 2 mices over here. It's not even a joke. Ask Rabbi Willard, the Mamish works. Just coming, just looking at the chair. What are the pictures of the MDY page? I enjoy the show, especially the AIR, which is more live. As we approach the face up, I got 2 emails yesterday from 2 different, same exact idea. I was thinking how amazing it would be to have beautiful MDY art, like the story of Tzitz and trying with the mappers. I was thinking of large color posters and passing around by Seder. Maybe that is consider putting this together, thinking of that. Another person said maybe you could do. You're supposed to kind of learn to start with the ultimate Restream. Maybe you could do a kind of after learning the ultimate Restream kind of video. What's this? This is your brother. Your brother. Huh? This is Yoshi's brother. This is Yoshi's brother. Yoshi's brother is seller over there.
And he's like, oh, my brother is kind of connected to the Dasyoni. So, who's your brother? Yoshi! All the AI, everything you see comes from this family right here. Every single one of the Weiss brothers are amazing. So, full circle up here, and Yoshi's a crazy connection. So, works on that.
Oh, this is important though. But once they get 2 emails like this, then how could the moon be that size on Test Zion Nissan? It's just one thing that it bothers certain people, myself included. It bothers them. It bothered them. Then the second guy that wrote an email wanted to know if it bothered me that it bothers him, because the way I said it over in the shir last night, it seemed like I wasn't being so sincere about reading that email. Other than that, we didn't make a shir since broken the face. Sally fell out his bucket, moved to Jackson, New Jersey, so it shifted. Then I find the time to do it until late that night. I would fall asleep trying to do that, falling over behind 30 daf. I gave up. I tried restarting it up and fell asleep. Decided to try your shir on daf 29. I was blown away. Everything from the biz, Dr. Seltzer. The emails, he says over here, I was up. You made it. Your emails keep me awake. He doesn't knock. Sometimes they say, this guy, thank you for giving me a second chance. Listen to this. Thank you for giving me a second chance at Daf Yogi. Yes, I never met the client, but I always felt like a close friend davening for him that his son's wedding should somehow happen on time. Simcha, the shir brings us together. Tisha Chol G'Leiv Echad. Elu Kervanos Ne'ar Sinai, V'Nasalanos HaTorah, just the emails and seeing before the shir Dayeg. Skam V'Kama, Tov Fulam Kupeles, Shenasanos HaTorah, B'Kara, B'Schus HaTorah, Apos. Achni Sonal Yisrael, Uvnei, Uvon Allah Uvez V'chiro, Meir Engel. Our song, Dibri Hashem, is a fitting tribute to the Rebbe of countless thousands of Yidden, thirsting for meaning that can be found in Dapper, Gemara, Peach, and the tremendous apples of creating Klal Yisrael. Dear Hashem, taste how sweet it is. Yitzi Waldner and Meir Engel. Yitzi sent a video I'll show maybe. If I remember, we'll do a little bit of this. Start off the shir. Oh, that's yes. I saw it from earlier. This is Yitzi Walker, what he said. This reminds me. We got a very nice song, very nice song. Okay, here we go. Oh, sponsors! Thanks for reminding me. Official edition of the White Shots. I don't know if we ever got such a start. We're sponsored by the Iranian needy families. We're looking for sponsors in Sefka. We're looking for one parrot. And we have 2 dots left on the first volume. 2 dots left for sponsorship. Please, Hashem, it's going to be gone. Parrot, Hadar Wives, Shloit, Shayo, and Shmuel Yudit Waldman for his Gura. What? Mazda. You guys don't even know how to do it. Erudite, for his erudite translation of multiple Parokim. Daf. Yosef Stern, Linusmas Nisim Ze'ev Ben Nochem Yitzchak Zitzal Nebracha. David Salman dedicated memory of Avi Murray, Reb Shmuel, Baruch, Ben Reb Chaim Tzvi Doizer from Nebracha. Joel Gedalis, Linusmas, my father, Jack Gedalis, anonymous, and broken to Begashmish. The Palchik Family Foundation of Zikonishmas, Harada Goyim, and Shlomo Palchik, the Meshach Seilu. Anonymous with Shlomo, the Moshe Ben Izor, anonymous with Shlomo, and the Rixion, for Lebas Esther, Yisrael Malki, for the people, Malki Zeb Chesed. So proud of Yaakov Mordechai, keep steiging, so the girls and family can be island in honor of Eli, who changed my meaning of life. Mighty Almighty, Yossi Mark and Benny, and all the peace to the children, the wife, who finished on Schara. Are you silent with Shlomo Avi Moiri, Baruch and Miriam, anonymous with the merit of the Chol and Sarah, and Rocha Basara, blessings in all areas of life, anonymous. These are mental sponsors for the merit of Shlomo. Both lives only need or for Shlomo. Centers that can have been done Tzibor, anywhere worldwide, Linux time Sheldon Tzal. Weekly sponsors in honor of Moshe Lefish's Bar Mitzvah, Uncle Saul, and Uncle Goody. Daily sponsors, let's catch. Marry my grandmother, the Beyeto Bashford Bikola Levi on her 7th yard site, Baruch and Leah Epstein, in honor of Eli Epstein's 12th birthday and his perseverance in learning the Daf. Daronoff, in honor of our beloved Grandma Sheila Schwartz on her 86th birthday. Mazel Tov. Moshe Zucker, Mazel Tov to Yitzchak and Nasi on your Chasana, to school in Spice and Yisrael. Anonymous with Shlomo on the whole Preli on Yisrael, for the safety of all our soldiers. MUIR. Before Shlomo, Yonatan Edom, and Shabbat Bracha. For Shlomo, Morton and Esther. Ayela, Daniel Zed, then Ayela, Esther. Only on the last line of Daf Samachay and days, Rabbi Yehuda and Sarah Omer. What are we just? discussing here. The by Tyson, they decided that you start Spirus Haimer, which is mamish coming up, a voice saying, 2 weeks. Start Spirus Haimer only on a Sunday, not on a Monday, not on a Tuesday. Started on a Sunday because it says in the pasuk, "Mimachras Hashabbos." We're trying to prove many proofs, 8, 9, 10, who knows, that we started the day, right on Motzei, the first day of Pesach. Rabbi Yehuda ben Beseira Omer, in itself. So we're going to do a Chazara recap. Gemara is going to do a whole recap of what we learned yesterday. So don't worry about it. We're going to have all these shittas clear. And then we're going to go into a Mishnah, which is basically Agadata. And then the Agadata continues until the end of the session. I just wanted to see if I was paying attention. Yeah, so Zok the Gemara. Rabbi Yehuda ben Beseira Omer. This is the second Rabbi Yehuda ben Beseira. We had a Shittas Rabbi Yehuda ben Beseira. I'll remind you in a little bit. Here he comes and he says, and now we are in the second brisa. Because the Gemara divides into 2 brises. Rabbi Yehuda ben Beseira Omer, Eimer Tzar. You don't have to go into all these shopping. Harei Omer, this is actually a very simple one. We had it. This Balach, it says, you shall count for yourself. Sphere is doing the Bezdin of Samach Vavam Nav and Kav. Law means that there's human intervention here, that the Bezdin caused the counting to start. That's the Shabbat Bereshis. This comes to exclude a Sunday, Shishmiras and Chalada, and the whole world does the same Sunday. There's no special Oisnan for the Sunday. So it must be that we start counting right after the first day of Yom Tov. If you guys see over Mochas Shabbos, the Mochas Yom Tov has to be right after Yom Tov, not on Sunday. I thought Mochas Yom Tov, or Mochas Shabbos, maybe no. Whenever Mochas Shabbos should be talking Pesach, it doesn't say which Sunday. Well, it says it should be on a Sunday. According to you, means Sunday. Which Sunday? Because Hashem Kulam Alayhi Shabbos. So, you got Tyson. How do you explain that it's the first Sunday in Pesach? We didn't say that. It says Mochas Shabbos. If it's after Yom Tov, okay, I get it. But after on a Sunday, the day after Shabbos, there's many Shabbos in the year. I'm pointing out this next word, ba'oid, because the Gemara is going to say, why does it have to come on to a second spot? Because we're going to slug up the first one. The Gemara is going to go through all these rights, and each one either he gets a check or an X. We'll go by. So 4 out of all these are good. This ba'oid is good. This stays. Ba'oid. Never Shabbos l'makto. Never Shabbos l'maro. It says Shabbos by the Shea. Same, we had this yesterday also. Nothing new. Very shortly moved it. We had the Shea Lechem. We never Shabbos l'malo, and it says Shabbos by the Mala halon regular, kilash regular. Just like by Shavuos, you have to count these weeks, and at the end of a full week of counting, boom, right afterwards, you bring the Shea Lechem. I've got regular, kilash regular. So too, you have a regular, you have a yontif. You count them, you do yontif, and immediately after yontif, there's a oimer. This also, Rabbi says, is not going to be shlugged up. We have a contradiction in the Sukkot. One person says you should eat matzah the 6th day. The other one says you should eat matzah the 7th day. The answer is very simple. According to Rabbi Tyson, the answer has a contradiction, but we don't have a contradiction. Okay, it's happening. You know that if you make matzah from the new crop, which is the Chodesh crop, you can't eat it on the first day of Yom Tov. Why? Because you don't bring the Omer. The Omer is the matzah. The Omer allows you to eat from the new crop. So therefore, you have matzah that's only edible for 6 days. In other words, there's matzah that you can eat exactly 6 days. According to the Baptist, matzah you can eat only for 3 days. It's matzah you can eat only for 1 day. If you start counting Spirus Haimer at the end of Pesach, on the Sunday that's towards the end of Pesach, that's not 6 days. Why did the Torah say 6 days? Because every single year there's matzah you can eat for exactly 6 days. From the new crop. The match from the old crop, you get your 7 in. That's why one bucket is 7, so 6. There's no puzzle, it's just 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Why? Puzzle is nice, but you need. There should be a puzzle that you match in 4 days. Next. So this is, we're going off a little bit. One of my thoughts you're starting always on a Sunday. Now Sunday could be if Yom Tov falls out on a Monday, so now you only start Sphira on the following Sunday. So you cannot eat matzah from the new crop until the following Sunday. So in that situation, you're eating matzah for 2 days. That's it. Whatever it is, 1 day, 2 days. Now, you might be happy to this too. I found this in the archives. The mother saved me. You remember this? Look at it. Look at the Simcha. We have 3 things going on here. We have Tzira, Sphira, and Ava. The good news is that, like, it's almost the same thing from both sides. It's like it runs through. Tzira, you gotta reap it. You gotta cut it off out of the ground. Sphira, you have to start counting. Start counting the shvuos. And then Hava, you bring it to the Beis Hamikdash. You bring the oil. So we're gonna talk about these 3 things. Kitzer. Maybe skip this middle thing of Sphira. Just cut it on the second day of Pesach. And bring it to the Beis Hamikdash. The Yispar. And then you start counting. Then 2 days later. What are these complicated words for us Americans? When you start Termesh, you think that sickle, Pakama, to the standing barley. From that moment, Pakal is part. You start counting when you do Tzira. So if you have this word, right over here, Tzira, then you have to do Sphira. So these 2 go together. That I know go together. Okay, so these 2 go together. And maybe you bring the Oimer a week later. And the Pasuk says, this brew. So the Hava and the Sphira, these 2 go together. Now the center one and the bottom one go together because it says this brew right in that Pasuk. So these 2 go together, and these 2 go together. So you can see how both 3 together. Since the Torah uses the lotion of day, so maybe all 3 happen during the day and not at night. But we know that the Tzira and the Sphira happen at night. Go right away, right once you have the first moment. You need Tmimim, as more than say, so you need full days. Tmimos. They have to be complete, full 7 weeks. And most of the where do you find this kind? How do you get the 5-7 whole weeks? So we know a person comes bar mitzvah at night. Everything Jewish starts at night. So you have to start the day at night. Our day starts by Shkia. By what? Who's bar mitzvah? Today? Whoa, what a kiss from Hashem. Well, was invited. Who's that all that you're supposed to do it? Send them there. It's unbelievable. The chassan is like it's chassan of Amidah. Bar mitzvah is a halbitzer. Chassan. I agree. Told me that the chassan town love it. Unbelievable. The room. I have to say it's better for the side. No. A lot bigger room. No, just the men. Just the men's side. About the side. The men's side. Not even this big. That's what I'm saying. I didn't see it. Didn't go to the inside yet. What? 100 people. Guys. Yeah. Okay? I have to tell you, Yeah, no, I know. They were leveling like 100. They were leveling like 100. I witnessed this with my own eyes yesterday. I was on the highway, and I didn't hear the siren. And on the side of the highway, the cars just stopped. I don't get it. I gotta speak to someone with the door. Like, is there a greater chance of getting hit by shrapnel, but when you're driving fast or slow or stop? To me, it means if you're stopped, then you can't run. You can't go anywhere. You see them going, you can make a short stop. I don't know. Gotta talk to the guy. I go on him. I saw a woman. There's a tree, a little tree, and she put a branch over her head, and she's like this, under a branch. The path out of people. And I guess I should have stopped at that point, but I didn't hear the siren, so I don't have the whatever. I don't know what they're doing over there. Cars stop. It's dangerous to stop. Okay, fine. Zoe Gemara. We're holding over here. Yeah. Yocha Yitzhak Yispor, Yovi Bayon, I'm going to show you what he says. He must have to start. That's why outside the Tzir, the street has to be at night. We have full weeks. Yocha Yitzhak Yovi Yispor Balaylo. So maybe do all this at night. Do the Hava also, bring the Omer at night. I'm a lawyer, so you have a contradiction. Night, day, which one is it? So therefore, we do a compromise. Okay, Tzad. Zero, Sphero, Balaylo. In order to have the full weeks, you have to start at night immediately. As soon, that's why we do a serious argument. For manage like the first moment we can. You don't wait a few hours into the night. You do it as close as possible to this man. Zero, Sphero, Balaylo, Ba'avo, and the Omer, number 3 thing on this list, comes during the day. There's a lot of Rishonim that say that I don't want to mix people up because we know that if you miss a day, a full day, so you don't count it. The Rishonim that say that this Tmima, it was the bracha, right? It's the bracha. The Rishonim say that the every day is a individual unit. It's a tummy. And a male, if you miss one, that's going to do with the next. It's like that. You miss a dot, keep on going. Each one is that's what Rabbi Schoenberg. Yeah. Okay. Oh, that's right. Shalom Aleichem, our guest. You're on the guest table. I'm going to pick you first. Shalom Aleichem. What's your name? Oh, from? My Russian law. You know my brother-in-law, Moshe Friedman, or Shiva. No, nothing. I thought my Russian law is 20 families. Very nice. Shalom Aleichem. Welcome. What, you drove in from Restream? Wow. Smart. Thank you. Who else is a guest there? We're looking for guests. You see the whole table over there is empty. The dogs are flying in. It's like Rebellion brought a son. We were so desperate. Huh? That when I came, there were people waiting. I don't know what they're doing. I thought they were waiting for guests, those people. The Shoitrim, the Shoitrim. My favorite word. All right, boys, I want to remind Doilam, we're coming up on Pesach, and we do this annual Magbid. If anybody wants to stop to give to the Avreku, the very close to Avreku, will add a lot to the shir on a daily basis, and you can be Makayim, the big mitzvah of supporting Torah. The people that they really live a life of dafkas. We're trying. We're actually working on increasing. They shouldn't have the typical dafkas that we are more generous than a regular pylon, but we want to be even more generous, but especially for Pesach. Last year, we gave them a huge package of suits and hats and an electric sponger machine, the Tinko, and all that. This year, we're going to give them a nice amount of cash. We're just going to give them cash, do whatever you want. Some of them are upset about suit for hat. So I don't know about the big hat, the I thought it's a lot of crowd from the shoppers for oil. So I said they all have to go with it. But they didn't appreciate it. Like, we don't want the little really. Okay. So, you know what? Just money and so many stuff. Okay. Omarova. Kulu Islu Pirpa. So look at this. I found this. This is there's a mistake here. But that's the problem. This is like all the cheapest. And like, I'm going to show you a little bit better. But one thing
What's going on, big man?
I noticed that was like, it got wet over there.
No, it's a little late for that. We're watching a documentary, though.
It's not even a joke.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Where was the picture? Put it in there somewhere.
They already started, big man.
This is the chart. And here they are.
Correct. They'll play again tomorrow, I think.
Every shade of the Hamishi had another spot.
I'm not sure.
Like, no, don't worry about it. Don't worry. All right, anyway, what do we have here?
I'm not mad at you at all. I've never been mad at you in my entire life. Yeah, why is that? Do you know? Yeah, why is that? Do you know? No, that low flight bot doesn't. No, that low flight bot doesn't. That could be. That could be.
I'm trying to
Okay, that could be it. Let's see. Is it, what kind of device is it? Okay, what
YouTube TV.
No, I understand that. What kind of are you? Okay, so here's what I want you to do. Go to your Chrome settings.
Very, very simple. Just understand these words.
Yeah, and go to type in the search. I think it's acceleration. So type in ACCEL. And do you see enable hardware acceleration or enable graphics? Yeah, ACCEL. And do you see enable hardware acceleration or enable graphics acceleration? Okay. Which one am I looking for? Brandon A?
Oh, just I'm trying another place. Don't turn my phone on. If there's something here, you'll let me know. I get a free.
Yeah.
Right now.
Okay, just one moment.
Yeah. Yesterday I was in a place where there was a hydraulic that, and everybody started getting free. Two sirens in one place.
Okay, just one moment. It's not loading for me. Okay, do you see in the Chrome settings? Are you using on that device that keeps leaving and coming back? Are you using the Discord app or the browser? Okay, and are you using Chrome? Okay, go to the settings, type in ACCEL.
Quicker than everybody got into the mama, close the door. 10 seconds later, boom.
And do you see anything that says enable graphics acceleration or enable hardware acceleration?
A couple, they were on the
Okay, delete ACCEL and type in hardware, HARDWARE.
At the end of the first, the first brisa, and in the final brisa, they don't have a miracle. They say a mitzvah.
No, HARDWARE.
A shtickle tire or something. So, there's one person more than Amar. He said, Shema Yisrael.
That's not anything.
No, okay, I'm going to spell it again.
Everything here, people said they have besides this one person's
That guy?
Does anything show up when you just type in hard, HARD?
Even the Rabbanon, even the Rabbi Yochanan and Zakkai, do look at Abaye, Gomer Abaye. Let's see.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, type in graphics. GRAPHICS.
Count 50 days. And the other one says count 7 weeks. 7 times. Now, 7 Shabbos is we started on Sunday. Like the big places.
Okay, do you know what the Chrome, go to your browser bar where you type in an address, like where you would type in Google, type in Chrome, colon, yep, and then the colon, which is 2 dots.
No, the Bible is saying count Shabbat, limits the count weeks. In fact,
Okay, and then
you count
I'm just, you know what, Brandon, I'm just gonna send it to you. What you want to type in there?
Some people they count. What you do is you count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, which is a week.
So Brandon, I'm gonna just one moment. I'm gonna send you a message of what to type in there.
You don't do every day.
Okay. On the one that has the meerkats, go check your messages and type what I sent you. It's Chrome colon / flags.
But you gotta
Okay, you found it?
Did you hear what he said? He said he has a emergency tonight. He can't miss it. This chart is just beginning. Okay.
Brandon, did you find it?
So this is like 2 in 1.
Yeah.
Okay. And
This is, and remember, this really has the same thing that Rabbi Yehuda says at the second time. Who's still Rabbi Yehuda? And this is the easy one. It says, is that? Yeah, it's my lingo. So,
okay, so then what you want to do?
Pesach is going to be this year, a year when they overturn the whole regime, and it's going to be mamish simcha b'Klal Yisrael. Until we get there, you know, the people in America might not understand, but we do live understand. Our children live under shtickle trauma. And,
Okay.
We need to die. We need to remember.
So, go to the Chrome flags. Did you do that?
Or no, it's first. I don't even know what that is. I guess it's a thing. It's a thing. I never even heard of it. So, really, as it says this malach that the Bezdin should do a sphira. Oh, Benny, you can look.
Okay, I'm going to send you the instructions again. These are more in depth. You want to, once you're in Chrome flags, You want to search for override software rendering list.
Oh, so Nachamo, what did he say this for law? The peasant. Wait a minute. But who told you? Very nice. Peasant does it. But don't forget this 2 Yom Tovim on Pesach. It's a sandwich. Is Yom Tov in the beginning?
Okay, and type in override, override.
It's also Yom Tov. You tell me Shabbos. Shabbos means Yom Tov. Very good, but it's 2 Yom Tovim.
Okay.
And then
You see it says override software rendering list.
And the Zayin moves from Aleph. I don't know if you noticed. It goes from Aleph.
Okay, change the setting from default to disable.
Sure. Says that.
Okay, now change it to enable. And then click relaunch at the bottom.
And then immediately afterwards, just like a
Restart.
Yeah, relaunch or restart. And then try it again and it shouldn't kick you out.
Same period. Mendy, you look like this one you didn't get. I didn't look at you, but I see that there's no shaking in the. Just understand what he's saying. Now, don't go deep into all of them because some of them I don't understand myself. So, this one I'm okay. It says, just like there's a moila. You look at the moon, and the next day you do a replacement. Or you look at the Yom Tov, and the next day you start counting to your silence. Who says the first one? Maybe it's the last one. Start the last one, you go back. So, same period. Okay.
Let me know if you're still having issues, okay? Okay. Well, we'll see. We'll see. But that's good.
Then we start counting right after Shabbos. In other words, when it comes to Yom Tov, we do a whole week of Sfira, and then we have the Shavuos. So too over here you have a count that comes right after a regular, right after Yom Tov. That we don't have a period for. Go to Rabbi Shmuel. Let's skip Rabbi Shmuel. Here's Rabbi Shmuel. Something similar we said yesterday. What's the exact? I don't know exactly. What was it? Havi over Pesach. Havi Shnei Alechem Bakseres. There's a Yom Tov, and right afterwards we do our thing. Let's do it. Right. Either there be Yossi Rabbi Yehuda.
All right, big man. Good. Sweet dreams, big man. Good one. Good night, big man. I know you will. I love it. You're always welcome here. This is your home. You too, big dog. Thanks, big man. You too.
Why is that a problem? I counted exactly 50 days. 50 days from when I start counting. Who told you I have to be 50 days after Lola Seder? I did what the Torah told me to do. I counted. I start counting it from a Sunday. If Sunday happens to be 4 days after Lola Seder, so great, it's 54 days. Sometimes it's 55 days. Even if you do the Seder, no, this is the second one. What? Careful. Who's talking over there? Now, reviewing the Sarah, this review, let me say the second review. He said, Mamish, we had it right? Right? That's why it's easy. Look, the business to do it, it's dependent on business, but it doesn't say what Yom Tov. There's 2 Yom Tovim. If you start counting at the business decides it's Yom Tov. The business decides the first day is Yom Tov, the last is Yom Tov. So it's a period, bro. Either of you can say or it might be a Rishon is saying it's a free. Do the other African. Resinami, positive pure. What are we going to say? Oh, right. Says the first Rebbe is that by Tyson saying it's on a Sunday, but there's 52 Sundays in the year. Which we told you what Sunday exactly. So what did he say? Oh, that does have a pure. Why? Maybe so. No, right? Because you said it must be Pesach, not a Sunday. But who told you which Pesach? The first day of Pesach, the last day of Pesach. I know the Kamar Ba'ad, and that's why he comes on to the second shot, and that stays. What stays also the matzah. The pasuk says 6 days matzah, 7 days matzah. 6 days is with the new crop. 7 days old. It's an individual, independent mitzvah. It counts the days. It's an independent mitzvah. Count the night. And you maybe even have to make your own. What? Six days with the new crop. Because you can't eat the new crop on the first day of Yom. It's only 6 days. 6 days. Says Gemara, one of the Be'er of Ashi. They count the days and weeks like we do. We count these weeks' days, which is like a pshara. You counted only the days, you didn't count the weeks. Omar, Zayter, and Migdash. Omar, Zayter, and Migdash. Says this is Zayter to the Migdash. Yeah, this whole time I noticed this when I went snowboarding, well actually skiing, my last day of skiing in my life, when I switched over to snowboarding, so I don't know, like maybe 15 years ago. So they rushed with the I needed to they rushed. So this kid next to me, he I guess he had a major brain injury. And he asked his father, he says, what am I doing here? His father says, he hit a tree. He says, I need to go to the bathroom. He says, he just went to the bathroom. He says, how long has it been? He says, 2 hours. 30 seconds go by, he says, what am I doing here? He says, no, you hit a tree. So I have to go to the bathroom. He says, he just went to the bathroom. How long are they? And this went on and on. The same 4 questions in a row. I noticed this yesterday with, I said over the stuff with Penny, but also my Kabrusa, he tells me it's nice. He says, old man comes to using solution and says, listen, the doctor said that he's only going to live for a few more days, maybe a week or 2. Should he start saying Sphere Saimer with a bracha? So we're using Zilberstein, he's saying, Rosh says that the schus that you're saying the Sphere Saimer with the bracha will give you a reading time, will give you some more time. The kachab. This is the same mamish within a second that he told me the story. He said, I told you the story last time, 7.5 years ago. You asked me the same question. My mother said Sphere Saimer and she didn't live. My mother's lived in the middle of Sphere Saimer. There it is. You hear things and you trigger the same questions, the same answer, the same. No, it's some way that your particular brain works and asks the same dumb question, not dumb, whatever it is. Really? Oh, you hear that? Taki's watching. I don't want to tell people to watch. So he's watching the last cycle, and I said the story of breaking into the car, and I said the same story with M&M because it triggers it. Your brain works in a certain way. It's possible, but it's a good ride. Good ride. Next cycle, I'm gonna go through the whole thing, and Shop's gonna say, and then you walk with it, and it's like he goes, "Get through, we're gonna snow the cool place. We gotta move here." Oh wow, look at what time it is. Showing up. All right, get through, gonna snow the cool place. They took this, and they put it. I'm just doing fast, little pieces. This actually has an addition. They reap the barley. They put it into boxes. Here, beautiful. Look at this, beautiful. And they would put it in front of the fire as so, like this. Look how beautiful this kli is. Mamish, like the Gemara says, made out of copper, has tiny holes on the bottom. Today, what? Yeah. So we'll see. The pasuk says, look at the pasuk. You think you know the pasuk? You gotta beat it down, but not like with a real hard stick, with something soft, maybe something like this. Rash says like something from cabbage, not mamish like that. You don't want to smush it. So still malabo, we put it into this copper thing. And had holes in it because you were sure to put it at the fire, the heat should go through it. So the Baruch Hashemes, then he put it, this one right over here. No, not this one. I don't know. Oh, this one. Oh yeah, this one. It's the wrong header. Okay. Then the wind comes and blows it away. The still a Rechaim shell groces. This is interesting because it's different than what we thought. You put in a special grinder that the larger pieces come out. Put it with the shaft and the soilless is actually larger pieces. The first large pieces that come out. Rechaim groces. It's many sorry chimilupa b'sholish esrei napa. You weren't here yesterday. When I first learned the sugya, and I remember this from last time. What are these 13 sifters? 13 sifters. Ari, what's the 13 sifters? How does it work? Right. But wrong. That's what I was thinking. It says Rashi, you go from the larger to the smaller, and larger to smaller. You keep going back and forth. It seems like there's only two sizes. Interesting. I also thought 13 well, as I state. It's a Gemara later on. Huh? Yeah, it's to make it, but how do you do it? Large, small. You keep them like this. I'm not a sifter, but that's the. And what do you do with the rest? You have 3 saw over there. So what do? You give it, you eat it, and let other people eat it. But if I have a chalo, you have to take chalo off it, but you don't have to give mice. So to understand this very simple thing, we learned this many times. Something called miruach. Miruach is the final step of when after you reap the flour, you have all the kernels, you smooth it out. Miruach. If you do miruach, then you chayv b'maisa. You don't do this, you're not chayv b'maisa. If this miruach happens in the Beis Hamikdash, for the Beis Hamikdash, you call it for maisa. The Beis Hamikdash doesn't give it maisa. So what happened here? It's too late. The Beis Hamikdash did miruach. There's never miruach done to this. Who did it? Kehanu Beis Hamikdash. Now, you have a certain amount. You have a very large amount. You bring the Beis Hamikdash. I know there's a fine amount of that. The small amount goes to the item. Who did the miruach? The Beis Hamikdash. So you have a machlokes here, but the miruach wasn't really done for 80% of it. 80% was done for no reason. It's not a Beis Hamikdash miruach, maybe. So that's what Rabbi Kiva says. Rabbi Kiva says Rabbi Kiva that it's not true. You are chayav a meiser. It's not considered the Beis Hamikdash. The Gemara is going to explain. The first kernels, that's of it. The kind of this is cold. You take it like a marshmallow. And in Park City, I saw a mother with her children around. They have these fancy fires, beautiful stone, in these ski resorts, and this fire's coming out of it. It's a man-made fire, no gas. And she's sitting in there, she's doing marshmallows. Like, why would she do like this shot? Like you're ruining it. Like if the marshmallow falls in, it's not meant to mark. It's not your backyard barbecue. Then I heard a little Hebrew going on over there. No, and then she didn't clap. She was oblivious. She's not she's gonna be. Surprised that other, these fighting schmecker gun, the way they didn't say like, Okay, anyway. The challah. So you grab onto the wheat to the shaft. What is it called? The stalk. You roll down and you put it like this. Not like we do marshmallows. The kind of is called different name. Hamayrim. Ein or lashon kolu elo dover after. No, that's it's not. You don't hold on to the stalk. You put it in the cleat. Okay, lashon kolu elo dover color, like something shiny, basically referring to this pot right over here. Okay, it's not. I would supply so you show my merugav to kvara today. Shnei urshaletes b'kulor. Wow, it's very late. It's 8:13 here in Eretz Yisrael. Oh, but we're only 15 minutes into the year, so okay, we could go. Just when's my Krishma? I don't want to. Turning this daf, our global having plans full year, not just this month. The shot at that come. He's read a shidduch today. Because every shidduch that happened was first read. Rabbi said, seriously, you got to read some shidduchim. Not a joke. These girls that don't have shidduchim, it's a very, very hard life. And now I can't even be massive. What? Which one? Oh, that. Yeah. What this stuff? I hear. Okay, I'm just like threw out a number, just the seven size, and I wasn't going with it. What did I say? I said I made a pheasant that's like 10%. No, the actual flat 10%. 10% with the stock. I got it. Yeah, fine. Olive colored Garris. It should be roasted and ground. Any of them olive colored Garris color. Because if you look at the pasuk, it says that the word H, the middle. So do you that's what Shams was saying before. When do you put it in the fire? Are you putting the fire beforehand or after it's flour? Which one is it? Is it before the grinding after? Shloimer H, it's the Indian, so it goes on beforehand. Caramel, we saw yesterday, Rachumo. So because of this, we're going to go into, sometimes you take a word, it's called a retreat, and you take a word, and it's actually, it's a funny word, but it's really like a Russian paper sort of. It's like a what? Is it an acronym? Okay. Retreat an acronym. It stands for two words. Rachumo. It's soft, and it's like flour. But anyway, if you call me about Shalisho, we have another word that's interesting. But Yom Yisrael in Lechem Bikur, Lechem Bikur, Vesser Lechem Sorim, the caramel it's a kloina. Have you ever heard of the word tzikloina, which means like the husk? So what does it mean? Here, it's a funny, not this word. Where's the tzikloina? Here, tzikloina. Wow, I also did one back in the day. Okay, let's see which one is better, mine or yours. This time I was like this. Wow. Sometimes Pashut things are. It's not meant to read. It's just meant to confuse you a little bit and you understand. This word means a bunch of stuff. Vayomer, pain, la'am, yimchelu, he gave us bread and ate The Navahoyan is great. Loimer. It's out of the oven. It's a possible Mishlei. It's a muscle. It's a it's like it's a muscle to a woman who's on the Ephes. So it says Nisa V'Nisikin. She tells the man, Nala, let's get up on the bed. The Nismach will be happy with the Schate Be'oven, the sin with love. So that the word Nishausa contains all those words. I think he did it over here. It's very cool background and stuff. Go in there. Maybe each letter should have been read or something. Okay. Loimer, not for nothing that losa by we had that bird by Yuchni. He laid an egg and it 60 villages around. So it says Noisa Oilav Ishada. What's the losa Noisa Oilav Ishada? Carried its egg, went up. I said this mice because I was sitting there in shock with many other people in the Panachizu, looking at the ostrich. All of a sudden, the egg comes out. Like this big. Well, we just witnessed an ostrich lay an egg. And then the ostrich comes around, looks at the egg, and makes a giant hole in it and starts eating it. Yeah. So this is not, it carried this egg and went up to a place that's safe. And it's got, and then put the egg in. Kiyora had definitely egg, the famous passage by Bilam. The donkey says to Bilam, Kiyora had definitely egg. What is the word Yorah mean? Where do you see this word? So meaning, Yorah saw you feared me, the Malach Ra, so she saw the Malach Ratza and she moved to the side. This is like, I don't know, I guess it's deliberate. It's from our new guy. The Zetz is like something like it's close to one of those bonds over here like that.
What did I do to you? Why are you hitting me?
It's more from Shishis to Shishis and maybe, I don't know. We have another 4 minutes. Let's just do the small sugi over here. Very easy. Oh no, I missed something. The Bein Rabbi Shmuel taught on Carmel the same word, this is how it all started, but it's different. He learns Carmel is Carbole, not Rachumole. Carbole, that it's completely ripened. Rabbi Kiva says that the leftover Omer Yechai b'Meisus. He says when Hekdesh does the final shmiring, how do you say miruach in English? Smoothing out, thank you. That doesn't allow you to be part of the Meiser. Mozart chases. Why? Meiser shows soy and alola mayo. I see why. What do you do with the leftover from the Omer Nifda? You redeem it. The Nechla Kol and it's for everybody. The Chayav B'Chalu Potem in a Meiser. Rabbi Kiva B'Chayav B'Chalu Meiser. That's our Mishnah. Same thing. He says you are Chayav. Amrullah, they ask him a question. When you redeem any kind of flour, any kind of grain from the Beis Hamikdash, Shachai B'Chalu Potem in a Meiser. Me said the Miruach and Chini Koita, but for Rabbi Kiva holds that the Miruach doesn't help. My Carmelite, what do they help by bringing a riot from when you go to the Gizbar? He's going to argue that also. It's the same exact case. Bring me a riot when the Beis Hamikdash has left over from the Omer, Yechai B'Chalu. I'm going to ask you when the Beis Hamikdash has left over Stam Azoi, Yechai. No, he's going to hold in that case Yechai B'Chalu. It's the same exact case. Says Gemara, another question is, my God, yeah, what I said. My God, it's the same exact case. What is you're going to but look at this. He said, kind of spoke it out before. When you have the 3, what was it? Saw, I don't remember the amount. Let's say it's 3 saw. That's what Mishnah says you bring 3 saw. The 3 saw, we know to begin with, let's say it's 10% that we're going to take from that. So that wasn't given to the Beis Hamikdash. The 90% that's left over wasn't given to the Beis Hamikdash. Later on, we're going to find out retroactively that this 90% wasn't for the Omer. So later, it was never the Beis Hamikdash. The Beis Hamikdash never did a miruach on it. Did it for Shvichaya. In other words, even Rebbe Kiva admits that miruach of Hegdish is potter. The only reason why over here the miruach doesn't work is because it was never given to the Beis Hamikdash. But had it been given to the Beis Hamikdash and the Beis Hamikdash did the smoothing out, you would be part of her mindset. In fact, you're right. Rebbe Kiva had this in tradition. The reason why Rebbe Kiva says over here that you're part of her mindset not because the smoothing was done by the Beis Hamikdash, because it was never given to the Beis Hamikdash in the first place. The 10% was given, not the 90%. Rabbi Sai, Surah's Toy Boys, have a wonderful day.
Merit the schus of spreading Torah throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com and sponsor MDY.com.
Because of what's going on, we have different rules we go by. So in the Hebrew Shir, we ask the children to sit outside. And the first night, they put up a little screen. That was 2 nights ago. Last night, this is what we had. The kids of MDY that don't want to go to sleep on time, they come every night, and we let them do the through the window. It's a whole big matzah. Talk about this. I just want to reiterate here. There are a lot of people that were hospitalized. 3,100 people hospitalized. 3,200 actually, and this from 2 days ago. Many of them are from running for the shelters. Many. And that was a terrible story where a girl ran. She ran to the street and she got killed. Well, it's not a guy fell off his motorcycle from fear, and he also died. He slipped. The siren went off. It's a scary thing. I just started learning Parshas Vayikra for this year, and I just wanted to thank you for making it so gishmak. It used to be a very much unrelatable and abstract. I'll just quickly read through the Pesuk and Rashi, but now after learning Zvachim and Menachos with MDY, it's mamish a pleasure. Every pasuk is so tangible. Thank you again. You and the whole team. Lingo Sikorsky, Chagigo Daf, Bays, saying maybe we should put together all the AI videos that relate to AI. This we saw already. This is at the Mateh Novak. Benson Novak, one only in the right, is also a big part of this year. And at Mateh, second from right, is our Balkari for years. And he's a Balkari here on Mondays and Thursdays as well. What? Benson Novak makes one of the breakfasts himself. His whole family, they make the salads and the this, it's the whole thing. And Dr. Shamrock, all the way on the left, is also a big part of the show. He's a Zayda B'Chassan. Another big Chasana is my good friend Avi Kamlar, all the way on the left, and JG Reed in the middle, with Yisrael Goldstein on the right. I believe that the Chassan is the famous, what's Yisrael Goldstein's Rob's name, another guy's name? No. The one that's very good. Eisenberger. So I think his son is the So he's now very shaped, a very long beard. Just wanted to say hi. Biyadidus, operator. Now it depends who it comes from. This means a lot. Yes. You got my message. Good. You got the shit. Yes. The son is in the house. Operator. Short email, best emails. Aaron Kleber, Shalom Rebelli. I just want to share with you and listeners to share an incredible miracle that happened to me. So don't think this is a pop. Although, by the way, I need to update the Americans. Yesterday there were more missiles than all the days before. So it actually they went up a little bit. And some of them are very, very loud and powerful here in the chambers. Like it sounds like this impact. Like one of them was so loud, like the one at midday. And they have videos of it. It's crazy how loud it is. And then the shattered where? Oh, it's there in the Shidrach? Look, here in the Shidrach? Oh. It's right across from our house. Right across from the Restream. I didn't know. I thought they were showing it in a. Oh, so you were in the Mamad in that building. Shdeira is right here. It's the shopping center across the street from our house. So right here's the MDY across the street. Wow. A projectile fell into the Biyana base measures. Into the base measures, right through the roof, landed on the floor of the base measures. And a giant, you saw the missile that fell in the size of a bus. And that was just like the fuel tank or something. This thing, the size, like I want to say like 7-8 feet in diameter or something. Something crazy. Yeah. So it's not a joke. This is the second base measure that was hit. The one with the nine people that were killed was also shot, like right through the shoulder. But yeah, base measure, boom. I want to share with you and listeners this. So this is something else. Somehow, I started learning this shit on Zoom at 7:10 in the morning, and Baruch Hashem gives a completely different meaning to my entire day. Completely this year, I also began waking up early instead of much later time. Waking up every day. Last Thursday, after finishing watching the year, I took the battery. So the year caused me to get up earlier than usual. Last Thursday, after finishing watching the year, I took the battery of my electric bike. I guess he lives in Israel, this person. He was written in Hebrew, which I charge in my living room every night. And at the moment I stepped out of the door, the battery exploded in my hand, and the large fire broke out in the stairwell by miracle. I immediately closed the door to my apartment, called the fire department. But at the same time, I'm taking my family out to the balcony. If I stayed asleep like I used to before I started participating in the shit, the entire house would have burned. I don't want to think about what would have happened. My family just gave me tremendous physical how much Hashem is happy for my fire learning and how happy he is that I joined the DUI. Shrek Rebelli, may we hear good news out of the papers. These are I do this for the Israelis because they argued with me how many people actually went to the hospital. So where it says 3369, there's only 57,000 sirens. 57,000 sirens. 13,500 we attacked them 13,500. Since the beginning, it was all since the beginning. 480 ballistic missiles. Pre-Pesach, Mixology Night, Joy, Richard, Tanya, Workshop, this for women. Register. Founder of Bar Simcha. Learn interactive Zoom workshop, learn cocktail techniques. You need to say there, boys. Finally, MDY, Morocco trip, our boy side, sit back and enjoy. Welcome to the very, very first MDY Partners on Play trip. Give up first, I'll tell you to all those who work really hard and tirelessly to support MDY. Looking forward to the next 3 days with Oila. And if it goes well, we'll have to do this every year, Rabbi Yisai. Welcome, my boys, to our second annual appreciation day. I feel like all of you are a huge part of MDY, and your why MDY is what it is. We also have some very big news. MDY Morocco donor appreciation trip. Now, the best part of the trip is what Yossi is dreaming about. It's made us all come to just for the steps. Invitation only. Yeah, you don't have to go to safari. You saw some zebras on the screen, you don't have to go, what are you talking about? The smells. My boys, you can do what Shamshi did. Take a loan on your house, but it was worth every cent. Come on. Every cent you think about doing it again. $30,000 buys you in. Rabbi Sai, somebody bought a parak yesterday, so we only have one parak left in the first volume of Kulim. We have, I think, 8 dots left in the first volume of Kulim. It's going, Baruch Hashem, official edition Shas, in Sefta, by the Iranian Levi family, parak. By Meyer and Chaya Rick's official, Lishmas Imri Menachem, for Yusuf Murray, but Roman Menachem, and Roman Alexander. The daf by Moshe Hoffman, the Lishmas Perel Bashmol, Moshe, Lortzai Chomesador. That's not the whole I'm running. It's sponsored by David Salem, dedicated memory of Ovi Murray, from Oracle, and he joined for the Bracha. So get out to the Lishmas, my father, Jack Dali's anonymous as a group into the Gashmas, Patrick Family Foundation, Lishmas. All right, I'm going from the policy that mentions the Ibui. Anonymous, unfortunately, no, the Moshe Ben Zah. Anonymous, unfortunately, no, and it's over for Leah Bas Esther. So mal gekommen, weil ich nicht mal so bekannt bin, so klar, ich habe morgen kein Steigen. Sitting with the family Candy Island, we came on it with Ellie, who changed my meaning of life. Like somebody sent me an email with a video of a pastor in Candy Island yesterday. They were singing Shema Yudah. When now money Yossi Mark and Benny and all the Eastern with Sophie and the wife and Kokosham Sparm, I just suck. Time in. For Shem I'll be married, Baruch Ben Miriam. And then for the marriage of Michal Ben Sarah and Rochabas Sarah. Blessings in all areas of life. Now, the merit for Shlema for all clients who need for Shlema, we need it for Shlema. Senders.com, helping in the David Tzibur with pop-up and Yonim anywhere worldwide. Leadership time showing them Salah. In honor of Moshe Fisher's Bar Mitzvah, Uncle Saul, and Uncle Goody, weekly sponsors, daily sponsors. Anonymous in honor of the wedding of Yoni Sebag. That's how you pronounce it. Sebag, Yoni Sebag, and Eliza Brand. You say? Sebag. Shachar David for the yahrzeit of his father, Rafi David, who called Chaim Ben Sadia. Yossi Rasler, in memory of my dear mother, Rivka Bat Chaim Yaakov. By Moshe Hoffman, the Nishmas Perel Bashmol Moshe, the Weiss family, her boy said, take a look at this. This is Givaldi. Somebody put it in. Thank you. Finally, somebody helping me out. And in this merit, may all find their Basher quickly and with joy. Amen. Anonymous in honor of Dov Harris and his London Hebrew, who are actually in the USA and Canada. Huh?
They did it on the like appreciation trip.
America. Anonymous, for my daughter's surgery to go well today, Elizakaya Lima, Pastor Fama, Rafa. Anyway, our month, we're slamming on a connecting with the Shabbat Bracha. You just gave a guy a heart attack, by the way. Besides, always happening this year. Therefore, Shlomo Mordechai, you can't, everybody turn off your phones, because when it goes off like that, people get nervous. Shlomo Mordechai Benest. What's a yell that Neil Zev and a yell Desta? I schmack it out today. We have some easier sugyas. We're holding 5 lines from the bottom. Yesterday, we said the story of Mordechai from the Megillah. Mordechai Tzaddik. He was able to, what's the word I'm looking for? Decipher. You like the word? Oh. It means it's a decipher. Of disciples. It's gemein einfach like the hand of the dog. The andere hat gesagt, die Stimme, sie meint, God is treten, ja? Okay, so, doch gecyphert. Keiner hat es nicht verstanden, daher. So anyway, so, God is treten. He saw, now, let me ask you something. If you were there and a guy that's deaf or mute, I think mute, not deaf, he's mute, he puts his hand on the computer, and puts his hand on Justice's beard. So you'd say, a bearded computer. Like, what's the big hot moment? Here. He put his hand on a roof and he put his hand on the trim. So I think we could see the Gemara, it's a nice answer to that. But anyway, we're going with this idea that it's not so funny. Regular people couldn't figure it out.
You gotta see much to pay attention.
Yeah, but the Gemara brings 3 stories like that. How we chop what other people don't chop. But all 3 stories, nobody's paying attention. We're trying to say that he's a chacham, that he's part of the Sanhedrin. He's there. Let's see if it fits in what you're saying. So it says Gemara, Hanu Sholosh Nashim, the 3 women, Daisu Sholosh Shekina. They went to the Samigdal with birds. A cane is a pair of birds. And you bring birds for, usually if a woman comes, she's a Yoledes or a Zafa. Or it can also be in a Dava. And Chot, the Amral is Zivasi. She said straight out, my Ziva, she's a Zava. Person, a woman sees Dam at a certain time, like it's after Dam Nida, there's other days, 11 days of Ziva. She brought her Ziva. The Chot Amrali Amos, my ocean. Chot Amrali Nasi. The Aina is also, it's a period of time. So the simple meaning is Zivasi is Zava Mamish. What if for Ziva? So a male should bring 1 bird as a tapas, 1 bird as an oila. Liyamasi Mamish is just describing the flow, such a large flow, like the ocean. Loinasi, it has to do with Ziva. The cool chado oila. One bird is a tapas, 1 bird is oila. Amalu Mordechai, no. Shema b'zoyv signal. Maybe she's saying that she was saved from blood loss. She's gonna die. Hemorrhaging. Shema b'yam signal. Maybe she was drowning. Nothing to do with Ziva. She was drowning. She's saved. In other words, she's bringing a dava. She's not bringing a chatas and oil. She's bringing just an oil for as an adava, as a thank you to Hashem. Shema b'eino signal. In the Yerushalmi it says the zoyv signal. Maybe she was attacked by a zayd. By a wolf. Shema Beino signal, maybe she had a danger in her eye. The Kulu Eilos signal. Says the Gemara, she made a net there basically. She said, if I'm gonna be safe by the ocean, she's drowned. She said, listen, if someone comes to save me, I'm gonna bring a carpet. Well, the Bashka, and they listened to Mordechai and they checked it out, and they saw that he's right. I mean, it's not. That's why it says Sakya Alakim. So if you look over here, there's different shefaras that were shaped in the shape of a shaper, different pushkabah. And 2 of them, one of them is called Kinim, because Royal had different names. So Sakya, who's Mordechai and Tzaddik, is in charge of the Kinim. Why? Mordechai, love him, he knows how to decipher things and explain them. In other words, people come and they put money in the pushka. And they come different, the Chinese come, this one comes, the French, the Spanish. Nobody understands what they're saying. It sounds like Siva, but really he means it's a nether. You have to understand why they put money in the pushka, what to do with the money. Am I using the money for oil or for a copy? What are we doing? Why is he so special? In order to be in the Sanhedrin, even the 23, forget the 71, even the 23, you need to know 70 languages. Because a number of years ago, people got together, they wanted to make a Sanhedrin with Manaseh. They come together, they want to make Korbanos. They want to make a Sanhedrin. They come to me, they wanted to be in the Sanhedrin. So one of the issues that they had is that you got in the Sanhedrin, you have to know 70 languages. So no, you don't need to know 70. You need to know right languages. And since we speak English, and English is accepted on most of the world, so maybe we can be part of the Sanhedrin. He said, no. You take all the Chinese and all the Indians, which could be right world, they don't speak a word of English. Nothing is the Rogative said. So how do you know 70 languages? The Rogative said, if you give me one day, I can learn a language in a day. The problem is I don't have one day. I don't have the time for it. If you said as you could. Say about Berman, I think you lose. In fact, he said he has to slow down his learning. So he had to take a break. Like, it's time. Take a break. During his break, for language is something, they said to learn one language is easier than to understand one tough thesis. So, really. And you have big destroyness. Like, I believe it about, like, I could see the tells learning language. Yeah, this is what you said. Yeah, but everybody. I got some emails afterwards. I got some hate mail over it. This is where everybody agrees on what that's Mordechai different. The first two times, yeah. All right. Mordechai, let me before. Safish, that's Mordechai, who's an actually lost. What was the big lick? What was so special about Mordechai? He knew 7 languages. Everybody in Sanhedrin knows 7 languages. Rabbi Berman knows 6, 7 languages. Don't worry, you're on. And Mishim Sanhedrin will talk more. In order to be part of the Sanhedrin, you have to be about talking. You have to ask talking. You have to look distinguished. Rashi says an interesting thing. If you're very tall, then people have fear of you. You can be intimidated. They're not going to lie in front of you. Bali Zikra, the elder, Bali Shaf. So this is super interesting. Bali Shaf means that if, let's say somebody's Chayiv Misa, whoa, women came, I don't see the other guys here. Whatever. What time do you get home? Crazy amounts of what's going on. I went to this hospital. This hospital is like in a show. They took him out of the other one. It was Mate, Yerushalayim. 3 weddings next to each other. Room. Everybody's just, whatever you can do. Just to have a class. Crazy. Then, what? You like it like this? Crazy. Listen, it's unbelievable. As long as the person and Cal enjoy it. And then a little look. Then the price won't go down. Halavai, one day. Halavai. Not going to happen, Halavai. I'm a big talker. To me, a wedding doesn't. I was at weddings every night for years. So I checked my daughter. I said, look, do it in the backyard. And I'll give you the money, whatever it costs. These girls, they dream about the wedding gown, the socks, this. They have a whole billion in everything. It's not so fun. Huh? Morocco. The Morocco wedding. That's why we're going. Empty white Takanas. So listen to this stuff from Rabbi side. This guy is Chayiv Misa straight up. So they come with molten lead and they pour it down his throat. What does this guy do? That says, I don't care about molten lead. He goes, EGPG, abracadabra, and he drinks the lead. Nothing happens to him. So you have to know how to kill him in other ways. So the halacha is that if you can't kill him in one way, the guy's kind of means lets his skin and runs away, you can shoot him with a gun. But the thing is, take care of it like this. We even have a video to show it.
You are guilty. We hereby sentence you to death by lead pouring. Sure, you can pour whatever you want down my throat. Help! No! No! Ah! Get away from me! Ah! Help! No!
No. Your thing doesn't help my brain to come down. You just mixed up my brain. My brain was mixed up. You just went like this and made it a boogie. All right. So Gemara, so Bali Shofin. See, yeah. In other words, Chacham after no kishuf, that whole sugya we learned once, where Rabbi Kiva showed how to with kishuf you make cucumbers. In Islamic, you have to know how to beat kishuf with kishuf. So every single person in Sanhedrin acts in those languages. Not only have to be tall and Bali Chachma and Bali Kishuf, they have to also know something. Why? You don't want to hear it from a translator. Why not? What's the problem with hearing it from a translator? Here comes one of my favorite jokes of all time. The Emes. Been waiting years to say, I don't want to say this too often. One of the best. Shy, don't say this joke. It's murder. Some people like it, some people, I love this joke. This Spanish-speaking person stole millions of dollars. And the sheriff, Texas, the sheriff caught him. And brings him into the interrogation room and says, listen, you better tell me where you put the meat. So he says, no habla English. No habla English, fine, you don't understand English, I'll bring the program up. So bring the translator. Brings the translator in. He says, tell this guy I want to know exactly where he put all the money. He tells him in Spanish. If I tell him I cannot tell him. So the sheriff becomes infuriated. He pulls out his gun, puts a round in the barrel, and points it at the guy's head. And if you tell him, if he doesn't tell me where it is, I'll blow his head off. So he tells him in Spanish. He says, if you don't tell him where it is, he's going to blow your head off. The guy starts shaking. He says, okay. I put it by the bridge. Right by the bridge is a tree. And right next to the tree, I dug a hole 3 feet down. I put the $10 million. What he does. The sheriff says, what did he say? He says, you think you're going to pull the trigger, you idiot? You're a piece of nothing, you jerk. Yeah. Some people it takes them 3 minutes to count. Does it make sense why I like it? I just love that joke. It's such a geschmacker joke. The Maturgaman, you can't trust the Maturgaman. He's going to say, you have to be exact. And sometimes it's a little joke. Lost in translation. That I used that's not my favorite. This is Chai. It's good. It's good, but not the best. Not top. You don't know why I like it so much. So also question about Mordechai. Hello, the have a bayim ishon God. His godless. This to me this makes sense now. He would understand different languages and put them together. You have to be a good couple. Let's say you hear an American speaking Yiddish. Funniest thing. That it's got that accident. Get run over and what? It says in the God that it's half the words are in English. Yep. I don't know how to put tweet like you listen to Yeshiva shit what? And it's going on. So no, like even to like you talking to Yeshiva Shagal, you know, it's a matzah, you know, you have two languages. So Gag is Srifim, believe it or not, Gag is Srifim, but Srif, although it's in the Mishnah, the word Srif is not in Hebrew. It's not in Lashon Kodesh, it's in Aramaic. So he's able to take the Gag and the Srif. Mordechai, let's say Srif is called a hut in Hebrew. So a regular person would say Gag hut. And now you have a city called Gag hut, but there's no such thing. He's able to take the word Gag, which is in Hebrew, and Srif in Aramaic, and put them together and say, oh, he meant these two languages together. That's the chasam. The same thing with Ein Soifer. Ein Soifer is an Aramaic word. So it's Ein means I. Soifer is the whole of the lot. So you'd say hard, maybe. Ein hard. What's Ein Soifer? How do you have to use the word Soifer? It's a different word. It's a different language. That's the chasam over there. Exactly. Tell stone. Tells and stone. Very good. It's like no. Okay, let's tells. Anyways, so the voice, anybody want to see a video of that? I have a violently short of the Torah. Mordechai Bilshon. That's why he's called the Bilshon, and I think the Nida. The Chemia. So we also saw the video, so we're kind of familiar with this, but it comes from this Mishnah. What's the process of the Oimer? Best then Shluchim of the President go out before Yontif, they tie up a bunch of barley when it's still attached to the ground, because you have to do the tzira on Kalamayt, the night of the first night of Kalamayt, Motzi Yontif. I think it's a beautiful concept, and then why we're very much on this. And Tircha the Tzibur, I did Tircha the Tzibur, not you're supposed to like roll the Torah, you know, you have parts of Kodesh, whatever you do before the Tzibur, not while they're there. In general, Stam, it's a flavor commercial, nobody's with time, and everybody wants to, but at a simcha, you should have one or two pieces, not the 6, 7, you know. I'm talking about. Or here's a good one that my pet peeve. Sometimes you have a meeting of 10 people, so that 10th guy, he does this when I say 42 minutes. Why? Because today has extra kavanas, and that is all my people have to wait. And sometimes, let's say you're a 10-minute guy from Ezra, when you do it 10 people, you should be taxing with fire. What? Yep. It's a lot of things. Rebbe Kiva, exactly. Something tomorrow. There's a concept of Tircha the Tzibur. Don't make the Tzibur wait. Kolayars are simple ways to show the extent of the shop. All the cities that were, the little villages that were next to that place, they'd all get together. Why? Today, they want to make a whole matzav out of it. Again, because of the Kusim that said that you do this on a Sunday, not on the day, not on Matzah. And that's the next sugi really. Again, the Torah says, Mimochas HaShabbos, and we learn, Mimochas HaShabbos means the day, the night, right after Yom Tov, the first night of Yom Tov. So we start today. When do we start Tiras Omer? We start on the first night of Talmud, or in America, the second night of Yom Tov. But there's so right, Matzah Yom Tov, first night. By Tyson, they say, like in Tzlukin, they say, Mimochas HaShabbos means literally the day after Shabbos, always falls out on a Sunday. So you want to tell people, no, we didn't listen to my Tyson, we did it on a Monday, we did it on a Tuesday, we're doing it when Chachamim understood the class. Kiddush Shicha, once it's nightfall. Omer Lahan Boashavish. So the guy, one of the people cutting these, tells the audience, the sun go down, Omer Lahan, the whole place is Boashavish. Omer Lahan. Each of the people there says that's the question. They answer 3 times per person. Magozu. In other words, there's 9. Each question is 9 times per player. Yes, yes, yes. Then Shimon says, yes, yes. Magozu. Is this the simple Orim Hey? Magozu Orim Hey. Kupazu. This is the back Orim Hey. Make a whole, it's a whole situation where everybody gets involved. Oh, it's good. You get them involved. You ask a question though, and you answer. They're not just spectators. They're participants. So before you have to get on. Kuba Zoy Rimin. The Shabbos now is the first night. Fall down Shabbos. Oimelim Shabbos. Zoom, the Shabbos, Zoom, sorry, should I cut the wheat, the barley, like, sorry, yes, go ahead, the whole morning, sorry, shows Parliament, each question gets 3 times that, like, Kol Nidre, the Rush says, Kol Nidre, do 3 times, hey, 3 times, why so many times? Because of these koifrim, so I remember so young that he had 2 Talmidim, Tyson and the Tzaddik, whatever, so he came in by Tyson. They decided that there's no Torah about fat. You read the Torah the way as is. So Mela, they said, it's not on Moshe. It's on Sunday. Okay? And Mela here, something like this.
What happened? Where is everyone going? We are going to harvest the Omer. They are harvesting the Omer today. Wow, so many people came to our Omer harvest. All these people came because of me. That's what happens when you have many friends. Was yesterday Shabbat?
Yeah. All right. So Mela, the life will lose about this. Okay. Starting to Gemara. Remind me your name from South Africa. What's your name again? Sion. It's like, isn't that the name of your wine, or I'm just making that up? What's the name of your wine? Cape Jewel. That's right. Cape Jewel wine. Sion. Go ahead and tell me. When did you get here? You got here in the middle of the war? Before the war. You trying to get back to Africa? No. Even Mayo, the loyalist, I know, Rabbi said it's crazy. I need one of the deals that I made with my wife before we moved there, that I'll go back for every place that she does, we did in our family's the Shpers hotel. We can't miss these places, and also in the summer. So I feel like I told her we're going to go now for Pesach, and the ship is going to come. We live here, and I have to schlep past. Imagine getting out. We still couldn't find flights yet. But Bezer Hashem. Torah Bonner. There's something called Megillas Tainus. It's a whole sefer that tells you about all the young Tovim that Klal Yisrael has. Now, the only two young Tovim we have left from the entire sefer are Hanukkah and Purim. But they had other ones. And now we're going to be discussing two out of the whole Megillah. You shouldn't fast. When we're discussing the Lord Mitzvah, fasting is partial. You don't do any of it. But a hesped nunu. Now, it happens to be, I've been at a number of these funerals who say, it's like Lahavdil by Khomeini, he wrote the Furish that this son should not be the leader. No, he didn't mean that he should be the leader. They meant he should be the leader. They made him the leader. Had he known that he was going to be assassinated and Iran is in such world, the stomach would have said, he put this in sugar in there. The Nifta didn't really mean there shouldn't be any spaden. He must have meant no spaden, but different kizik for sure he could do. So now we're going to do different kizik. So Nish Shabbos Gerek, what a tzaddik, what a good door. Unbelievable. Yeah. So on certain days you don't do a spade, and that's why I'm asking Taka, those emails that you send them, the hesped emails, it should be for chizuk, not a hesped. When Mom is starting now, Rish Chodesh, here, listen to this. Mom is 2 days from now. Mirish Yarcha de Nisan at Manya Bay. Why is it such a yarcha? From Rish Chodesh till the 8th day of Nisan, it's unbelievable. It's from Hashem. Within a few days. From Rish Chodesh till the 8th day, this is when we figured out that Allah has come in. We beat the tzlukim. We beat them. So because we beat them, it was so important. We beat them. We made yontif out of it. And it's such a yontif that you don't even do the mitzvah. You don't even give a hesed. There's too much grace. No hesed, meaning certainly you can't fast. You can't do two things. You can't fast and you can't give a hesed. There's a weaker kind of yontif where you can't fast. You could give a hesed. You can't fast. That's the next one. Number the Nisan. Sorry. But from the 8th day of Nisan, that Soif Miyado, until the end of Yom Tov, because of Chagid Shavuot, that's when we slugged up the whole thing of Shavuos. That's our food. The Batoisim said that Shavuos is always on a Sunday. Why? If you think about it, if you start counting the 49 days on a Sunday, it always falls out on a Sunday. The Batoisim said. You always start only on a Sunday. So 49 days later means Shavuos is going to be on a Sunday. Shavuos on the 50th day, it's always on a Sunday. So we slugged up Shavuos. And the Lord in Mispah. So Rashi, if you look at Rashi takes out the word Lord in Mispah because that's a little heavy. He puts in the Lord Nisano. He says, no, we're not that strong. Over here, it's a tiny. Now we have to understand what kind of first one when we beat them with the comment, we said, oh, it's such a huge yontif, you shouldn't fast and also no spade. Over here, it's a little weaker. We beat them on Shavuos. Let's not get carried away. You can give a hesed, you should fast. So says Rashi, I will miss that short. We let it do with kindness when we beat them first. So we have simply a seiro. It's not as big. It's not such a big win like the Talmud. They came over with a dumb halacha that it should be on a Sunday. It was not any good proof. The Talmud were much stronger. It's harder to beat them. So because the harder it is, the harder the fight, the greater the simcha, and that's why there's no head. So you take again, the Lord in this part, he takes it out, he puts in with no time. So what's going on? So the Lord's from Rish Chodesh and 8 days into Nisan, we fixed into the Talmud power. So you can wonder, Yosef Tazid and maybe Talmud. They were saying that an individual could be in the Talmud. My daughter's wife had a puzzle. I said, you in the Individual doesn't pass set. Individual can bring the Thomas. But I give it a shake. In our body, the famous, the empty white apostle. Doing the stuff every day. So they took that apostle and they did something terrible. But the individual could bring the Thomas. My what was that? That's for no. It's a public thing. You put still by mitzvahs. At least you take the public from the money that we collect for the matzah. McMahon Bay, but so Moyadik, he plays the Chayyim Shuvayis the little Nisman, and so what was the big simcha from the 8th day of Nisan till the end of Yom Tov, that Shoyva plays the Moyadik Matzeres after Shabbos. This is the sugi now. That the Bible said that we start spiritual Omer on a Sunday. Nitkalem Revelation from Zakav Amalahem, so real let me go argue with them. Let me debate them. Shoitim. Menai Lachem is one of my favorite words in Moshe Kodesh. Shoitim. How do you know this? Like Rashi says, they didn't have a good kindness, so nobody knew how to answer. One old man such in Balak. He didn't have a cost. In other words, he just had some logic. This logic you could slug up. Moshe Rabbeinu loved Yidden. And he knows that Shabbos is only one day. He said, let's make it a double day. Now, Pilik Sonos, you can say, that's why I call them Shoitim. Who wants to do the Yontim? Yes, we all want to do the Yontim. Now, 3 of the Yontim is a different story. Which, the famous Maisa, after Shvarka came to the Americans, he said, how many days Yontif you want? 1 or 2. They said, well, what's Yontif? Yontif is meat and wine. Well, take 2 days. Go to the Israeli, he said, how many days Yontif you want? I said, what do you do? I can't afford meat. Wine. 1 day. Went back to the Americans, how many days Purim do you want? I said, what's Purim? Purim people come to these doors, they're not going to do it. So 1 day, 1 day's enough. 1 day. He went back there to Shul. What do you do? Collect money. 2 days. 2 days. We'll take it 2 days. I wonder why. Huh? They should so Musangis the Yomim. You want to hear Mendy when it comes to the Parliament? Who told them the joke about the 2 days? This is first day. Who? You? First. Then he says he's part of the Carlo. He just needs to figure out this. Carlo Mikro said, Achados the Yom Chorev says Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai to the Shoitel. Carlo Mikro said, Achados the Yom Chorev. Chorev Rabbi says how long does it take to walk from Egypt if you're not going with Yossi Cohen, Yossi K? Not there. Yossi K. He showed us. He proved it to us on his phone. I drove K-Lot many times. Maybe not as many as Avi, because Avi has a place there. It takes 3 hours. Minimum 3 hours. With a fast Tesla. 2 hours. Under 2 hours he drives, and he shows us on his phone. And then he has an app that shows him average speed 150 kilometers. 150. Cutting cars all that. This is Fernando. When he has clients in the car, he slows it down a little bit to 149, whatever. But to get there, because he has to get them there, and on the way back he flies, and he makes it to Sheer. He showed us. He said, I'm leaving Eilat now. I'm going to be there at 7:30. Save me a seat. Okay, now he's in New York. Akopana. You go from Egypt. That's Egypt. Abba is Egypt. To walk from Eilat to Islam would be a problem. But the Gemara says it's 11 days. 11 days to walk. Now with that whole Samachim case, Because Moshe Rabbeinu loved the Jews so much. Lama Yichar and the Midbar Bakum Shana. No, funny. Instead of 11 days, 40 years. Took him 40 years to get here. It's like instead of Yossi K, you get Rebbe Stefanski to drive you. It's like, okay. Those who don't know. Now listen, there's a word to Gerashi. What's going on? The New York Zeke said is so silly. It says Rashi, when somebody tells you stupidity, you answer them like a choice also. You don't start saying lumdis and kabbalimers and memesinus like the one's going to say now. You tell them, anek sil, kivalta, whatever. What's the lashon over there? That's the lashon? Mom's like that. Anek sil. A guy tells you shtosim, yeah, it's a shtosim. Oh, Moshe Rabbeinu loves you. No, I'll prove you he doesn't love you. Answers on that high note. Adar Global, happy clients all year, not just this month. Mushadat.com, please read a shidduch today because every shidduch that happened is first read. Oh my Lord, you ready to get out of training? No, seriously, that's your answer. Oh my Lord, shoite. With the third statement, Shalano, the Sikha Betela Shalachem. I hope I don't call my Harus that name, but he told me that he noticed that it's one of my favorite words. He's ready. Shoite! It's Lashon Kibbutz by me. With the third statement, Shalano, the Sikha Betela Shalachem. Yeah, come on, I called you that word. The Torah Shlema Shalano Yasicha Adel Shalachem. What you're saying, you don't have any right in the Torah, but you're starting to see it growing quite sparse. We have a Torah, we have a whole system of how we learn things. The Gemara goes into a whole series now of 7, 8 removing just on today's stop. Easy ones. They're very similar. This right, Rebbe Ben Zakkai. Concept of Adoimer Tispru Chamishim Yoyim. We have a contradiction in Sukkot. When it says Tispru Chamishim Yoyim, it means start whenever you start in the middle of the week on a Wednesday. However, the second part says Sheva Shabbos means piano to be 7 full weeks. What does the 7 full week mean? You start on a Sunday, you end on a Sunday. So Sheva Shabbos is Primois. Because when the Shem Shabbos is piano, okay, so what do you do? If it starts on a Sunday, you have 7 full weeks. The other Chicago is better than Shabbos. If the other falls out on a Tuesday, on a Wednesday, so you don't have full weeks. So you have this book, Commission Yod, just go from there. Sure, the last Sunday, these are all Simanim had to remember. All these chopping the Gemara, Shmuel Ma'amer, the Yudah Lamata Sim. Second Rayo, Rebelez Oimer. You know, I don't have to come on to you doing that. Rayo Oimer is encouraged. This for law, Shiva Shavuos, this for law, you shall count. What does you mean? Spirit live as it's human beings that are counted. You take out these words that you know, because Yom Shabbos Bereshis. Shabbos Bereshis means Sunday. Yeah, also give Shabbos Bereshis. Nobody counts a Sunday. You ever paid attention? That there's no argument in the world, even in the Himalayas, whatever, in China, in Morocco, 7 days of the week, which correlate to nothing. There's nothing in this world that's 7 days. Sunday, Monday, what is that? There's nothing to do with the sun and the moon. Nothing to do with anything. The only thing that has to do with is shifts and migrations. That's it. And the whole world is separate. And the whole world says today is Sunday. It's a very interesting thing. Where did it start from? Why? So, Yom Shabbos Bereshis everybody knows how to count from Sunday. So why is it for law? Law is something that's to do with Bezin. It's decided when Rosh Chodesh is, when the first day of Yom Tov is, and immediately you're counting. Maybe Shoyim another Pshat. How do we know we're right? On the Torah, every day Yomim, the Kaddish Chodesh, you should count 29 days. There's a Moilad, and then right the next day is Rosh Chodesh. So you counting, you do something, and then you have Rishayim. So maybe it's like a binyan out. So count days, and then you have Shmuel. When it comes to Rish Chodesh, you can tell from the day before the Moilad that tomorrow is going to be Rish Chodesh. Someone could be also they cares. So it comes, you start counting right after Yom Tov. You know that it's coming here tomorrow. We're going to start counting. Why? Because today's Yom Tov. Not because it's a Sunday. On Shabbos, but according to you, that always starts on a Sunday. How do you tell it from the day before? Nothing special about it. We're going to learn from the Omer and Shnei Alaf, very similar, right? The Omer, what's so similar? The Omer allows us to eat from the crop, Kaddish crop. The Shnei Alaf, the Shnei Alechem is the two bread that come on Shavuos, and that allows you to bring the menachos. So they both allow you to bring it. Just like by the two bread of Shavuos, it's right after Yom Tov. In other words, it's right after 7 weeks of counting. All of a sudden, you have the two bread with Kilas Regel, Afkan, regular Kilas Regel. So too, the Omer is right after you have a Pesach, you start a Sphere. You don't say Omer, Nemer Shabbos Lemalo, the Nemer Shabbos Lemata. Again, we have the Omer and we have Shtela. Mala Allah, and two bread, Regel. No, this is that shot. Sorry, let's go back. Mala Allah, Regel, Kilas Regel. There's the two lechem comes right after. No, it is after the Sphere. So you started Yom Tov after the Sphere. So from over here you have Afkan Regel. So you Pesach stop. No, I went back. Afkan Regel. You finished. No, I just went back one line. You went back. I'm just explaining again. You finished Pesach. Stop. You start Sphere. You finish the Sphere over there of the Sphere. You do the two bread. You finish Pesach, you do bring oil in there. Similar. Over you do them say oil in there. Never Shabbos Lamala, never Shabbos Lamala. Again, we're going to compare the oil to the Shela. Malalon regular Summit law. It's the day after the 7th week. Afkan regular plus regular Summit law. It's the day after Pesach. Very similar. The one is after is a Sphere over here after the 7th week. I don't know, something like that. That's how I understood it. There must be something better. Count and then a cog. What's the first road? So never Shabbos from Malav. Plus the day after the 7th week, and the first one is what? Count. And over here, and then Pesach no more as the little but the Pesach neck. It's also right after. I don't know exactly. Okay, hold her up on it. Uspartim lochem. Lochem means you shall count. It's very important. Sir Soimer, each and every one, every single person should do Sir Soimer. I asked last night. And then Penny reminded me that I asked the same question. It wasn't like I asked. Does anybody know somebody that missed the show?
Yo, dog, what are your thoughts?
Pretty cool.
I did too. Believe it or not, I wanted to critique it more. Like I've seen like every one of these documentaries that they've ever put out, and I've seen them for 20 years. And this one could play as a podcast, or it could play as a documentary. It had a narrator. It kept me up to date. It gave me explanations. There are some things I slightly disagreed with, like exactly how the Kennedy assassination went down. But the big takeaways that I garnered the greens from it that were really important to me were that autopsy picture of Kennedy where his eyes are open. That never made sense to me if he was shot from the front. But then now knowing that that wasn't Kennedy, it was just that cop, J.D. Tippit, who looked like him, was really interesting. The G. Gordon Liddy as the shooter of J.D. Tippit was really interesting to me because I had always heard that, but I never put it together exactly how it went down. And how Watergate wasn't really about an election by any means. It was about perhaps Nixon wanting to publish the pictures of what happened with the people with the CIA or whatever, and they were like, no, you're not going to do that. And so they used the same people who basically pulled off everything with Kennedy to be the plumbers, or what they would call the plumbers. And that was always a question that I had, like, why would these same guys who had something to do with the Kennedy assassination have something to do with the Nixon Watergate scandal? And it was like, oh, because they were basically told, like, hey, we've got pictures of you in Dallas, Texas, November 22nd, 1963. And if you don't go in there and get these pictures, we are going to basically come public with them. Now, do I think that's exactly how it went down? I think there are other forces involved with all of this, but that was all really interesting to me, and I see why this is such a popular documentary in terms of like the non-mainstream, and why you can't find it on YouTube anymore, and why it's considered so controversial. From a documentary point of view, I thought it was excellent. The fact that they have a narrator throughout the whole thing that's telling me the story, that they're using facts, that they're not jumping to conclusions, that there aren't major periods of just silence, and that's all. I mean, from a documentary point of view, this is the best, most engaging documentary. Like that's like 3+ hours long. That we've watched. We've watched some documentaries that are like an hour and 10 minutes long, and I'm not focused on them at all because they have a lot of silence in them, and they just expect me to like take in the environment or whatever. Like I get it. If I see a picture of something, I get it. I don't need to look at it for like 10 seconds and then a landscape shot and then like 4 more clips or something. I get it. I know what you're talking about. But so overall, I'm glad we watched it. It's allegedly like one of the great non-mainstream videos of the last 25 years. Did I know everything that was in it? No. And it made me think about some things. And I consider myself to be a Kennedy assassination expert. I will debate people on it. I know the names. I know the locations. I know a lot about it. And I mean, when they kill your president, any American who like doesn't look into it, I feel is doing their patriotism a disservice. And so I went and dug down it and tried to figure out what happened. And like if you in the United States, if you discuss this stuff in public, they name call ad hominem attacks. But for anyone who really is a truth seeker who wants to walk out of the back of Plato's cave, these are necessary discussions that one must have. And not tonight, and perhaps not ever, but the best documentary I've ever seen on the Kennedy assassination is called, I don't even know what it's called. It's the James Earl File story. basically they have the guy. He has since died, but he killed Kennedy with a fatal shot from the grassy knoll. And if you're like, well, how do you know he was the guy? Well, he knows so much about it. There are pictures of him there. He talks about the bullet he used, the gun he used. The gun he used was a Remington Fireball. The bullet he used was a mercury-filled hollow point gun. The reason why they used a mercury fireball, Remington Fireball, I should say, was because it was like a short barrel, but which allowed him to put it in his jacket. And it's like, okay, well, how did they get this interview of him? He was actually in jail when they did the interview. And that's like, well, couldn't anybody say what they want from jail? Yeah, but he was there at the time. He has pictures of him with Lee Harvey Oswald. He has pictures. He talks about like his journey. He drove from. Yeah, but he didn't shoot him. He was just a patsy. And as he said, his last words, the last words of Lee Harvey Oswald were, "I'm just a patsy." And a patsy is someone who you blame for doing something and then you kill him. And literally he yells, I'm just a patsy. And then Jack Ruby comes up and shoots him on live television and kills him. And it was just like getting rid of a loose end. And then Jack Ruby went to jail because of it and quickly died in jail due to cancer. They allegedly gave him like some kind of radiation poisoning. He died very quickly. So it was like basically tying up the loose end and tying up the loose end and tying up the loose end. And this documentary makes, I think, a profound argument that George Herbert Walker Bush was the mastermind behind the Kennedy assassination. And I think there's a lot of credence to that. If you know anything about George Herbert Walker Bush, he was head of the CIA. When they asked him, where were you on the day of the Kennedy assassination? He says, I don't remember. And like I can tell you exactly where I was on 9/11. Anybody who tells you anybody can tell you their location on a given day when they find out something like important in history. It's called the flashbulb memory. And so for him to not be able to say that is quite curious. And then people have since done digging up in newspaper articles, and George Herbert Walker Bush the night before was published in the newspaper to be speaking at the local Freemasonic Lodge in Dallas, which is, questionable in itself. And there's that picture of him standing outside the Dallas police station that looks a lot like him. And the CIA is just incredibly corrupt, incredibly against the interests of the American people. And there's nothing we can really do about it. It's basically an open secret that it conducts espionage, not just globally, but also on the American public. John F. Kennedy had a quote that he wanted to smash it into 1,000 pieces, and I see why. Not only was he killed over it, his brother was killed over it. Allegedly, his son was killed over it. And a lot of other people. It was another thing that was interesting to me from this documentary was they were like, we do body switches all the CIA does body switches all the time. Like this wasn't new to them. And and then how the people got rewarded who were involved. So this is a weird thing. It was like it was a time when 5 U.S. presidents were in the same city on the same day, which doesn't normally happen unless it's like a public event. or people who would be U.S. presidents. So you've got John F. Kennedy in Dallas, November 22nd, 1962. You've got George Herbert Walker Bush outside the Dallas police station. You've got Lyndon Baines Johnson, who would be sworn in on Air Force One, and they forced Jackie Kennedy to be there alongside him. She has blood all over her pink outfit. You have, well, I should say there were purportedly five, was it five? Maybe just four. Well, five, certainly five presidents that were involved. You've got Richard Nixon, who was previously the vice president under Eisenhower, who Jack Kennedy beat in, and Jack and John Kennedy are the same person, but who John Kennedy beat in the 1960 election, which was allegedly rigged. You've got Gerald Ford, who would take over after Watergate, and who was on the he was very involved with the Warren Commission. So you've got like five presidents: Nixon, Kennedy, Johnson, Herbert Walker Bush, and Ford, who are all like extremely involved in this situation. And you're never taught about it in school. I remember when I was in school, I was really excited to learn about like having the Kennedy assassination. We never had it. We made it to World War II. We might have said a word about the Korean War, and that was it. That was like all the history we covered. And there's a reason why the CIA publishes the books in the United States. Specifically, a company called McGraw-Hill, which Ghislaine Maxwell's father owned. He owned a lot of things. And he owned McGraw-Hill, which controls the majority. He owns Scholastic or something like that. And those two companies, perhaps one's a subsidiary of the other not. They control the American school system, books in the American school system. So anyway, this video was eye-opening, and I'm glad we made it through it. So what were your thoughts? I know I'm just walking. Go ahead.
I heard there's like the tourist
yeah, so it's known as Dealey Plaza. It's have you ever heard of the horror film Nightmare on Elm Street? It has Freddy Krueger in it.
Yeah.
All right. What street do you think John F. Kennedy was killed on? That's correct. And there were newspaper articles that said Nightmare on Elm Street. And so that's kind of a callback to what happened on Elm Street. And Freddy Krueger doesn't have anything to do with John F. Kennedy, but the name Nightmare on Elm Street was like in headlines in the 1960s, and then they made the movie in the 1980s. Yeah, a lot of people say, I've never been to Dallas, but a lot of people say, like, well, I just heard people what they say. Like one guy, this is Uncle Tony, but gives you like a real deal. He's like, yeah, I'm a Uber driver in Dallas, and whenever I can, I drive the people through Dealey Plaza, and I'm like, yeah, the CIA killed the president right there. And he's like, I usually get low ratings because of it, but I don't care. And so Tony asked him, like, have you ever, or they had somebody else, yeah, it was somebody else who was from Dallas. They're like, what do you do for a living or whatever? And they're like, well, I used to work at it's called the Dallas School Book Depository Museum. It's the 6th floor. Basically, that's where they want to tell you that Lee Harvey Oswald used a Marcano rifle to kill the president. What they don't tell you is that the amount of bullets that he would have had to shoot were impossible to be able to shoot and reload that quickly. And we have an open mic on the radio from the Dallas Police Department that we can listen to the audio and we know when the bullets were fired. And there were like more bullets on that audio than what actually was shot. It would basically be like, how do I want to say it? It would be like, just to give like a real person analogy, it would be like somebody carries a bowl of spaghetti to the table, but accidentally drops it. And we all have to scramble to clean it up. And there's this big stain on the ground of a spaghetti stain. And the whole time we just at the dinner gaslight anybody who asks about that. We put a rug over it and we say that it didn't happen. And that's what I mean. There are like all kinds of questions about this that are unanswered. And when I was a kid, Riser, they would put out these random specials. And to their credit, Fox, like there were 3 major television stations in the United States for like 50 years. 40 years. And the way they got big was through radio. So they were first radio stations, and then they eventually became television stations. Well, Fox was the new kid on the block. Fox more came from the movie world and theaters. And Fox came out in the 1980s, and in order for Fox to gain traction on the other 3, they would put out like controversial specials, like on the moon, or they might put something out on like how WWF is rigged, and like they would show like behind the scenes how these guys actually aren't taking punches. And another one was called Magicians Unmasked. They would, or the Masked Magician, something like that. They would have a magician who would show how all of the tricks are done in like major magic, and have been for a long time. And that would get a big audience, and then people would have more and more trust in Fox. And
there was some WWF.
Yeah, so this one was interesting. They would, so there was a time in the United States where it wasn't acknowledged that WWF was not real. And they eventually had, no, WWE. But it was WWF then. So before, exactly. So in the 1980s, there was an argument that wrestling is real. Those guys are really hitting each other, and you know, it's really better described as like choreographed athleticism or something like that. But it has a predetermined winner, and that's why you can't bet on it. And this only came out though in public during a set of hearings that Vince McMahon, the owner of WWE, had in the late 1980s, early 1990s on steroids. And basically they had to come out and say it's not a sport, it's entertainment. And this caused a lot of controversy because they're like, you lied to us, and it's like, that's just how the sport would work. You have to understand that like there was no internet. You watched the wrestling once, there wasn't really even a way to record it. Maybe if you knew someone with a special VCR, but really that wasn't even a thing for a long time. And then it looked real, and they had real blood, and so it's like, well, how isn't it real? And you know, like there were no like chat rooms, and there were no forums, and there was no social media. The only way that you got any information about wrestling, aside from it being on television, is through wrestling magazines. Wrestling magazines were really popular in the late 80s and early into the 90s. But they wouldn't admit that it's choreographed athleticism either. They would make it seem like it's real and that these guys really had beefs. And if you watch wrestling today, it's like kind of obvious that we think that this is fake, but back then it was not. And so Fox put out a special. Pardon me?
Okay.
No, that made it even more real because they were hitting each other with a chair, and the chair would get dented, or they would throw a guy through a table, and that looks real. I mean, it is real. But what this special did is it talked about the tricks that the guys use to make it look even more real. So, like, one of them is wrestlers generally, not always, but generally, have really long hair. Not always, but it's like, especially back then, they would have long hair, and especially female wrestlers. But even back then, they didn't have female wrestlers. There was no, that wasn't a thing. That only came in the late 90s. This was only men. If there was ever a woman involved, she was just known as a manager. She would just be arm candy, a pretty lady, and that's it. But they would have these wrestlers would have long hair. The reason why they would have long hair is twofold. One, it allows, it looks like they get punched and their hair goes back, it tricks a viewer into thinking that they really got hit. And secondly, it allows them to hide the punches a little bit more. If they're both bald guys, you can kind of see that they're not necessarily hitting each other. But if there's long hair, it can create a little bit of a padding and kind of hides the fist. So they would talk about, these guys used long hair. And they would talk about how they would cut themselves to get blood. And this was always interesting to me. There's an area of the forehead that you can cut that causes immense blood loss, but doesn't cause any scarring. So these guys every single night would take a small razor and cut themselves just above their eyebrow. And you could do that over and over again, maybe not every night, but every couple of nights or wherever these guys were in the city, and it would cause huge amounts of blood, and that was real blood. Additionally, they would show those chairs, oh, you're getting hit with a steel chair. Yes, but they would show where these guys would get hit with the steel chair, and it would show it bends pretty easily in this spot. If you notice, they're not getting hit where the edge of the steel chair is, where it would really hurt, but it still hurts. Then they would talk about the tables they would throw them through. And they'd be like, these are real tables. But you have to understand that the table actually creates padding. So that when you throw someone down and it breaks the table, it actually pads their fall and doesn't really hurt that much. And they talk about the pads on the outside of the ring. They'd be like, now these things aren't like a trampoline, but they do allow for some padding. So it doesn't just straight up, it's not on concrete. One thing I always found interesting was they would talk about how they would make the ring. And they would be like, many people think that the ring is actually really soft, but it's not. It's really hard. And when you body slam a guy or something, it always makes a lot of noise, boom, boom, boom. And they would show the underside of the ring is just a bunch of 2x4s that are stacked flat, and that takes a lot of the impact, but it also makes a lot of sound. And they'd be they just take this thing and they break it down and they go from city to city, and it came from the world of the circuses, where this is wrestling is a direct tie to vaudeville and the circuses, and going from city to city. And the fact that they weren't in your city more than one night meant it was really hard for the audience to see these things multiple times and get an idea of what was going on. So those are kind of things they would show. They would also show that they would sometimes use blood caplets in a guy's mouth to make it look like they ate glass or something. they would use like they would show what it's like to get thrown into like these metal, like the metal chairs, if like or metal stairs, if you've ever seen those, really hurt. But they would show like that the guy's not really falling into it; he's putting his arm down first and patting himself. They would show like when a guy jumps on you from the top rope, he doesn't just land on you; he like creates a little, like he's on all fours basically, and allows your body to fit right in between his body. And then they would show like how when they do the like the pin count, like 1, 2, 3, that it's rigged. They know that this is going to be not on the first time, so it's like 1, 2, and then the referee knows he's not going to go down for the third one, so he'll kind of be slow about it, and then they'll say that you pulled your shoulder up or something like that. What else would they talk about? Just the like the cage that they use. They would use like a cage to like intimidate people, but in reality, the cage like a lot of times is just like chain link fence material, and so it's it's springy, and it's not like a true cage would be. So sometimes it is. So that kind of stuff they would just show, and that opened my eyes to how all of that worked, and actually gave me some credibility with Fox. Then Fox, like at the end of the decade, launched Fox News, and then kind of went in the political world. But before then, they were just trying to get viewers, so they would have these like really controversial specials on, and that opened my eyes to it. And but again, like the Kennedy assassination was something that I wrote a paper when I was in 9th grade. I remember the teacher said we could write a biography on one person. So basically, it was all boys, and we would get a week off every year to do a project. And during that week, our parents would go into the school and have evaluations, and they would tell us like how we were doing in school, what we needed to improve on and stuff. And during the week, since the teachers are doing the evaluations with the parents, they can't be teaching class, so they give you like a week of a project to do. And so in 9th grade, we had to write a biography. And I remember there was like the teacher, we went around the room to say what we want to do the biography on, what we want to do the biography. And I remember I said, like one of the kids maybe before me or after me said, I want to do the Wright brothers. And the teacher's like, okay, that's fine. And those are the guys who did Flight. And somebody else was like, okay, I'm going to do Teddy Roosevelt. I'm like, okay, that's fine. And then I said, well, I want to do the Kennedy brothers. And the teacher's like, you can't do the Kennedy brothers. And I'm like, why not? That kid gets to do the Wright brothers. Why can't I do the Kennedy brothers? And he's like, because the Wright brothers got famous because they did one thing together. The Kennedys were different. They did multiple things individually. And I was like, well, he's like, you've got to pick one. And I was like, all right, I'll do John F. Kennedy. And I had a week to write this paper. And I remember I wrote like a 30-page paper, which is pre-ChatGPT or anything like that. It's a long paper to write. But I wrote it on the Kennedy brothers. I just didn't necessarily, I wrote it on the whole Kennedy family, actually, because I thought that was a fascinating story. But throughout it, oh yeah, absolutely. We'll get to that. But within my writing, I rejected any kind of claims of it being more than Lee Harvey Oswald. I just went with what the book said. And like, in my opinion, if I wrote this really long article on this, what the book said had to be correct. And I remember the teacher came to me and was like, I thought you were writing this on John F. Kennedy. You wrote this on the whole Kennedy family. And I said, well, he's a member of the family, and I wanted to give a background on him. I wrote the first 10 pages of this just on like his great grandparents. Like it was way back in his family because I found it to be really interesting. And I followed the book and I wrote it myself. And at the end, the teacher was like, "So, do you think anything happened with his assassination?" And I was like, "Nope, it was one man, Dealey Plaza, 6th floor." And the teacher knew more than what I knew, but didn't want to lead on to that. And I think at one point said, perhaps at the end, like, "Well, as you get older, you might want to look into this a little bit more." And I remember I did fine on the paper, but it solidified in my head like this was just one person who killed the president, and that's it. And anything else about this discussion is lunacy. And then my world started getting torn apart after 9/11, and I used to debate these guys openly about the war in Iraq and how we were doing it for freedom and we were doing it to free the Iraqi people and stop weapons of mass destruction, all that shit. And these guys who have been around a lot longer were like, it's about oil. It's about control. If you can't see that, I was only 16 at the time, but they'd be like, if you can't see that now, you'll see it in the future. And like, I wish I could go back to those guys and like tell them all. Some of them I did, but like I'd be like, I was so wrong about what I thought. And so that was the first time. I remember arguing with this one guy. We were at a golf course and we were together like the whole day, and all I did was want to talk about the Kennedy assassination. And can you imagine, like, you're supposed to be working and all you'd have is this pesky 16-year-old kid who just wants to talk about the Kennedy assassination. You're just like, shut the fuck up. But nevertheless, really interesting time in my life. But I found that as I got older, I started getting into these documentaries, and the internet went from being text-based to photo-based to video-based. And once it got video-based, there was this huge amount of documentaries that got put out in the early days of YouTube. I can remember the first year of YouTube, I just sat and watched Seinfeld on YouTube. Like there were no copyright infringements. There was nothing like that. I was watching full episodes of Seinfeld on YouTube, and I just thought that was as advanced as technology would ever get. That I could watch Seinfeld without commercials. That was a really big deal. And then eventually these videos would come out, these documentaries, and I would like force my friends to watch them. My friends didn't want anything to do with this stuff, but I'd force them to watch them. And I'd be like, wow, that was really interesting. That opened my eyes. Some would talk to me, call me, email me years later and be like, I can't believe you're right on all that stuff. And that was like such a endearing, like, good feeling to know, like, I impacted someone's life from an informational standpoint. I remember talking to this one girl, and we were going through all of these things, and she was like, I went to this party, and I was talking to them about everything that we had talked about, and they were really, really interested in it, and they were like, she's like, they were eating out of my hand, like, basically all of this stuff, and then I went and I dropped aliens on them, and they all laughed at me or something like that. But now today, like, that girl knows that what I have, like, I spoke to her like a few years ago before I started streaming, and I was like, she knows that I was right on all that stuff, and that it isn't so ludicrous. But back in 2005, 2006, 2007, 2008, 2009, 2010, just there was no like alternative voice out there, or very few, and now you get people who are red pilled at really young ages, and they're woke at really young ages, but back then it was not that way. So anyway, watching this documentary, it's the first time I've watched a documentary like this in I don't know how long, a long time, and it was interesting to me, and it connects a lot of the dots. It's like not really that good at any single story, but it's a good overarching discussion of the people who may have had something to do with this, and so yeah, I mean that's kind of my story of my journey of how I awoke, and I find in my community, just generally, there is not like mainstream orthodoxy rejects anything that isn't centrist. But if you get people behind closed doors and you get a couple glasses of wine in them, they talk. And I recognize that more people know about this stuff than are willing to talk about it. And so anyway, I find that's true. Like if I were talking in front of 1,000 people, they'd all be like, "Oh, you're wild, you're bonkers," and all this stuff. But then if you get any one of those people in a room together and you're able to talk to them about it, they go along with what you're saying. I find it like when I do these podcasts with people, there's like something in groupthink that once someone rejects it, then everybody has to reject it, or they look like outsiders. And but when I'm in these podcasts with people and they ask me about advanced propulsion and aliens and stuff, people are really serious about what they believe, and they're just sometimes afraid to have the discussion that they believe in. Kennedy's part of this. Some of these other things are part of this. So I'm not I used to be more of a fan of Noam Chomsky. He's a MIT linguist. I've lost some of my respect for him, knowing that he was as close in the Epstein files as he was. He has a really good quote. Terrorism is just non-sanctioned violence. And I think that's exactly right. Terrorism is just non-state sanctioned violence, and spam is just non-state sanctioned advertising.
We just said that Robin says you're tired. Start with the skinny one, and then you go to the Shmeno.
100%.
I love that. That makes me feel good, Riser, because you see it. You see what people go through and trying to get out the truth and things like that. So for people watching my streams in the future, I talk to you all like a time traveler almost. Not a time traveler, but like someone who knows if I do this enough, somebody's going to hear my voice. And tonight will be an interesting documentary if people watch it. And then there's this like depression that sets in. Like, how do I control this? What can I do? There's nothing you really can do except live your life, hug your kids. That's all you can do. It's very it leaves a bad taste in me, and that's all you can do. All right, so I take it it's too late for me to whoop your ass. Is that correct? Doug, warm-up games are not losses in your opinion.
Remember his name.
Okay, just one moment. Actually, before we do that, I'll send you an invite. Hold on. Oh, okay. No more videos. But I am. So when I watch these documentaries, I'm not writing articles, but I sort of am. I like take an idea that I have or that we've discussed, and I'll put it in the ChatGPT. I'll say, make me a 10 out of 10 Harvard Law Review Blue Book footnoted article. It'll do it. I'll put that into Copilot, ask it to evaluate a 10 out of 10 logical soundness. It'll say it's like a 9.8. I'll ask it how it can be better. It'll tell me. I'll put that back into ChatGPT, get a 10 out of 10 in ChatGPT, go back to Copilot. It'll say it's 10 out of 10, and then I get it ready to be published on Medium, but I can't publish it because I can only do 2 at a time. And so, like, after I do 2, I've got to like wait 24 hours, and I have like a ton of them ready to be uploaded. So just one moment, I want to just give you a quick rundown, and then if you have anything else with which I agree, I will write an article on it. And I don't quote anybody in it generally, but you know, you'll get some credit. And you don't want credit. Watch, I put a quote riser in my Discord as a source. Okay, so I just have to find one more topic. Okay. So really quickly, I'm just going to run through these. Stop me if anything's of interest to you, but like I think you agree with all these. And stop me if there's anything you don't agree with, in particular. Well, this is an interesting one. So I make challenges to Israel because I think Israel's the future, and there's the idea of it's really important changes in matter to be able to study it. So like when matter turns from solid to liquid at like 0 degrees Celsius, and then again to vapor at 100 degrees Celsius, and then to plasma at like really hot. I want Israel and anybody else to study that, but that's really important to study. It's important to study like what happens at room temperature and stuff, but that's not as important as the state of matter. Okay, secondly, it should be an illegal practice to kill a story, meaning give money to interviews and then not publish it. It should be something like bribery. A square is the best dimensions for videos and pics. You disagree with that, and I understand. There's so much space for clicking on a computer and a phone. They should condense it so that more can be seen on the screen. Internet speeds in a phone. Why is it 1 bar, 2 bars, 3 bars, or 4 bars for like digital connectivity? Why isn't it like you have like 95% connectivity or 2% connectivity or whatever? Same with Wi-Fi. Why is it 1 bar, 2 bars, or 3 bars? It's been the same for 20 years and it needs to improve. Another thing, I make an argument that policing should be against OSHA. That's like the Occupational Safety Hazard Association or administration. Same with firefighting. It's like too dangerous of a job, and we need to eventually like wean ourselves off of that. Errant golf balls should be charged to the course. I think peeing in public is not as bad as people make it out to be. I don't think it should be considered a sex crime. Today, many people are on the sex offender registry because they just had to urinate really badly, and I don't think that should be the case. There is an obsession with in-crowd acronyms. So, like, we use them, but you know what they're like, J-Yoring. If I just said to somebody, oh, that motherfucker's J-Yoring, they'd be like, what the fuck is J-Yoring? You'd be like, oh, jerking themselves off raw or whatever. And jerking yourself off raw. And they'd be like, oh, well, I didn't know that. Like, without the explanation at the beginning, it's like, it's impolite to just use acronyms and like in-crowd words if you know that the other people are going to have to ask about them. Next is, I think there'd be more lesbians who are straight or at least bisexual if men were better, like if men were kinder and not like just more polite and things like that, just better men. Reddit bias through Reddit bias. There's a thing on Reddit. It's just like a left leaning or right leaning. Like if you have a sticker on the back of your car that says "I love the environment," you'll be put on a in a subreddit called Informed Warrior Rides. But if you have one that says like I love Trump or something like that, you'll be put in like the crazy person one. And it's like both are just opinions. Why is it that like there's such a divergence? Like, aren't they both in the same category to some extent? They're just people. It's really just bumper stickers or whatever. The next one is animal population. So basically, just I think humans are evolving to the same thing. Like when you have an animal population, one animal, usually one of the animals, ends up becoming the alpha. And I think the same is happening in the world with media. And you'll have like one alpha person, basically everybody turns to. Just hasn't necessarily happened yet. It happens in smaller groups, but I think it may happen again, perhaps in the future. Another is a skunk line, which happens in hair care, where like a woman, this especially happens with people who want to be blonde. They will dye their hair, but then they'll be like their dark roots, and they have to like touch them up. And if they don't touch them up, it'll be like it's called a skunk line. And I feel like there should just be a daily product that you can put in your hair that isn't an issue. It's not an issue for me or really anyone that I know, but I just notice it a lot in celebrities, and I just think that could be something like it could just be like a little dye or paint or something that you just put in every day, just like when you're combing your hair, and removes that. Next is calling the odds the knots. So you can call them either, but this is the period from 00 to '09, like 2000 to 2009. Next is okay, so this is such a pain in the ass to me on Reddit and some other stuff. You ever look at like a screenshot on Reddit and it'll say 1 of 4 or 2 of 4, and you'll swipe and you'll think there's more and it's just a screenshot? I feel like AI should just remove that. It's a waste of people's time, and AI is already like going through all these pictures, so it shouldn't have like errant swiping. It wastes time. Next is on Twitter, you should be punished if you put like read more and there is no read more. If you engagement farm basically on there, if you're just going for interaction, so like you'll put a picture of a hot girl and you'll be like, what does anybody notice? And then people will put in the comments like her boobs, and people will be like her butt. And it's like, if you're not putting something that's realistic, like, hey, does anybody think that her shirt is really cool or whatever? Or like whatever it could be. If you're just doing it so that you get attention, I feel like, I'm not saying you should lose your account or anything, but that kind of content isn't very useful. Next is just a call for Israel. It needs more ramps. I'm a really big fan of ramps and accessibility, and I know Israel has a lot of issues with accessibility options. I mean, I know that there's been war there for the last 78 years and things, so I get you can't just always put in ramps, but ramps are really important. Next is basically like the government just shouldn't really be trusted, and we should just be okay with not trusting it. Anything that they tell us, we could just look back and be like, they lied here and here and here and here and here and here. So why should I even like bother listening to them at all? The next is robots should do the mining, no more people doing mining, and drones as well. Next is a universal basic income and a universal enhanced income. Next is Europe should give reparations to Africa for raping that continent for as long as possible. And I feel that the United States should give reparations to people who are descendants of slaves. Additionally, Africa should give access to the sea to all their countries, and everyone in the world should have access to the sea for your country. Like you should either get an exclave somewhere or an island or something. Like all countries should have access to the sea. You shouldn't have any landlocked countries. Next is the same for like countries like that hug the coast, like Chile and Argentina and things like that. Like you could drill a tunnel through the Andes. I know it would take a lot, but like perhaps someday, and give both Chile like access to the Atlantic Ocean and Argentina access to the Pacific Ocean, whatever. Next is no more fur, synthetic fur only. Next is documentary narratives and documentaries are good. Next is all media should have universal translation. Next is apps should have universal translation. Next should be I just made an article why my arguments why rape in specifically for the Israeli Defense Force is against Talmud teaching and halakha, Jewish law, and that it shouldn't be allowed, and that any rabbi who endorses it should we should perhaps second guess their determination. It's called a header. Next is I think eating boogers is healthy. Primates do it. This got triggered for me from that that ape documentary, the what are the chimpanzees or the gorillas or whatever. Man, they're just eating their boogers away. Nothing's happening to them. And then I looked up some stuff and it was like it's like what we've been doing. It's just kind of like a westernized thing that we don't do it or whatever. But there's like some healthy aspects of it. Next is I think that it's in the best interest of a company to give children throughout the United States a laptop. You could study all the data on it, but also would just make for like really advanced populations, especially in underprivileged areas. Next is how my project is a lot like John and Yoko's Bed In for Peace. Basically, John and Yoko Ono did a Bed In for Peace once in Amsterdam, once in Montreal, and basically just sat in bed for a week promoting peace. Next is super titles are superior to subtitles. Next is executives should be held criminally liable for stuff. And I also say that their trials should be on camera. Next is an argument that I make. Basically, I'm anti-circumcision. It happened to me. I had, a bris essentially, and as does just about every Jewish man. But I want to end the practice of actually genital mutilation and replace it with just a pinprick, which is what we do in Judaism for for men who are converting. Next is if you're going to have an English documentary, have it in English. No one wants to read subtitles or have or instead have a voice overlay. And when I wrote this article, it was really interesting. It was a technology that I'd never thought of, but just like how you have like subtitles that can be changed at the bottom, you could have a voice overlay that changes, and you can just pick whatever voice you want the documentary to be in, and it could be that. Next is have voice overlays and narrators. Next is dude, I hate when I'm in a Teams call or on X Spaces or in Discord where it was like, how was your call? It's like, dude, don't fucking ask me that question. I obviously have something else to do. If I want to answer that question, I know you have a feedback button and I will use it. But right now, I don't want to fucking answer frowny face, neutral face, happy face, when I know you're not doing anything with that data. Next is if I say I don't want to see something, like don't show me this again, don't show it to me. But I should have an area of my settings that I can go to and occasionally look at and change it if I accidentally hit that button. Next is it should be illegal to have other countries do shipbreaking and other environmental stuff or other stuff that you can't do in your country due to environmental laws. Next is there's no enforcement. I don't give a shit. I don't want those people having to do those jobs anyway. I want them to have tech jobs. I don't. Yeah, that should definitely be illegal. There's no enforcement mechanism of the UN, and I want them to. The Basel UN agreement, I want that to get passed. When there's stuff at the end of a movie, it should be read out loud. It shouldn't just expect the person to like be paying attention the whole time. The next is the United States potentially having an epileptic seizure warning like the British have when you're watching a movie or something. Next is the heat of devices. Like devices overheat, but they don't have a temperature gauge on them. Like it's really easy to just put a temperature gauge on your phone, and the fact that we don't have that is ridiculous. There's an issue on iPhone that it does overheat. I know a lot of times in the summer, if I ever do IRL streaming, my phones get overheated very, very quickly because it's in my hand and I got the brightness up because the screen glare is really bad. And I'll go like 20 minutes and then it'll get that temperature warning. Have you ever gotten the temperature warning on your phone? Dude, that happens to me all the time. Absolutely. I hate that. So I talk about this glare issues with phones. So like there's anti-glare technology that can override this. But before I want to say like that's a good idea. What you just said, like auto adjust brightness on a phone.
It might be because I have there should be an auto adjust brightness feature inside. How do you know
That's exactly that's exactly right. I put outside. That's exactly right. The next is Gorilla Glass. Like, there's no reason why iPhone shouldn't have Gorilla Glass in all phones. Like, I should be able to take a car key and slam it into my phone face and it shouldn't do any damage. You know I'm putting my phone in my pocket and there's all kinds of sharp shit in it. Make it like resilient. Next is the titanium back. All phones should have titanium backs or metal backs. This idea that iPhone went through this glass back time, which made it really slippery and made it fall off of shit, in my opinion, was just like for them to have people break their phones. And then also nobody wants to walk around with a broken phone face or broken phone back. So it was just more parts repair for them. Next is this phone, the space on your phone. Like a lot of times phones will just put bloatware on your phone, like shit that you never use. Like, I don't know. I don't use the health thing on my fucking phone. Why? Because I don't want my phone checking my heartbeat and shit like that. I don't need that, but yet they put it on there and it's just an extra app that I don't like. And then another thing is, if I buy a phone and it says that, let's say it's a 100 gigabyte phone, that should be 100 gigabytes of free space that I get to use. I don't give a shit if your system space needs 60 gigabytes of that. That's a you problem. That's not a me problem. So you figure out what you need to do, but when you sell a phone and it says it's 64 gigabytes or 128 gigabytes or whatever, the user should get that much of storage. It shouldn't be like, well, yeah, it's 128 gigabytes, but 35 of them are the system. No, my friend. That's on you. I agree. I absolutely agree. Next is, especially because you need a phone sometimes to, like, for life and death situations, like, to call in emergencies and things like that, phones should be tested. They should work at negative 40 degrees Celsius and like 60 degrees Celsius. Like, these things should work really, really well, like in all temperatures. But like, it doesn't always work like that. And I've had a thing, like, especially when I drive in a car, I like, with my GPS, sometimes I like to have my windows down, but the heat on. And because the heat is blaring on the phone, it overheats, and then I lose my GPS, and I can't stand that. Next is, and you talked about this, I think that it's discriminatory that you need to do two-factor authentication, two devices, or a phone line, or whatever. Like, low-income people don't have that, and even just normal people don't have that a lot of times always accessible to them, and I think it's bullshit. Another thing is up-talking. Up-talking is like, I like to go to the valley, and sometimes we go to the mall, and it just becomes very common, and I've just wanted to make an article about it. Next is just a campaign to make Israel great again. Israel in its own way, even before all of the things that happened before October 7th. One or two pack? Oh, I said two-factor. I said two-factor authentication.
You should be able to like patient like review like just creating copy of creating one account.
Okay, I'll write that.
In my opinion.
Yeah, I don't know if you should do unlimited, but maybe like 10.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why can't I have 10 codes?
I agree with you. Next is a push for Make Israel Great Again. There was a lot of political disunity in Israel before October 7th, and there's still some of that, and I just would like it to be better. Next is if you say, like, I'm so pissed off because I let you win that literati game that I'm going to blow up the world. I'm so pissed off. You should not be able to be prosecuted for the deaths of 8 billion people because you said something like that. There's a term in business known as puffery, where you can be like, this is the best car you're ever going to want. And that's known as puffery. And the same thing should be in criminal law, that you can be like, I'm so pissed off, I'm going to kill you. And not mean that you really should be charged with attempted murder. Like, there should be something like people get pissed off, and that kind of language should be understood. Now, sometimes it might be considered, like a threat, but most of the time it's not. Next is iPhones need a flat back, and it's a joke that they don't have it, that it's like at an angle. You were talking about this the other day, right? Exactly. Next is a bunch of cameras on the back of an iPhone is a joke. You've got enough engineers there to figure out how to have all of the cameras in one camera. Figure it out. Next is the little inlet for the camera at the front of a phone, like where the speaker is and the camera and stuff. The fact that they haven't figured out how to put that under the screen is ridiculous. I should have a flat surface. The whole screen should be a thing. And I also want to put a thing, it's called an infinite screen or something like that, where the screen actually like curves over the side, and that needs to be really durable. Okay, so then, and then another thing. Okay. But for the time being, all right. Phones should be replaceable, like Lego. Non-replaceable batteries are a joke. The European Union's already making that illegal. Not being able to use a device without a battery while it's plugged in is a joke. So like imagine you have a laptop but the battery like expanded on, or you just don't have the battery. You usually can't use that device. And I'm saying that you should be able to use that device. As long as it's plugged in, it should work. That makes sense. You shouldn't need it. Like, if I don't need the battery, then the device still should work. I just can't use it using a battery that doesn't exist. But that's not currently how these devices are made. Next is no expandable iPhone storage, and an iPhone is a joke. Next is Tim Cook as the CEO is a joke, and I said sayonara to his ass. Next is Zuckerberg's a joke. Next is Sundar Pichai is a joke because he's Google and Google sucks. Next is when I view something, it should go up immediately by one view. So if you have you're like, hey, Rabbi, look at my Instagram post, and I do, it should go up by one view when I look at it. It shouldn't be like a delay or it's a server thing. It should be immediate and exact. The next, I haven't gotten to this one yet, but how people rig music streams and people are getting paid on that, and it's fraudulent. Basically, like when you sign a contract with like a record company, they'll be like, all right, so long as you have 1 million streams in your first year, we'll pay you X amount of money. But you can't trust those streams because like you'll listen to the song, but it won't go up by one. It needs to go up by one. Next is paying people based on views is fraudulent. So long as bot farms exist, because that person can just pay bots to watch them and like fudge the numbers. I don't know how you pay them, but it needs to be better. Next is let's see here. No something button on YouTube and social media stinks. No rap doc button. I don't know what I wrote here. No something button. I'll have to go into that. Oh wait, now I kind of remember. No, I don't know what it was. Anyway, filters for everything. So like basically, I should be able to go to YouTube and filter by a given year, a given month, whether the video is 10 minutes long, 20 minutes long, 21 minutes long, between 20 minutes and 21 minutes and 30 seconds. I should be able to go back and see someone's earliest post, their latest post. I should be able to see their latest live, like filters for everything. I don't like this.
The YouTube filters are very annoying. You're looking for video, and there's like 50 minutes long. You can't filter like that.
I agree.
The results now they just like used to be like, oh, you gotta go, you could go through pages, right? Now you got maybe 10 videos or less, and that just shows you a bunch of unrelated to your bed.
Absolutely, I agree. I know what I was trying to read. No random button on YouTube and other social media is stupid. So basically, like, I should like have an ability. Like, there's a Wikipedia that's like, show me a random Wikipedia page. I want the same for YouTube. Show me a random YouTube channel. If I'm bored and I just want to see something random and keep clicking random and random and random and random, it should take something from that no one's seen and give it to me just basically so I get more shit. There's like an idea with oceans, with the ocean current. The ocean water near the surface always travels faster than the water at the very bottom. And I want to kick up the water at the very bottom so more people see that shit. Next, caps locks button needs to always have like a light on it. Same with shift, same with the function button, same with the alt button and the control button. All of those buttons need a shift on, like a light on them when they're being used, so that you can tell if caps lock is on or not. Like, it's such a waste of people's time that many systems don't have caps lock on by default that it's ridiculous. Next. A lot of people do. I know what you're talking about, and I'm in agreement with you. Next is Gmail. Yeah, it's Microsoft Outlook. Yeah, it's amazing. Next is these are just like, okay, a function. This is on a Lenovo. Putting the function button in the corner when every other computer has that as the control button is ridiculous. Next is a power button on the keyboard is ridiculous because people accidentally hit a button on their computer, like on their keyboard. So don't put the power button on the keyboard. Put it away from the keyboard somewhere else on the flat part of the device, but not on the keyboard. The same with airplane mode. Don't put an airplane mode button on the keyboard. Like, that kind of shit people will accidentally hit, and then it disconnects them from the internet. Next is
because they like the pro version, the highest pro version that you could get at the time. I got it like 2017 or bought it like 2017 model. The touch screen bar at the top for the function keys were other stuff like there sliders. It was like a touch screen at the top, but sliders. It was so poorly built that I touch screen at the thought that it was so poorly built that was.
Now it's just like I had to just put black tape over the screen.
Now it's just like I tried to put black tape
coding it out,
screen
trying to get it
by like
turn on at all.
coding it
Like
out,
it still
trying to get it
flashes
to
super
turn on at
bright.
all. Like it's
Like
still
if you're prone to seizures,
right, and like
I feel like it would trigger a
like
seizure.
if you're
like
prone to
strobe
seizures,
light, it's
then
blinding.
it would trigger
And I feel like
like a
Apple should
strobe
be
light
held
and
accountable
blinding
for
I
that.
feel like Apple should be held accountable
Have to
for that
replace
and
every one of those.
have to
At least for with freezer people.
I agree with that. March Madness just announced that this is college basketball in the United States. They're going to 76 teams, and I just say just go to 128 teams. Next, college football should be a 64-team playoff. Next, camera on the light next to the camera. So, like, when I use my devices, some of them have a little light next to the camera telling me that my camera's on. And I feel like that should be mandatory. Like, you should always know, like, oh, my camera's on. And then also they should have one for microphone, so you know your microphone is on. That's
Every single team just makes the playoffs.
no. I mean, then there's no reason to have your regular season.
Once upon a time, at the end of the day, in order to
I mean, we still want to win the.
we still want to win this.
No, then there's no regular season.
No, there is a regular season. You still got a regular playoffs.
Oh, you're saying a seeding? Yeah. Okay, yeah, that could work. Yeah, I think that could work. I'm in agreement with that.
And maybe like the first round,
Maybe like the first round game is like
best of 3
games.
games.
Like best of three.
Absolutely.
But at least that way, every
But at least that way,
single shot, and there could be a great
I'm
Alright, show you my screen. Show you my screen.
Yeah. Oh fuck, that's annoying as fuck. I see it. All right, next one is. Did I just hear someone yell? Okay. Next is auto adjust brightness on the phone outside. That's what you just said. Another one is for a bank. This is an illegal practice. I feel it's an illegal practice, but let's say you're getting direct deposit on Friday, and also your rent and stuff is coming out on Friday. It's legal for the bank to take all the withdrawals out first before your deposit, so that you go, overdraw, and I think that should be legal. Another is auto adjust the brightness on the phone outside. We just said that. Next is no cap account on the phone number. We just talked about that. Next is infinite screen, and yeah, we talked about all the other ones. So, anyway, I wrote on just about all of those. So I've got a bunch of articles in the pipe, and they're good. All right, I'm sending you an invite.
Very interesting.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. That means the world to me.
Rabbi said the official anti-white shot sponsored by the Iranian Levy family, Kurt Meyer, the Kairik official with interest in the Menachem, so he murdered the Menachem today's stop in the stop is by an honor of our children and grandchildren with the eldest fancy and brave soldiers of Tsao. David Tsao, the death in the memory of the murder of small bar for his country. These very small rock of the self-responsibility. Talking down his leadership with the how jeopardize anonymous and book groups and guys with the Palestine relations, definition of Sarah, good or positive, anonymous,
Is kosher spelled with
Kosher
a K?
spell with a K.
Yeah, Koshe.
Monthly sponsors report Shlema of the Murray Park Ben Miriam. Lemmy Zulai, Shlema Supasura. For China Mir Land, Hoyle so beside Kilo Lom Kazlo, anonymous for American for Shlema for all fighters who need a refuge Shlema. Soul fishing fishers. In honor of Muslims putting on tefillin today is Boy Bayoy, Mazel Tov Moish. spends that time helping you that school, probably anywhere worldwide. I'm showing them Sallow, Anonymous. The American called and started and off about start blessings in all areas of life. Read this time. In honor of my Israel Fisher's Bar Mitzvah, Uncle Saul, and Uncle Billy. Anonymous. What's the Brian of Pasolisa? It's supposed to be Simcha Bega. And Rifki's really for Sapphire. And not daily sponsors. Anonymous. Remember,
I get this thing. I have this bot that's just creating articles about myself, and every so often, ChatGPT will be like, I can't write that about a real individual. It's like, dude, you just wrote 35 fucking articles about them, and I'm the person you're writing. And I don't understand why it does that. And then I'll be like, yes, you can. And they'll be like, oh, okay. And then I'll just write the article.
Yeah. From a light there. Mazel tov. What's the story? Okay, you can't talk. We won't know. There's got some lights over there. There's 4 flamers. The top brought the whole couple back together. The whole one brother. The second brother and the father had to give out the back. Before the other night, the member showed a bracha. Before the more second Esther. The other night, they came knocking on my door on Friday. They say, Shalom Aleichem. Yeah, he came with the guy. All things because he's not holding it from the cheer.
Dude, I hate those V's so much. V is so difficult.
I agree.
Here we go. Time out. Give a little bit out. How do you like the matter? Well, you'll be start off with a little video. What's the difference between a machbas and a machaz? You know what? Let's do the Mishnah and let's see if the video is correct. I know that we did a little bit of a change at 12 in the morning. Yoshi told me it's already done. Let's. If a person says I have a mincha, but bim machbas, notice that there's a phase there. Not a really like machbas. I realize bim machbas. The Gemara says later it makes an afyamina. Bid or mit machbas. One means the actual frying pan. One means what you do in the frying pan. Makeshes is the deep one, deep fried, and the machbas is, like we know today, a flat frying pan. If he says bim makeshes, I want to bring a makeshes. So until now, we know the difference between a machbas and makeshes is one has a lot of. They have the same amount of oil, but because it's a deeper pan, so the oil stays in there, and it's more of a spongy kind of a mincha. And the flat one where the oil burns out, so it becomes harder. That's how we always know. Now we're going to see something new that we haven't seen ever. Markeshes yeshlo pisu. This that really says the markeshes has a cover, the pot with the cover. It's the same idea that when it has a cover, the oil gets trapped inside the cleave, so it's a softer bread. When it doesn't have a cover, it evaporates, becomes tougher.
Bint? What the fuck is that?
The deeper, and the oil is still in there, it's like shaking around over there. Not your type. Maser, right, Machin? Machmas is Machmas.
Do you have
a frying vessel? Would you like a mach chavat or a margeshet? What does it matter? It's all the same.
You're absolutely not saying. According to Rabbi Yosef Hagili, a macheshet had a cover, while a mahavat had no cover.
And according to Rabbi Chanina from Gamliel, the machbat is shallow, so there's no room for the oil, so the machbat comes out hard. While the margeshet is deep, it bakes in the oil and comes out soft. Are you a salesman or a Daf Yomi Magid Shiur?
You're right. It's all because of
see why my vicious menopause has completely taken over my brain. I hear red Helly everywhere I go.
All right.
My times are good. So now the Gemara just goes into where did he get this from? Elena Marchetas, the answer is Kushi Alev. Marchetas comes because of the inner thoughts. Because you bring him on his own because you feel like you did something wrong to the Rebbeinu Shalom inside your heart. No one knows about it. You had a bad thought. You have said, Rochash Libi, lover play. It's my heart. My heart was whispering something. Well, you see the public idea. What? Yeah, it's okay, you're right. The heart's covered. Just like your heart is covered, so too the pot is covered. Well, Machla is the atom where the drying pan comes for
fuck.
Speak out, what's in horror, when we talk about other people, because I'm really
Devastating.
Like a bark of a dog. It's a lotion that comes out of the tail, of the mouth. So Machbas is a lotion of Minaba. Minaba. So the famous Maisa where the guy, the landlord had a tenant in Oman, and she wasn't paying rent. So these guys decided, what is he gonna do? Try to get rent. They came up with a brilliant idea. They took the roof off her house.
I feel like they should make the game. Oh, that was good.
And the Chofetz Chaim says that he knows the story and he's waiting to see how his brother's going to punish this guy. He says in the Torah, his brother's going to take care of the Almana. And sure enough, one day this guy's walking.
That if your time runs out, you just automatically get a chance to swap.
And this guy starts barking like a dog.
No, you gotta. Swapping's annoying. Swapping's annoying. They just need to put like actual stack in the car. I guess you can time it.
I'm going to punish the person that takes That's the whole point. You see, they're a bunch of loyal. Maybe the idol got together. So the Chofetz Chaim, another might.
You must have had some really
I didn't. I just don't have anywhere really good to play. That was great.
And he sees an Almana walking with the Yalkin. Not only that, the Almana is blind.
I made a major
Ibn
mistake.
Magin walks over there and says, is there anything I can do to help you out? But he says, I don't have food at home. I don't have food. He says, you know what?
I made a major mistake.
Come to my house. You'll rather sit here and her.
Don't worry, you'll get that. They'll get rewards. Good tiles.
And has a really good with this child. Says the Chofetz Chaim, who is this child? This child became the Shlomo Kluger. Shlomo Kluger says the Chofetz Chaim, how many times have we passed in the street an Almana? And we say in our heart, oh, you never. Why?
Devastating.
People walking. How many Shlomo Klugers do you pass up in the street? The book says, it's perfect that every one of us here passes by the Shlomo Klugers of our generation. Say a mighty Shlomo with me. I did not pass up the Shlomo Klugers of our generation. I went and I convinced a guy that was like an Almana. An Almana, he was bankrupt from Torah, bankrupt from Yiddishkeit. Convinced him to come to the Shir, and he turned out to be.
Are you fucking serious?
Wow.
And every one of us knows that guy in Seoul that hasn't opened up a safer in 10 years. In 10 years. And we say to ourselves, oh, yeah, let the first-time movement take care of him. Let Pointy take care of him. No, it's our field. It's not just our motto. It's the Yosem of Torah. The Yosem. We have the opportunity to stop and say, come to these measures. I'll change your life. He's raising his hand. Let me tell you what, I don't know what he wants to tell me, Yosem. But I will tell you, he drives people to Egypt. This is what he does, Yosem. Our client, our new client from Manchester, drives people to Egypt. Yosem. And he tells people, if you start doing the dot, I'll take $500 off the trip. And he's got a bunch of people, they text me, yeah, I'm starting the dot, I'm doing the dot. Is that what you wanted to tell me? One better, let's hear it. This Shabbos.
Oh, what the fuck?
There you go. Wow. It's worth the $500, and you will pay you millions of dollars.
And man, land.
What goes there? What goes there?
No, you can tell from drug smoke. He has 2 speeds.
Dog, that was such a good play.
140 miles an hour, 135. All right. Rabbi Isai, it's not a joke. Better. So look, you got a guy to start wearing Cairo. He sponsored a doctor. Listen, you like one step money. Who wants people to sponsor doctor? Somehow he started in there. Okay. Let's go right there.
Great play.
Look at him, Mario.
Great play.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever been over there.
Says you are You're telling me you found a puzzle with a word. Machma sounds like menabach, like a fart. All that I got. I want to tell you a story. No, another story. Seriously. I want to tell you. This is a story that a guy told me this week, 3-4 days ago. It's a guy that does this cheering for 6 years, hasn't missed a single day in cheer. Comes from a sophomore background. He went off to there, and now he's doing very, very well. Amaisa, you can't believe the story. When he's not religious, he's walking in Ben Yehuda, 1 o'clock in the morning, and he sees a little kid on the bench. He tells his friend, look at this kid on the bench, 1 o'clock in the morning. Oh, teenage, no. We're going to fix the whole world now. We keep on going. 2 days later, we're walking by and we see the same kid on the same bench. The guy says, I gotta do something. He walks over to the kid and says, in Hebrew, he says, Shala, something. So the kid answers in back in English. No, you speak English. Yes, right, as before. What's your name? He almost said, it's his own brother. His own brother got shipped off to America and became homeless at the age of 9. And how many thousands of people, I'm thinking to myself, how many thousands of people walk by this kid and then you didn't say a word. But he took the initiative and walked over to this kid and then saved him. Like, took him to the house, he had him there for 4 or 5 years, whatever it is, brought him up, brought him to his, but took him, the coincidence that him and his brother, the kids there, it's myself, a guy taking action. There's a lot of us who see things and just feeling bad in your heart is zero, huh? Zero. Taking action, doing something about it, that's what it counts. So tomorrow,
probably to myself instead of a terrible act.
A makbaz is something good. So what did your heart take? The broya. Markesh is after a kushay. You know what I mean? Because people say, have a miraculous subside. The lips are whispering. So in other words, it came out. So you can go both ways. Each word can mean the same thing in different ways. Al Gemara Geirlo, we have a tradition. The machas is the deep hand. It has the country, it has the cover. And according to the machman, what I say, machas is open, shallow, marquez is deep with the head. But anyway, it says the marquez is deep because it says in the talk, the machas is narrow, it's on top of the front. But the person says the word, I don't. I'm going to bring it on my question. So what are the options? What are going to say in a second? Either it means I'm going to go. I made a frying pan. Now you're all thinking, look where it was. Oh wait, it means the mincha. Why a frying pan? But we're all wrong. At the end of the time, the Gemara is going to say the halacha. When a person says marquez, it means the frying pan. The actual frying pan. Yeah, nice. Look, the Beit means a frying pan once in a while. You have to update, and maybe that's what he meant. It goes by the word, what people mean. Rabbi Yankel Zelinsky used to walk around with a pair of eyeglasses in his pocket. He said, what's this? He said that when a Riyah Navi comes, I want to get a bracha from him, I want to shuz with him. But they're going to say, who are you? So many people before you in line. You'll say, oh, I found a pair of glasses, and it says, so they're going to put me in front of the line. And when I get to the front, they're going to say, new Rebbe, can you please give me a bracha? We have a suffix. What do you mean by the word? Not precious. Did he mean the actual vessel, or did he mean what you make in the vessel?
Wow.
But he only meant one. He could be both.
No, terrible.
Have you been fighting?
Yeah, terrible. I didn't know if I say it. Three letters even.
This is interesting.
He's actually.
Oh no.
If somebody could get that, 2W, they'd have a lot of points.
Why? Rashi says that it was the shape of a like choir. Tongues or whatever. Tongues, he says. And it had on the bottom, and it had circled that the dough would be indented into it. So I asked Yoshi to do something maybe a little nicer. Holes and everything.
It's so interesting, like the K and the P in kosher and poor and like the VAT, like kill everything.
No, I had 2 O's. I had 2 O's and I was going to play Moot. I thought I played already and it was a word. It didn't work. For some reason. I played book and it did work. But then it wasn't enough to justify anything.
And when there's dough in it, I'm making this up now. I'm making it up. What do you mean? In my mind, I didn't see anybody says. In my mind, you know those apples that look like this? The bottom have like. So if you put dough into that shape, you pull it out. It looks like that. Look at that. It's just I don't think it fits in there so well because it says it means by likely at Yvonne and it means acorn. Oh, maybe the little the
the game is.
like
I didn't realize
each one is the shape of an acorn.
all of the tiles are almost gone.
The acorn has spots. I don't remember
I don't know. I don't know how I have a lead on you. Like you had days.
I know some sort of apple, but I'm saying
Did you have a Q?
Oh
no, you do have a Q. The Q hasn't been played. Oh, it ain't over, baby. You do have it, and you had the blank. You had both blank. No, you had one blank tile. I had the other. But you have the Q. I have to be careful where I put something down because that could change the game.
Frying pan is a frying pan. You said it. That's it. There's a thing called American.
Man, try to decide there.
Even in your a pan, a frying pan. Doesn't mean the milk I made in it. I'm not gonna tell you this last thing I say. You pass like Priscilla. So
I have to protect the eyes because you have the Q.
What are you showing me? Nothing.
The thing that's been killing me as well recently, I'm not just ending the game. Like I should just end the game as quickly as possible.
Very good. First thing is always evolving.
I mean, I don't ever try to like extend it, but I'm not looking for like. I a lot of times look for points and not just hey, this could end.
You never said it, but that's what we're speaking right now. No, these are the perfect things. What's your name? Sasu? Really, not related.
That Q's got to kill you because you can't put it anywhere.
From where? Oh, Ashkenaz. Is that an Ashkenaz?
It's like a bomb. It's like it's hot in your hand. You just can't do anything with it.
Welcome to the Ashkenaz table. Chassidim sit over there. Ashkenaz is the case. Every person that walks in there, they don't even know why. They automatically go to the back left corner. I don't know, but I keep half the fire over there. All right, who else? Is it a guess? It's a rarity to have guests. You have a lot of guests, because of the flights and everything. Oh, that's right. His daughter's getting married.
Yeah, I think it's Chi. Yeah,
it's what?
I think it's GG.
Oh, it's for sure GG.
So what's the person's name?
Oh, it's for sure GG. Or just pass. Don't quit. You never know. Something could happen. I could put something down, and it could be next to the 3-letter. You put your triple. I have a 44-point lead, but that's a lot. But it could still happen. I don't know how I got such a big lead. Game really helped me.
And then you see the video, you'll have more appreciation for the video from Yossi Johnson. Yossi Johnson, correct.
You had a Q, you had an S. You couldn't put an S down anywhere.
I know. There's just nowhere. I decided for you. Obviously, but I had no.
Wait, why didn't? Were you saving the S? Wait, why didn't you play the S where game and skulls are?
It was only 16 points.
Oh, okay, so you were saving the S for like a big score.
Yeah.
Okay.
I couldn't play. Oh wait. No, there's just nowhere to play.
I don't agree with this
Quid or squid.
Oh, squid would have been big. All right, big dog.
That's all she wrote. You picked the documentary for the month. Okay, but keep in mind as well. Keep in mind as well. There's still a great amount of desire to watch Michael, and
We watched that one.
we did not watch Michael. We did not watch Michael. Michael's a movie, dog.
Oh, sorry, you're not talking about.
No, that's Air. Yeah. Michael Jordan's one is Air. Michael Jackson one is Michael. And there's a great amount of desire that I have to watch Michael and Bus Boys. Excellent, big dog. All right, take care, big man. Shout out to Rise, everybody. You're amazing for streaming these. Thank you so much. Shout out to Riser.
Have a good sleep.
You too.
Have a good sleep.
Maybe it's just a regular that comes out of, ink or one of those lines, here. And one I saw them doing laps like this. When it's flying, how do you even say yeah. Well, Mafi already started team. Review. Going there, review this is not true. Lots of amazing math that people can do as a riot. They can also do it if a person says pan or people can do this. Okay, so let's see the video. Where is the video? Oh, here it is. I love this. We all sat on one of these in Yeshiva. You don't even make a zima on one of these, right? It's like everybody's doing their own thing. Yeah, those are the things. I gotta go back because he says it better. Stop the pause it for a second. Very alive, it's a new. You said my friend, you said Tanur. What isn't clear is that Tanur. Just bring a muffin from the okay. Now you see why I showed you the pictures, but you can't tell. It goes really too fast. Okay. Hooray! Now, this we saw a number of times in the Gemara before. The Gemara brought out this. Hooray alive means but you don't get to college enough to do it. First, doesn't specify what he wants to do. He says something that's big, look at now. So you cannot drink half calories and half the chicken. The chicken doesn't have oil. It has oil. It's 2 different things. How do you mix it? You drink one or the other. You can't mix the two. You can't drink 50% calories or 90% calories. 1%. You can't drink 9 calories in one rocket. That means all 10 have 2 calories. All 10 will be. The thing in not doing is this because enough of the things that prove that no, the Torah calls it a person, and then you could bring it over to the business, over to that Torah. Now the time of the Lena Kuba, Lena Rock, Lena Yuri Kurdi, living going there, Hanus, they call them. Listen to this. Says in the Bible, Tano. That's 2 different talking completely. But this is what we call a meal after meal. Right? So kind of matzah, any matzah. Get rid of the word tano, we got a matzah. Something big. It could be in a cooker, it could be on a pile, it could be in an arid oven. So what's in tano? That's what we call a meal after meal. Hey, meal after meal. Ella, the rabbi. That a negative, after negative, we got to see a positive. And then, it comes to include something that we didn't include before. Also, most cool with the Tanur will be Lahapsim Maf, the Kupa, will come to include the Kupa. The humanoid man, Tanner, they call me. That word, when you're saying words, if you have the extra word Tanner, you don't know what to do with it. You have one unit after another. But then I have what to do with each one of those words. Ever they have to also with Tanner. One, they have to take it in another. The ever they from the Tanner, and the second one, that the Tanner makes it public. What? Oh, yeah. Oh, that's possible. Yeah. Right. Yeah. For me, it's like, I hear, for me, it's like Svara. The last thing we just said is that the oven makes it public. So the thing really saying that the oven makes it public, that it gives you, because the way it works is you bring the flour, it only has 2 flour, and then once you put it in the oven, it gets an additional juice of goods. Now, it's true, learn them every local learn.
Speaking of fucked up stories, my girl told me a story the other day.
Always say, like, you said someone made me something.
In my head, it's so fucked up. She was
One
going out with one of her girlfriends here in Austin, and she told her it was a fucked up story. So her brother and his girl went to, I guess, Amsterdam or something like that, or they went skiing and they have a house there, and like they have a cat there or whatever. And part of the story, the cat is a very large cat, right? Yeah, and the they go skiing, and it's part of like their whole like weekend thing, and they have all their friends there. One of their friends is diabetic. He's on the slopes, starts getting, he's like, I'm not feeling too good.
No,
She went to I'm not sure.
put it in again.
Just know that he's diabetic, goes back into the house. He's like, if I go back to your house, just rest, and I can't, no problem. So the next day, they see their cat is walking weird, and the cat has like blood coming out, and they're like, oh, we gotta take it to the vet. So the brother takes it to the vet, and the vet puts him in a side room. As they come back out, they're like, we know what you did to that cat. And he goes, what do you mean? They're like, we know what you did. They're like, you're not going to get away with this. And he goes, yeah, like I smoke weed around it sometimes, but I think, like, I don't like blow it in the cat's face or anything. And they're like, no. They're like, the cat's organs shouldn't be moved that way. He's like, what are you talking about? Like, no, he fucked the cat. So what actually happened was that guy, the diabetic, for some reason saw the cat, railed the shit out of it, and then just, he fucked the cat. And then they had to snitch on the guy. And the guy wants custody of his kids. He's on a list. I'm like, what kind of list are you on? I'm like, cat, bro. So you're on a list. You can put him, but he's on some type of list. I don't know if he's just not allowed to pet go or something like that. That's not allowed.
So you can do whatever you want, any break if you want. I had a child yesterday, for no reason, no reason, but just because the Lawson throughout the leaders, Loving College Navy, Repeating Navy, met the power. So met the Repeating Navy, it almost seems like the water which doesn't make sense logically. Like, I want to know why, but then he said he's putting the Hebrew arbitrary, he brings it to be 9 years for arbitrary. What? I know, but I want to know for sure. Like, sort of talk about it from the Lawson Rail. The word is hard to say, but for that, because later on, here, the next word coming up, the fourth word is after
I think the first mistake was breaking down what a rusty trombone was from the jump. You know, he and I are how we talk. He and I are, he's so funny.
like a rock.
We fuck around all the time. So if it's just he and
One
I,
of the hardest
we'll
things
chill
you learn
out, say
is
whatever you
to
want to me. Just turn around and leave. We can watch our language.
it has to be
So that's
exactly what
that's our thing. The first one that I ever heard from Finn was when you guys were FaceTime, and it was on the first show on the road here. He goes, Dad, do you like dragons? And you're like, yeah, well, what kind of dragons? He goes, dragon like balls across your face.
One of the hardest
Like,
things. And now
like,
Rock
like,
said
all
something
over the
else.
time. Fucking hilarious.
Look at that.
He's
So
around,
Rock said,
dude, older man struggle. I got you.
I'm tired of
So if they're not around, you can't turn around. You're
poison
friends, you
son.
know?
After not zero insulting and bring it back, and reducing it back to the flower.
If you want to be a comedian, you're going to push fucking the envelope and you're
Sure.
going to fuck up. Also, red flag, your son is 15. He knows how to use the internet. So he's asking you, that's a fucking setup job. It's a setup. He's set you for 14. He doesn't actually play it. All these kids know what he was asking me.
Back to the night show of the person who was up on my master meal of pictures to take flour. You mix it with water and made the cigarette to taste like flour to take flour, not flour. I'm sure you add water. Let's add water. It's a big no. It's not because it's very, very tough.
I think it's always people, Germans and Japanese people.
And then you got in your hand one
always World War II losers who are big in the boot. Well, it's also cultures that are so super repressed and disciplined. So the most orderly, the more orderly, you need it. So I'm surprised your buddy fucked that cat. Not my buddy.
So it would have to be a perfect meal, 50-50.
Do Cleveland Steamers.
Yeah, 50-50. Not 9-1 would be a problem, but
you know what's a real big letdown?
Every
Finding out recently,
you can have
it's almost like
90%
finding out Santa Claus was
from
real.
this amount.
Finding out that Tough Girl was not a real video.
Anyway,
You remember the girls that would poop in the cup and drink it? Yeah, I've never seen it because it was fake. It was a hoax. It came out. It was a hoax this whole time. And I was like, just I don't want to listen. I thought it was, you don't want to watch that after you're
what happened was first, we had Rabbi Willie here yesterday. His son's enemy, and he said the first time that they started looking into I decided to over and see about the other families, and we first did it about as you come to God, and then you
but if I watched it on like YouTube, it was like something like 7.
What is that? Is fake. I'm glad that's fake.
I'm glad it's fake. What's not fake is one man, one jar.
It's where this guy, he like pulls balls up and he sees a jar sitting on the floor, and he just slowly.
What up, dude? Oh, what up, baby?
What up, baby?
Dude, how you living?
Dude, how you living?
Dude, can you hear me?
Dude, can you hear me?
This is exactly like his father.
In the house?
Can you hear me?
There's a different
Can you hear me?
All right, how's your day going? Why are you drunk?
Why are you drunk?
No, I get blocked.
Why did you say you're drunk?
Why did you say you're drunk?
I feel drunk. I feel drunk.
Did you get paid to give blood?
You get paid to give blood?
You just do it to be a nice person? That's tight.
It's illegal to give blood. I get paid.
Or else you'd be like a fucking cow.
Oil, put it on this meat.
You don't get paid? You can't, there aren't like sperm banks?
I'm pointing it out here, but that is for the Gemara between him and his father.
Wow.
Well, you also allow sperm means that if it's bad, throw it in the garbage. You're not allowed to have oil on this one. The mela.
All right, so what's new?
So when it talks about repeating the powers, the other two vaccine offers, you cannot mix the power with the rock.
What changed?
But if we stop right over here, just so that we can later on.
Okay, that's why you're allowed to do it?
that doesn't have any oil, and you mix it with a milk that has oil. You ruin it. Well, you also will allow Shemin.
All right, I'm just joking. I know you're not gay.
Whereas his father is going to say that after the fact, okay.
I'm just joking. I know you're not gay.
So just going to something
And
else.
that's not even funny enough.
What are you really going to do?
But it used to be a hilarious joke.
On.
Dog.
Regarding hollow and a rocket. Carbon. Meaning
I'm not gay.
I know.
Some gang
Since is a possible.
Were you looking in the mirror? No, you were not looking in the mirror? Are you sure?
Getting there. Not only that,
you just kept staring at me. Do you want medical
If you were a chick, would you let her? Fuck yeah. Oh, all day long.
Yeah. It's really rare.
Extremely. Extremely rare. But the acceptance rate on that has to be like 99%. Like, unless you're going up to a guy with his wife, just about every other guy, but yeah, okay, I got time.
I did by turning it down and realized that they were being serious.
Oh, that's a motherfucker.
And then his father
That sucks.
Yeah.
All right, so Zoo, do you want to lose?
Right.
It's no good. Just throw it out. I did a lot of sorry.
Year's kiss. And then I get on the train, sitting with my friend. I was a kid, and she had a friend there. She had a friend and then I got a message the next day. I was like,
Oh, you love Zoo.
I turned down freaked out. And the worst thing is, I had the house myself.
All right, Zoo, my question for you is this. Is not, could you gotten your dick sucked on New Year's Eve 2012? My question to you is, are you ready to lose? I'll play one game of Dice Party with you. I'll play one game of bullshit. Then I've got shit to do. So you have an invitation and everybody's awaiting you.
That's the direct to a challenge, yeah? And rotate up also to the right. Spread out the
Not really. Unimpressive. Unimpressive, man. What up, Sue?
How you like 4 6s, son? How you like 4 6s, son?
using 13 sieves in order to obtain a fine consistency. The client then mixes the flour with the origin with the red small
A full house.
then there's true fun.
26.
Sugars.
Full house, maybe.
Then there's a card. These things better known, all the grain crisp function now submitted for consumption.
Yeah, we're talking.
No, we're not.
The whole point.
No, we're not.
Yep.
Give me a 3, baby.
Grabbing the piece, baby. Or here in our show, they go for the roll. Roll out about
Who the fuck is that?
What do we see? Who the fuck is that?
Okay, what's his business?
Before you know, you cannot eat in the new rule. That's why today in America, in the Florida, the medium problem to eat.
It does stand up.
Are you serious?
The grain, the flour, they make
Does it work?
A month or two, does it work? In the store.
That's his business.
Does it work?
Literally covered.
That's hilarious. I think it's fucking brilliant. That guy's amazing. Fucking brilliant. Yep.
That's why you see.
Probably gets laid too.
But anyway,
for sure.
What if the second day pizza falls out on top? Do we have to do things differently because you gotta rock that. Now, as we saw in the video, there are so many.
Look at this, Zoot. Zoot, it's over for you, son. You should just give up, baby. Zoot, it's over for you.
Number 2, we have to throw it in the wind and separate the shaft.
Zoot, you should just give up. It's over. Zoot, this game is over. Zoot, pick something.
The grinder, you have to put in the. What is it? How do you say sifting? Python in English? Yeah, but there's a word. Okay, no, sifting is next. Sifting is. The 13th thing. Okay.
Zoot, you're done, son. It's over for Zoot. You're done, son. It's over for Zoot.
The point is many malachas. So do I have to slow down and do things differently? So if Shmuel says on Shabbos, yes, you have to do it differently. The amount that you're going to use on Shabbos, the amount of grain that you're going to harvest is only 3 saws.
Zoot, you're losing by 101. What are your thoughts? No way you get 4. No way you get 4. Told you. You're done. It's over. OVER, son.
If 3 saw, and the saw is 10% of 3 saw, how much is it?
1, 2, 3, 4. Look at this, son. This might be the largest blowout in the history of this game.
Weekdays 3, Shabbos is 3. That's why in the video
Give it to me.
Only one person does it, not the three people. One of these are both sides. Somebody gave it. I forgot who gave this to me. I don't even know if I knew who gave it to me. No, it's the older one. It's a peak. One of these is a little bit larger than this. One of these.
3, 4, 5, 6.
And
I don't need any of that shit.
there's only
I
one
just need a
5.
5. Give me another 5.
This is a side note.
All I need are 3 5. 3 5 sun.
So come out and say, no, there's 3 people that do it.
Oh, you just missed the bonus.
To let the rumor go out, to let the coil that we're doing it, not in the Shabbos.
Garbage.
That's on a weekday. Not on a Shabbos, you have to be the night and the lacha.
Oh my God.
Do less than lacha.
Full house, dude.
So Shabbos, it could be up and
Yeah, probably useless.
3.
It's over for Zoo. It's over for Zoo. It's over for Zoo.
We're gonna go into it. We're gonna go into 3, 5, and 3.
No,
Do you know why they do 5? Because you're a mile doing 5. Obviously, if you do 5, they take
Dog.
flour from 5.
Where are my 5s? Give me 4 5s. Oh, it's over, baby. Game over. Champion. All right, well, I got the win. Scoreboard, baby. All right, now bullshit, and then it's over. Then I've got shit to do, son. Zoo, let me know when you're ready. Okay, we'll charge your fucking phone now.
The first one that comes out is the best flour. Listen to one lotion shot. It doesn't matter weekday or Shabbos. 3 salt is the number.
What's your favorite type of pizza?
Supreme.
Behold, you need 5 to get to the finest of the flour.
Just like all kinds of veggies, whatever. As many veggies as possible. Pineapple, you throw any shit on it.
Why are they working so hard?
Oh yeah, so long as it's made correctly. So you can use something called par of cheese. Then you can have meat on it, or you just have vegetable pizza with normal cheese.
And that's why the weekday I use 5. And if I work hard, I can get pretty much.
Or you just have cheese pizza.
Not exactly. Let's call it 95%.
Oh, there are a lot of them. Could be from a non-kosher animal. It could be prepared in a non-kosher kitchen. It could be because the cheese has something called rennet in it. It could be because it's from the cheese of a non-kosher animal. It could be because it has bugs in it. It could be because it has meat and milk in it, or meat and dairy. It's called Fleischig and Milchig. It could be because it has like the things that were used to clean the equipment had some types of animal fat that from a non-kosher animal. It could be because the animal that was slaughtered was not done in a kosher fashion. It could be because it uses some type of non-kosher animal. We already said that one. It could be because the bread, the like dough, has dairy in it and it uses meat, so not even the cheese. It could be because
Tell me, it's not.
Those are really the main reasons.
How do you compare these two buildings? The real estate. This one has this, like stuff, like Tony said. Everything has a chiluk and a camino.
Okay. Okay.
Nuances. So you're going to take two things and say they're the same. And then what do? No, I'll give you two reasons why they're not the same.
Zoot, remember that time you were going to charge your phone?
Sign our boss is calling the shop. Here we go. In order to get to, this is a beautiful picture.
Zoot, remember that time you were going to your phone?
And they would hang the animal on the hook.
Remember the time?
And they would fillet the
You let me spoil the
skin right off. Now,
I didn't know you were eating, big man.
I want to take it off right now. On the shop. Every face pulls out on the shop. When do you eat the carpet? A month ago. It's already weekend. So what can you do? What can you do? Now I have to get the animal up in this bath quickly on shop. So in order to get the worm, I have to take off the skin. Well, I don't want any scary, I don't want
Yeah, big dog.
the wool to attach itself to my worm. I need a worm.
There's not really a standard.
I gotta get the skin, I gotta blade the skin like this, that's so. You did much shot, it's not something.
Zoot, are you ready to hear about the fire in the kid's son?
Crazy.
I'm going to tell you all about it. So the fighter and the kid originally had a studio in Southern California. They moved to Austin to be closer to Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan wants really nothing to do with them. They moved their studio into a storage space in Austin so that Brendan Schaub had room for all of his cars. But Brendan Schaub is now having to sell his house and all his cars. So they moved their storage space studio to the third floor of the same facility. This facility has windows and they cause all kinds of light. And there's black mold in the studio, and there's pipes on the studio, and yeah, I see that. Are they gonna get him?
Did you say what it was?
Yeah, on that 16-year-old video.
Yep.
Do you think they're gonna get him?
To cancel it?
Yeah.
To cancel it? I mean, it's weird. But it was weird.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a different situation. She lied about her age. She lied about her age and her ID, and it was a different time. And
this is pre-internet though. This is pre-internet though. People would be losing their shit. People would be losing it pre-internet. There's no way pre-internet. There's no way he said the joke. There's no way they can actually prove it. There's no way they can actually prove that he watched it. Unless he was in possession of it. I doubt he's
he wasn't probably in possession. Anyway, they destroyed him all. He probably watched it on the internet.
It's hard to go back.
You're slightly inferior.
No, it would be his search history. That doesn't matter. Her videos used to be out there. And because she said she was 18 at the time, it was considered like that was fine. I think she's a really pretty lady. I think Tracy Lords is a really pretty lady. And she's like 55 or something.
And
Dude, are you ready to lose? I mean, like you're just sitting here jerking yourself off, like you're talking about some bitch who was on camera underage 40 fucking years ago when you could be getting your ass whooped in mini golf or in bullshit.
let's go.
All right, are you ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Don't be late, Zoo. Oh, we're in. It's so much. Yeah. I think also he was making a joke, which is
Yeah. Different jokes like that.
right.
Oh shit.
Yeah, big dog. Are you proud of that? Okay, well, what do you want me to do about it?
I know you are bullshit. All right, well,
I like how that guy who said fast, surely 60. What a douche.
Tonight is Gary's mother's yard site. She donated this stender that I learned from every day. And she lifter. This is the same makwa my mother had. I remember the makwa was terrible. She was very young and big for that. I remember now.
You don't know what's cooked. You don't know what's cooked.
It looked more when I was there. It looked like kind of. There's a lot of guys there.
Why would you cook? Why would you cook bullshit when I tell you off on my first?
Jack Stein, hello. I met you once. If your sister gave us Wochen, I prefer without your help, especially when you serve the material and the AI.
What up, Zoo?
I tried recently across.
You know how it's on the drugs on the
What's that?
But I promised myself, inspired by old stories and shit. Did not miss even one dot. Right after the stop, I sat and learned.
I know that you got. I know that you got Vietnam, you got sixes, fours.
Bangkok, Thailand.
I know you got Jack.
Shanghai, China, Beijing, China, San Francisco, China. At every hotel, before I left the room on my last day, I said, listen to this, as you leave the hotel. Here, I did 3 blocks. Here, I did 5 blocks, etc. Here are a couple of clips for you. The Great Wall of China, or voice out.
And another dog. You can't get enough. You have 4 aces.
This is Belsky. I work for the
bullshit.
biography. Thank you so much for mentioning the movie at the end of the book. We want to do everything possible that more Jews know about and are inspired by their Rebbe. It's unique in that it's a universal evidence. It seems that the diversity of people visiting this cave, in that regard, Mom says 24/7. When I went there in the middle of the night, it's like the middle of the day over there. In that regard, there is known to you, amazing diverse group of Yidden throughout the world, bound by the Persian fires. Do you imagine you could say the actual story in your Hebrew language here, and then take a video clip, share the sites in groups everywhere? The kids are. It's a story I don't really say it verbatim. I said it once or twice. Thank you, Steve Belsky. Leave it at that. Dear Belly, warm greetings from you. Thank you for everything you do. I love this. This is from that's where 10 or 15 different guys deal New Jersey guys. Thank you for everything you do. Even if I'm drinking half of the time, I still get a lot from your wonderful share, especially in a number of times ago, you showed the magnetic pillars. And I thought it was a beautiful idea. You also presented in stride, you tried so well. The features, touch points maintain across clearly, the grooves, the partial writing on each piece, and the overall design details are beautifully illustrated, snapped and magnet look, especially smooth in your demonstration. A real testament of the design, kudos to you and the holy man who created it. I would love to explore working together on a version of that product, including QR code leakings and short coding. This course, recorded by the rabbi and professional formats for children and adults, can both play and learn Torah at the same time. The kids are our company develops toys and fidgets and holds licenses with brands such as Rubik's, Crazy Aaron's, Whammo, Snoopy, and others. We distribute widely, including Jewish retailers such as Toys for You, Simply Amazing in Lakewood, and Judaic stores throughout Brooklyn as well as okay, Evolve it, Five Below. I think this could be a wonderful magnet Torah toy. Helping learning, I agree. What do I brought it here. Here's the guy's name.
Good job, sir.
He's a young guy. Real
got it.
And a real
lost the ball. What's up, big man?
And I put the heat on the bottom. If you guys make millions, you should give them DY. Anything less than a million, forget about it.
What's up, big man?
It works. Thank you again for the incredible document today talking about Isaac Jamel. The guy from Chicago he's making himself. He's also my brother. Look, Isaac Kraft. So Isaac, as Mickey, in addition, in addition, put one once in a while, like one of our AI videos. I think that'll bring a lot of people to the show.
You really have that many cities. You really have that many cities.
Because the Israelis don't believe me that so many people were injured and sent to the hospital, whereas 2,700 people injured. A lot of people injured.
Thank God.
A lot of now. Yeah, 50,000 as a coach. I think 23,000.
What up, baby?
What up, baby?
I had the nap is one thing, but you don't know what's going on north. I have a computer on the computer order. Every up north is very violent. The official edition recepted by the Iranian Levi Fabric by Mayor Chaya Rivka. Mayor Chaya Rivka official. I didn't read this before. Every minute. From Menachem, the Moshe, the Alexander. For some reason, it sounds like he just did this. What? Because he's the parent. Okay, that was the daf. Okay, I'm all confused. The daf by David and Nancy Hess in honor of all my grandchildren, our children and grandchildren, wishing them Hatzlacha, Bracha, Parnasa, and good health throughout their lives.
Hey, baby.
Is that sponsored David Solomon dedicated to memory of Martin?
Who knows?
Really, it's my father's jacket, and now it's some of the guys from the nation. Each month, Rabbi Goyer, showing pouches as much as he was. He was a guy, who was big simcha, and he invited his family to the simcha.
Why didn't you just say children?
Basically, he did a whole single shot.
But isn't that a weird thing for you to yell out?
He said, I made a single shot when MDY was doing sponsorship.
Yeah.
Just those few minutes. The Pachi Family Foundation, Nishma Sarava Goyer, and Shlomo Pachi, the Meshach Zilui, anonymous for Four Shlomo, the Moshe Ben Yizah, anonymous for between the Four Shlomo, and I'm just going to learn about that. It came to me, I had to say it. This came. Shalom Malki, we're so proud of you, Yakamon. Send the growth and family to Candy Island in honor of Rebel. You changed my meaning of life. And now, money, Yossi, Mark, and Benny, and all the peaceful company wife, and Book John's Cora, Mary Simon.
Yo, dog.
Yo, dog.
How's he doing?
Why doesn't that guy call out anybody on bullshit?
Why doesn't that guy call?
Yeah.
Aaron and Miriam Randy, Hoytos, the Focus Anonymous, with the murder for Shlema for all the fights from Neither for Shlema. Is it who maybe that's throwing me off the whole time. All the fights from who need or for Shlema. I'll take off that S. Then I won't be so confused every day. Saul Fishy Fisher, in honor of Moshe, is putting on filling. Send us that I'm helping even down the people with top of anywhere worldwide. They wish was and Trump salad. Anonymous, I just got my own joke. I said before.
You know,
the American Paul Bassara and Ruffle Bassara, blessing in all the areas of life. Ay. Anonymous, we didn't find this before. We end up trying our best. You want to win something? I said before, really. The son became a cousin. The son of Yeshua, Mazuta. And the first time when he asked, what? Oh, man. The first time that he came here was the first time that he started looking into the house of the truth. Yes, Iron Monastery. It's Kedai to come here, that's what you're saying. Innovations LLC, that's a long
13.
Time ago.
That is a fucking bad
That is a fucking bad call. That night? I get it. Innovations LLC has a like.
Do you want me to go? Do you want me?
Your simple thing on Maine. He needs to expose him. And Rivka Yud and Rivka Yud is Batsiam Chaya. They respond to the Nishma Sini Maros to the Abba David Vayra. They respond to the Nishma Sini Maros to David Vayra back. The Yamin on the 7 yard side. So tell that from now on. Play the story. I love the story.
Jerry's house. Jerry's house.
Sometimes.
Have all the times.
Have all the times.
His mother left for a brand new dining room here. And the first time that Gary came over there, his kid, one of his kids, I'm not going to his name, but whatever, he's done it. Broke a piece off the chair. And it was like brand new, you know, like when you finally bring those old chairs and get it, you know, broke. Just the chair. Shelby's lucky to have such things. Very, never got upset. Never. Did she ever get mad in her life? Yes, a kid. And how do I know that she had it in her genes? Take a look at Gary for a second. Has a day gone by that you didn't scream? Seriously. MS, tell me the truth from up there. And your mother never screamed in her life. You know what it means?
Dude, this guy knows all of the colors.
Mayor Engel and Yitzi Walter, Rabbi, so listen to this one. With gratitude to Rebelli, we dedicate our brand new song, Gibrias Hashem MDY. He's not a joke, it's Yitzi Walter. I don't know what it is. Hopefully they send it to us. We dedicate a brand new song, Givaldi. I heard it. That one's the top. I don't know.
Rabbi is lying.
The monk. MDYR.
You know how I know
Finish shot 2-3 times. Four Shema Mark and Esther. Four Sayela, Daniel Zev, and Ayel Esther. Voice, here we go. Stop. Some page.
Fuck
you. How do you do Knufa? For Shlomim. You get Shlomim, how do you do Knufa? What's the process? Meniach Emurim, I'll piece of like.
Yeah, good news for your ears.
What's that, big man?
I have a little bit of a video, very smart to show the whole
I
thing.
know
You know what I mean? Parts of the animal that go on in this tail. like the skirt steak, the kidneys, the fats. So you take that, you put it on the head. Boom. The clothes of the layer and
Yeah, it's his plate of the lunch.
the rest.
He's just always right.
On top of that.
Yeah.
The whole mother
It's always right. It's always right.
Word.
Listen, I listen to the mouth. And anytime bread, you put it on top of all the
We gotta work out.
on our papa. Hey, sorry, hey, what do you get idea? Time I face on the hey, Omar, I focus the Louis. Find the bed in Louis. Okay, we're supposed to here.
Fuck.
That's dangerous.
No, it's not dangerous.
I don't know why you got him.
I love him about you take the Carlos Matzah and you put it where? Allah, I love him. The Allah choice. On top of everything. So we may look just like we find, but we're going to do this, so too the rest of the time.
Very bullshit.
Now, going back to the original, that the
Got him.
The shoik, the cousin shoik are on top of the Emurim. My timer, where did you see that? The Elaine Rishon Siv, you have a contradiction in the Psukim. On the one hand, it says shoik HaTzumah the Chazeh HaTzumah. Where do you put the shoik in the Chazeh? Yishach Halov. They're on the top. The problem is, it says it's HaKelef. Like the fat goes on top. Omar Abaya, Omar Abaya, who the Maisu is Kohen, the Romile. The Chaylev is on top of the Chazeh Shek. He brings it from the Beis HaMikdash. Let's just see the Beis HaMikdash. So, right next to the Mizbeach is an area in the outline over here with all the rings in the floor. That's where you today they have this box that costs $100,000. Grabs the animal, flips it over, and extends the neck. But in those days, it was a hard thing. You have to knock the animal down and grab it over the neck in one of these rooms. But next to the rings, you'll see the granite tables, the marble tables, and different places that, surfaces that you could cut up the animal. So you bring the Emurim from there. And then, check this out. It's very gishma. Coin number one. That's the color of the choice, the blue. And on top, now he takes it, and he gives it to coin number two.
Champion.
The Restream pimp. I was bullshitting. I don't know.
I know.
It's like he didn't know how that worked, but he was an expert at it.
Now, when he gives it to the guy, when he does it no it flips over.
Zoot, are you ready to hear more about the fighter and the kid? But it's a Joe Rogan thing.
As you go into the Mizbeach,
For sure, no doubt. It's like not even close.
Not even close.
How many subscribers does he have?
20 million on YouTube alone.
Check it out.
But his are like real subscribers. They're not as Mr. Beast bullshit things.
Sorry, I caught it.
Are you proud of that?
Last one in.
Have you ever been more proud? Oh yeah, I think 95% of his subscribers are bullshit. I've never known anybody to like his content. Like we talk about Kill Tony or Joe Rogan. Like nobody's like, oh, did you see Mr. Beast just dropped a new video? Maybe you have to be like, I don't know, prepubescent to think this, but I just don't think he's that interesting. Why?
Why?
Yeah.
The Indians have a lot of people doing the mitzvah by, Shamsi told me that a lot of people, they offer their guests. They offer the guest, would you like to make kiddush on your own? And when the guest says yes, you should know either I'm adding it. Either he's socially off, or he's Hasidish. Hasidim are makbid. They do it. They have a thing. They do it. Everybody does their own thing. But Max and everybody else, Rabbi
I remember when Mr. Bass had like 2 million subscribers.
It doesn't really mean talking. Okay, don't say yes. He has to get up and get the becher and he doesn't have enough wine for Abdullah. Don't be socially off.
Do you know how insane it is to get subscribers to 400 subscribers in 5 years?
Exactly. It's garbage.
We saw this video a few times.
Or 6 years.
And the question that I want to ask you in this video is...
It's fake news.
I'm out here mountain biking.
Here in Bethlehem, we have beautiful mountain biking around in the mountains.
We're going to try to do Tanuka.
I've done it once.
This is what that film is all about. Got to do the demonstrations. We have a
My question is the bread in the right place.
I just have to have stale left with
The problem is
Oh,
if it is stuff, it picks it.
oh. I was having Kevin.
Are you in love with his transgender person?
They got canceled.
Why did they get canceled?
Oh.
Alleged trial agreement.
Oh.
There it is. Sure, guys.
Not giving the kiss.
This is 7.5 years ago when I was still up to Kevin.
Zoo, why do you think you played like dog shit in Dice Party?
I don't know how they did it.
Did I?
Okay. Why do you think you played like dog shit in bullshit?
There are 4 possibilities where to put the dress.
Yeah,
What are the possibilities? Think about it.
I
What
rushed.
else?
I fucked up at the beginning. I got like 22 cards or something, 19 cards or something,
On the bottom?
because I called somebody out and
Behind?
I came back and won like a champion.
Where's the 4th place, Marky? 4th place are boys that you're not going to believe.
Are you sure that's the best option?
The boys going to ask you a laughing question.
That guy nearly won. By just like calling bullshit.
He did, but he only called bullshit when he knew it. But the thing is, that doesn't explain when I have the winning card. Why wouldn't you call me out on bullshit, no matter what?
Okay. Doug Gimara. Who's the guy?
Especially when you got Frank there.
How many types?
Right. It's an amazing strategy, though. If everybody uses their bullets and you haven't, you can just go and bullshit and just put down 4 cards every time.
Oh, yeah.
Do you recognize this strategy, Zoo?
Don't try to fool me. Yeah, you give this? Let me hear it. No, must I give me kiddish? Okay.
Zoo, do you recognize this strategy?
We have 4 sheets of seed. Where do you put the bread?
Yeah.
Are you proud of this strategy?
Would mean Either this is on top of this.
Dude, are you proud of this strategy? I asked you a question and I have not heard an answer. No or no? Right there.
Okay. I like it.
You're not proud of the strategy? Why not? Zoo, why aren't you speaking English? Why not? Dude, I'm going to tell you the most fucked up story that I just heard on The Fighter and the Kid. Are you ready for it? It's fucked up, though, so I hope you're ready for it. So, not Brendan Schaub nor Brian Callen, but their other friend was on the show, and he's like, I have the most fucked up story to tell you guys. They're like, okay, what is it? And he's like, my friend has a house in Aspen where you ski. And they brought a friend who was like a diabetic. And that diabetic friend was on the slopes and was like, hey, do you mind if I go back to your house? I am not feeling well. And they're like, yeah, that's fine. So the diabetic friend goes back to the house. And the people who own the house also own a cat. And the next day comes and they notice that their cat is like bleeding. They don't know what happened to the cat. So they take the cat to the veterinarian. And the veterinarian's like, look, we don't know what you did to this cat, but we do know, and we're getting the authorities involved. And the people are like, what are you talking about? We don't know what you mean. And they're like, this cat's or internal organs have been like rearranged, and the only way that that happens is when somebody fucks the cat. Meaning the guy who had diabetes went back to their home and fucked the cat, and he lost the ability to, he lost guardianship of his children. Isn't that a fucked up story? That's the kind of content you're missing on The Fighter and the Kid. Do you understand this, Suit? Was that the greatest story you've ever heard?
I'll say it again. When I was 10 years old,
all right.
For whatever reason, decided to pick me up and she was kind of sick. She started using me at 14 years old. I was 10, I was American. Really
Zoo, who do you like more, Brendan Schaub or Brian Callen? I know, but you have to pick one. Just like you say to me, what do you like more, Harry Potter or Star Wars? And you say that I have to pick. That's correct. And that's the correct answer. The other one, for as much as Brendan Schaub sucks absolute dick, he's better than Brendan Callen. Shane Gillis by a landslide, son. That's not even close.
Have you met? And there's like a room. Do you want to make Jazz a camp?
Not really. Maybe someday, but not today. Dude, James McCann would be fascinated by me. I know, but you didn't even know who he was before I told you who he was. You did not. You're such a fucking liar. You are so full of shit. I remember when I said to you, is it you like James McCann? You're like, who's that? And I'm like, he's like an Adelaide comedian. He's like, you're like, oh really? You didn't know who he was, dude. You didn't know who he was. You didn't know who he was. You didn't know who he was because I even was like, hold on. You didn't know who he was because I was even like, he was on Joe Rogan and he's talking about Adelaide and stuff and or something like that. And you're like, who? And you go and you look him up and you're like, oh, I think I might have met him once. And I'm like, no, you didn't. You don't even know who I talked about. And you're like, well, maybe I met somebody like him. And I'm like, okay, but that's not James McCann. I'm like, James McCann's been on Kill Tony, and James McCann was discovered by Shane Gillis. And you're like, okay. And then you didn't know who he was before I introduced you to him. It's my contribution to the Adelaidean South Australia comedy scene. But you definitely did not know who he was before I told you.
My Rebbe says Rebbe, the author of the Mishnah, Rebbeinu Shloim. The milk possible dominates it. You're not going to give a king bread that was late in that area. But the milk, nothing is bark. What is the taste? Okay, now we can.
What do I have to do?
What do I have to do? You drink any version. So for time travel on top, you have a sheet. Unlimited amount of time any place. Over 50 years down the they kept
Time travel. Yeah, for sure, dog. No doubt.
I mean, if you can time travel at any time, if you can time travel
Exactly.
If you can teleport any information, you can teleport any place, you can unload a bank.
Yeah, not really. There's not that much money in the bank, but the investment opportunity for time travel is huge. Means next to not on top. You thought it means on top? No. I'll bring two right. We all know Who the fuck wants to look 50 years younger if you're not 50?
Everybody knows this. Where do you go? On top of the bread or next to the bread?
What? So I'm gonna look negative?
That's one cheese, and that's what we typically.
That doesn't make any sense. They should say look 15 years younger or something, 10 years younger. Exactly. And who cares about looking younger? It would be like be 50 years younger or whatever, like with the knowledge you have today. Which is basically like time traveling.
I know, like 20. Where's the paroitic? Where's not on top of the R? Look at the R. We see the R very clearly.
Zoo, do you like that I introduced you to James McCann? No, but seriously, is that the coolest thing that you've ever experienced? Is when I introduced you to James McCann? Do you love James McCann? Do you think you'll ever open for him? I don't think you will. I think he'll open for you, Zoo. I'm just saying because you would tell me immediately. You'd be like, Rabbi, remember that guy you told me about? And I'd be like, oh yeah, James McCann. You'd be like, yeah. You'd be like, he just opened for me. I'd be like, oh, tight, Zoo.
No, I saw the Rashi. I was looking somewhere else. Which Rashi that I use? Not important. I'm going to this Rashi.
Have you ever seen James McCann's wife? Doesn't he have 4 children?
Well, that's later on. Well, you trying to make a statement, you're doing this to the Rebbeinu Shalom. He's in charge of my boy.
Do you know that Kill Tony just got a new regular?
You go in all directions.
It's a him. His name is Pat O'Neill, and he's very funny. He has a funny joke. This is his joke. So shout out to Pat O'Neill. But his joke is this. Children are starting to take puberty blockers, or as pedophiles call them, preservatives.
The damages that people claim versus them, it's not even 10% this time, the damages. But in terms of human life, and every life is in the Shama.
Did you hear that joke, Zoot?
I don't want to get canceled or anything, but the missile hit in some.
Zoot doesn't even get it.
It was not a Michelanu situation.
Zoot, do you understand that joke?
Not the unnecessary situation. We had
Zoot, are you still there?
Zoot
is not there. Fire in the kid time, baby.
The amount that we're able to just blow up. And if anybody here with Shemet during Milcha time, my guest in here, you know, he's in the Shemet. The explosion, I don't know if you guys heard it. The explosion we heard. The constant that would have hit. And then afterwards, 40 seconds, one after another, and then 3 minutes later, another explosion. That I didn't get. Maybe 2. So I'm saying, if they're able to knock down the stars, it's not as we weren't talking about in a second, this is the rumor. Like a but to relax, you can stop whatever. There's a thing that's helping different places. Sometimes it's wind, sometimes it's metal. One is it stops, it's how it works, relax. The more you run, the bad wind. Or there's a Marabani can say, hey,
I think it was English worse.
That's what I'm saying. I thought it's no. Look over there. I looked up the word in the article. It's something else.
Hey, we need a horse for every day. You get access.
Fair enough, an hour.
That marathon gas station to every stop is the start of fun. Like the awesome fuel savings you can get.
Why would Marathon want to fucking sponsor this?
Start earning rewards on every gallon of gas. Rewards at any time. Save up to $1 per gallon.
All the rest
Get
most of
stations
us
are
here.
packed with all the conveniences
But the
you
rumor
need
the
to
thing
stock
is
up and live life on the
life.
go. Marathon, where fun
All right,
runs on
this
full.
is America. You're right. This is very important. This is America. You already get some Ma'atim Kapurot.
Marathonrewards.com for details.
The things that are not
I
Ma'atim
need auto parts.
are
Okay,
Ma'atim Kapurot.
but I'm a
Meaning
novice.
the
I need to make sure they're in the store or online.
to do
I need
the
maybe
Kufa,
my
you don't
brake
do Kufa,
light
you didn't do
fixed or
Kufa.
a quick service.
You still go
Me
to
and
the
my
car,
car,
you
they
don't
check
give
my
me another
bag.
car.
One-stop shop,
But
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
that
Not just
side
for the
thing,
story, but
called
a transmission.
that helps our life. That's
Okay.
Ma'atim. It's
Transmission
getting rid
trans
of
in
the
my
Kufa.
truck.
But the Kufa,
Trans
where
oils at the
the
O'Reilly Auto Parts. They had it in
is
stock. I had
the
to buy
leftover
7
of the
freaking bottles of it. They
side
had it all
part of the
ready to
main
go.
part of the mitzvah
Yeah,
is the
man.
cargo.
So whether
The
you're a
waiting
car,
is it's like mom fucking moving
for
at
the
what's
poison
the
O'Reilly Auto Parts are
look at us
helpful,
look. If you're
helpful.
going like this,
This
you hold
one's
that left,
super
just the
friendly.
side one.
Alright, stop
The
by
side
O'Reilly
one
Auto Parts
instead
today.
of
Visit them
like
at
low,
O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter.
bad
That's
food.
O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter.
It's bad ruach. Anybody have a clean car for it?
It's real.
Please look at it. What did he say to Lobo? Why are you not going to Lobo?
Get out of here. What?
It doesn't do. Okay. I don't understand.
Jesus Christ.
I guess there's some bad food.
Let's say that's a purchase. The footage often got two guys one horse.
I know what happened. Whatever it is, Gary answered the phone. It's all.
was not illegal in Washington State.
Yeah, I used that one.
They passed a law making it classic.
Yeah, that was quite strong. I wanted to tell him, your mother and me were left not a positive. What's a different story? Most people that don't want to get out of the doctor, most of us are players on it. Oh, and the co-defense, the whole thing. And he's the guy, man. It was special for us.
That was that Albanian serial killer that would get people with the hammer and just come after them with the back of it, and they would show the whole thing. Yeah, it was crazy, and like YouTube was insane.
I gotta say this because I've been really into this. He probably knows it. But other people, I said this many times.
Yeah.
Plus, it thinks that
In the woods, you'd find people in the woods with a hammer,
they
and
only have enough
watch
oil.
it hammer in and just
Either
the
like
way you pull a nail out.
What?
Yeah, just pulling the skull apart.
or burn
That's crazy. It's still on YouTube. Used to be so crazy. Now I get flagged. I got flagged for one time for just saying the word terrorism.
Why? Because one of the mitzvah is living in the mitzvah. And the mitzvah of Sila, right of the Sila season is learned that Chana typically, right in the earth. Because the Chana for that stuff, Chana goes before that. It reminds me over here. And but she already mitzvah, the side thing, that Chana the the leftover.
We're talking about the infamous 3 guys with
Okay,
hammer serial killer.
but culture, listen, it's a mitzvah has such power to do away with the winds and all that. So certainly the mitzvah itself.
What's all that?
Right? The mitzvah itself has zero power. Talk to your mother.
Yeah, they filmed the documentary
So
stuff.
back when I have Immaculate,
Yeah.
I said, no, he said, okay, I'll go back. All my rabbis are saying the ruler, this halacha, mitzvah, all the restaurants up and down, the doing the same thing.
The song
So back when I have Immaculate, he would go up and down, the ruler, Immaculate, Aki, Ba'omai, he'd show and he'd say, there should be an arrow in the eye of the sun. Tomorrow, that's very good. I did start off with something. Which is also his birthday. Because you're going to provoke him, cause him to don't know something, I got you. Don't do that to the stuff. Here we have a little
Psychos, man. I found my new favorite serial killer. I watched the BTK.
What up, Erwin Speed?
The reason
How you living, pimp? What's good, son? All right, just enjoy yourself then.
So the reason why it's funny to me is he was such a he wanted just the notoriety. There was no one. The news just wouldn't pick up the story, so he had to slowly just give away because he was getting embarrassed.
So, a couple of things. It could be, tomorrow, or back to and they want to say that he's actually trying to make friends with the Southern. This thing, the Baka Bayaka is getting questions. And the Southern, the Southern Commandment shot. And the Southern is so excited by his shot that he went and he
Bring that shit up,
Jimmy.
He couldn't stand that he wasn't given He's a fat guy, glasses. He's disgusting. He's not fat. He looks like a fat guy with glasses. He sounds like a family man. That's a trick. He was also, by the way, the seven-headed leader of a church group. He was, that's right, he's seven-headed. That's how they trapped him.
they didn't know what to do.
He wanted to be known so bad that he was not covering it. He was just getting so upset.
Every time he fell, one of the heads fell off.
It's wild.
So I asked Yoshi, can we do it tonight? So
It's a
I
great
didn't see it.
show about Casey that I finally watched.
Put it in.
And did you know that, like, he wouldn't identify as gay? He would bang dudes back at his place. And then, like, when the court case happened, he's like, I'm not gay. Yeah,
all right,
but you bang guys. And he's like, yeah, it's not gay. It's just the holes in the hole. Yeah, he's gay, man. And John Casey, because he had the construction company.
What's the sound?
Democrat thing. Was he?
People are boys from guys. Remember, you have to remember. 1,000 people. What is this? The two people within a school. They require to talk after the speaker. It's also and you do it complete whole. These guys said you as it's not part of it.
In 2016,
I think
it was like
more in the
all
public
over the place. You would just see videos of clowns chasing people down. What the fuck was that about?
you don't do that.
There's a thing where this guy, this guy's walking, and the guy just looks the guy that squares up. He squares up. He just goes toward the clown. What are you trying to do? There's like nationwide, there's just clowns appearing places. One person in Halloween trying to got shot.
I'm going to learn the concept of Chanupa from you.
It was
Now,
everywhere.
I could stop or I can continue. I already learned the concept, but I'm going to learn that I also have to do the entire animal. Or I can say, no, I'm going to learn the concept of Chanupa, and then I make up my own halachas. The side halachas are not so important. I'm like, oh, so just a fun stuff. The top line over here means I'm going to learn everything. Once I learn, let me learn the whole thing. Yeah, hold on. Start off as well. So over here, it's also the entire animal. I also. Or no, we'll give that try. Stop. He did a little.
I never thought about it. I know somebody who went to college.
Oh, what's it?
I never thought about that.
You get the exception where he's a good dude. Maybe he had grandkids and old grandpa.
But he wants all the kids in town to sit on his lap. That's a little creepy.
Doesn't pay well.
You will get the exact same $500 ticket as the driver
So
of this
there
car.
was a Santa Claus in a Florida town.
That's pretty much all.
I don't know what the fine is for an electric scooter. Scooters are not meant to use, so I'll give you a
Santa Claus.
feel like a car driver, but half the amount. $250 instead of $500.
Fine, something like that.
And my little boy, who has very fair skin, especially when he was like, this is crazy. He said,
We're 4 minutes. Okay, not bad. We can do it. I'll be 3 minutes. Let's
really
put
hot
on the
where
base.
he from. So I was like, I live in LA.
So,
Okay.
what does it say? It's very, very simple. I already cleared
Your
this
child
whole
doesn't
silver.
have a hat on, and he doesn't have any sunblock.
The criminal will be back from the I'm going to learn all the dollars. I'm going to learn the big things. Look up when to continue on and learn those cycles. Not just coming up to the group. I'm going to learn from the individual knowledge that requires control after people after I was going to shout at people to the people after people. So that's a lot number one, the main halach. Moving on, then I'm going to continue to learn. My husband was shown by an individual is the only third part of that animal, not the guy. So too,
Actually goes back to all the peptide, different people like there's like, oh, this about this, about this, about this. It's like you're going in the sun. I wear sunscreen every day. It's like the sun. Get out all the sun is more dangerous and causes more deaths every year than all the peptides, all the supplements put together.
Loving of the truly different loving of the individual, in other words, of the to do. But that's well, stop. Say, hustle, move the fuzzy fight.
I'm not gonna lie though, this
Fight
what
up
annoys me
here,
about
from
peptides,
the
like back in the day, you had to like go on a forum on bodybuilding.com and trust some random stranger who's like, on what to take. And now like, my friend will be like, hey, my mom's on age change, can you give her a card? You had to work your way up to this. You can't just start all the science. You need to go through a lot of trial and error. And also there are peptides that are peptides. There's some peptides that are very different option. You take a wrong snack, you could be canceling out a single different pathways. Like you're creating angiogenesis on two attacks towards the way. Yeah, you need to take it CJC and Maryland, and it says more over here. You're just stimulating the same way. But there are other things too, like that melatonin thing that makes you dark melatonin. That's got a lot of other effects on other stuff too. So it's yeah, but you gotta be careful with that stuff too, because it's a 4 days order that one. This is too much. Well, they do, but it's not just it also stimulates
red.
Like the hormone that creates melatonin. Well, the problem with that is that can also create melanoma. So because it causes you to secrete it everywhere in your body. So you can, and somebody got melanoma, some woman got melanoma where in her nose or somewhere where they don't see it after taking it. Because it took 4 days and I was like, this is too much. Yeah, it signals a certain pattern.
We have 3 types of curve here.
I didn't go outside for a couple days because I was like, I'm going to be
2 out of the 3 I want.
for a short period of time.
We have the ultimate curve.
My girl's like, don't go outside, you're going to get more tan.
You look at the top, the ultimate curve gets 2 I want.
Pretty decently fast. There's a whole article about it.
You lean on it while it's alive.
It's also like,
And it's neutral when it's alive. Look at it as alive. What is it missing on one side?
like fucking
The red circle. What's the red circle?
what's
Blue one is stuff. So this is easy to remember. Green is go. Red is stop. Red is bad. Green is good. So green form when it's alive is green. Blue is dead. Dead. Gone. Red. Okay. Yeah, let's take Xiaomi off it over here. Xiaomi off it. One number of individuals. Blue and red. What is it? You don't see blue ball when the animal's alive. Xiaomi.
I feel the same, but a little bit more relaxed because
The green circle and the red circle. What is it missing? The blue circle.
Yeah. Look at this.
What the Mario is doing there is they're doing the same exact California 3 times and say the same exact thing. California is really simple. The director is just orders Xiaomi season. It has green and red. What's the blue? Oh, if it has the green, the blue can have the blue. No. Okay, great. And then we take the next one. There's blue and the red. The blue can have the green. Oh, yeah. Let's see inside. Let me see what else. Let's see how long this takes. One thing you know, tells you is green components. Xiaomi Yahoo, Xiaomi season. And this green is blue for when it's elected. Green and red, and choose. Size of the level is 58 then. Each one is 2 and a 13 doesn't. Anyway, this is what it is. This is Xiaomi Yahoo, Xiaomi season. Then the Xiaomi Yahoo season kind of blue. They ain't gonna have blue behind and doesn't have blue for life. This is the Xiaomi season blue behind is. We really this is reading it. My shaman says I'm real good. I remember we were talking. Now I see words first time I'm told. This is Xiaomi off it. Let's talk about the Xiaomi off. Xiaomi off blue and red. What is it interesting? So you don't do feel, but you don't listen when it's alive.
Yeah, you just a soft you. Is there any science behind that theory that oral sex will grow up and give you throat cancer? Oh yeah, I talked to my boy, fucking Michael Duffy. I talked to a couple doctors about that. They said, well, oral sex can't cause she said, I think we already had risk already. You have to have that predilection for this. So
They don't have the blue, they're listening to the blue. But yes, they have the green.
HPV's trouble for women.
Television means you guys do the buy-in. Certainly should have the green, should have blue when it's alive. But it is still to the right. That's what it says. You know, what are you trying to do? Oh, you suck. No, you can't do it because there's a word in the title. So you can't do that.
Yeah, from this stuff. That's how we got it.
Tell me off it. Yes, blue one for life. Asking more the same exact kind of flavor, just with same view the circle. You use it to become a zebra to squeeze over the other flavor. How come it is that the really love eating of wood, you don't use meat at all, but this is the blue circle. They should do it because without magic, they tell me off it. Don't sleep with high, don't sleep, and always do the reverse. The difference doesn't have the green circle,
There's a bad one that size 2.
I'll read
out here from Brian. What's his last name?
So it has blue when it's alive, it has the green circle, should have the blue.
Don't trust that guy.
Then it's immediately sweeter than zebra, so the answer is slightly different. We know from our leverage, we know that there's only 2 communities
obsessed with longevity. He looks like shit, dude.
does, but while giving some credit, it is the fact that like he's willing to be this human lab rat for everyone else.
The top
You need
guy
someone
that
who's
has
willing
a
to be like,
doing
okay,
his research,
study
what
it.
is the listing
So it's
director?
gonna
We're
create
gonna have people
$150 or something.
when the animal is dead, you don't take something to the trouble with other players. Other players. Imagine the time y'all can take the kind of things put in the effort from him is not required to lie, green, yet it has the red. So how come the time some to the kind of things some to the trouble? Well, boys, thunder. Okay, good.
But even if the legislator, what would you want to be alive forever?
No, that's good. This is ours. Me and Rahman is going to be how right in Iran is just about an hour and a half from now. Me and Rahman got me just been telling New York.
Is that what your wish is to be able to live forever? Or if he said, like, that's the only thing I can do is genie in my life.
No. Yeah, what's the problem?
Because I don't know forever. If you live
Me and Rahman got me telling New York is a story. Okay, we have a story. Totally will be a story.
Right. Now, have no money, and then but you live forever. How are you gonna get out? If you're around forever and you don't develop the knowledge on how to come up with money, that's a user issue.
That's
you can let 250 be fun too, and you have money. You could master certain things.
You also get so
annoyed by people.
We have a side of 5 people are sitting in the big one person. Who does the super? That's what made it like the from one person does the super for everybody else.
Yeah.
So
I think
a woman claim made it by the other. And the claim does the super for the one. The claim for that if you understand your purpose from don't put even more emphasis.
This goes against a lot of what I do.
Now this is a video.
I have like a theory that the reason why your
You might have
test
to
starts
kind
to
of
dip
we are going to be people right into
is
this.
because you just want to get so
We'll
sick
take
of life. You want to get so sick.
What?
You just meet like an 8-year-old.
When we got to that time, I'm just saying then, we do take kind of from people. I hear them. Because the cell phones are not for the phone. Maybe it has the stuff on it. I don't know. But that's what I'm going to say. Funny, maybe my yoga, the train does it for it. Where it goes. Right?
This is where we part ways. I have a business meeting I can't cancel just to sacrifice you and this guy. I'm sure you'll manage. Good luck.
You start getting right here. Young men
it's nothing stops. 10 hours full time guys or weekend guys.
You're like older. They're like, fuck that. You know, they don't need this kind of thing. They see a young dude come in. Now there's a whole thing going on. Everything else. It's like Gordon Ryan, who was jacked up his mind for some reason.
With a flag, maybe for a assist.
Yeah, but Gordon's also 30. Is he 30? What?
You really
Gordon's very healthy.
want to close the deal with you. You seem like a very serious man.
Hello, who is this? The Cohen, your Korban has arrived. Oh, they missed him. He's gotten so big. I'm going to do this Kanufa with it for you. I want us to take a selfie. Yeah, come on, Tahale, correct. Soy, Taben, raise it, lower it.
Stuff your face is did he dye his hair that way?
Anyway, I'm not a big fan. That's what we had. The both sides have a wonderful week.
That's why, like, when you're bold, you actually go a lot younger because
Oh,
you
yeah.
have that chub in the cheeks. The cleaner the cheeks, the more old you look. Because, like, you see old people, like, especially you always tell someone's old, like,
Spreading horror throughout the world. Sponsor a share today. MDYsponsor.com. Sponsor MDY.com.
So what you got, Jim? Oh, here we go. Texting me right now. There is a supplement that raises your testosterone. Okay? That's the fad these days, man. And I don't know if it's good, if it's not, but that's why we recommend Mars Men, and the dudes are obsessed with it. Because, dude, if you're over 30, your test is slowly trickling down. Nobody tells you about what to do. One day you're crushing it, next year you're wondering why you feel terrible. And your body makes testosterone, yes, but it gets locked up and can't be used. There's a protein called SHBG, sex hormone binding. That's why Mars Men is designed to help free that stuff, and they free up your own testosterone so your body can actually use it. No synthetics, no needles, just real ingredients that optimize energy, focus, and strength.
Book the boys there for an hour and 40 minutes.
More energy, Big Mac, big Mac. I went to a lot of these cities. That was like 3 miles from road. Saving a lot for we're living in 320 good. When did they get it right? It's I found out real quickly.
That's mengotomars.com for 50%
One generation of clear voice that is part of the white memorial legacy is such a studio to be found through today Moses Markovich, Ariel Kaimos, the Mayor Balcony,
Ulysses podcast.
Kobe
So I
Rice,
know you're a curious mind.
Abby
Fact check. Might not know drivers switch and save on progressive. Save over $900 on average. They make it super simple. Hop over to progressive.com, answer some questions, and you'll get
I don't know what the father is.
you see which discounts you may qualify for like the online quote discount or savings for pay in full. In fact, 99% of progressive auto customers who earn at least one discount. So see if you can save when you switch to progressive. You'll feel good about it.
All right.
Progressive